hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
And good day. Can't hear myself. There we go. Check, check, check. Good day to you all. Thank you, Iron Slippers. And I'll say hello to David Von Kettering, who's also in the chat. And I see we have a few more people watching. Thank you all for checking in to AHNC. All Hat No Cattle. I am Hat. And I'll be with you today for not very long. But we'll be reading the IG report. That's the David Horowitz. Is his first name David? Let's just say Horowitz report from the Inspector General's office regarding one Mr. James R. Comey's actions during the beginning stages of the Trump presidential reign. And yes, I said reign. Screw you guys who take that stuff too seriously. I know none of my viewers do, but in case you happen to be listening from off-site and you wonder what's going on, Trump forever, folks. Trump forever. Hello, Laura. Welcome as well. John Hartman, good to see you. We've got a quorum here now. We've got enough for almost two bridge sets. This is excellent. So, yeah, James Comey. The report dropped a few hours ago. Oh, Picasso Nose is not in with us right now, Laura, although I will pass along your wishes. Your greetings. She is getting her oil changed after I drove the car approximately 3,400 miles or something like that over the weekend. So, yeah, oil change is definitely necessary. So let's look at this right here. Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice, Oversight, Integrity, and Guidance is their motto. OIG. Where do I know that term from? OIG. And this is the report of investigation of former Federal Bureau of Investigation Director James Comey's disclosure of sensitive investigative information and handling of certain memoranda. And this is from the Oversight and Review Division, and it's dated August 2019, and we know it's August 29, 2019. I understand this dropped about 2 or 3 hours ago, and I realize it's very short notice, but I thought it would be worth it to get this sucker done before other people have a chance to give their spin on it and color our own views. Here's a table of contents. We won't need to go through that. Read it at your leisure if you so choose. The link to this report is, of course, in the description, and it's the direct link to the IG website, not to some third-party hosting site like I had to put up with, like we had to put up with the last time. No more of that. So if everybody's ready, let's begin. Yeah, Laura, let's see what Barr does. I have a feeling this is going to be the breaking point for Comey. We'll see. 1. Introduction. This report describes the investigation by the Department of Justice, DOJ or Department, Office of the Inspector General, OIG, into the creation, storage, and handling of certain memos, written by former Federal Bureau of Investigation Director James B. Comey. Between January 6, 2017 and April 11, 2017, while Comey was director of the FBI, he memorialized 7 one-on-one interactions that he had with President-elect and President Donald J. Trump. Throughout this report, these memos are referred to as Memo 1 through Memo 7, numbered chronologically according to the date each memo was written. And I believe we were only really familiar or knew about 3 memos, not 7. So this ought to be even better. Uncle Bobbity, welcome to the chat, good sir. Yes, you did make it before the end. You made it right at the beginning. Good for you. Comey, who had original classification authority as FBI director, marked a small amount of information in Memo 1 as classified at the time he wrote it. Comey also believed that Memo 3 contained classified information when he wrote it, but did not mark the document as classified. Comey kept signed originals of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 in a personal safe in his home, and following his May 2017 removal as FBI director, provided his personal attorneys with copies of Memos 2, 4, and 6 in a redacted version of Memo 7. Comey never took copies of Memos 1, 3, and 5 to his home and never shared these memos with anyone outside the FBI. Excuse me if I'm mistaken here, but aren't those memos considered work product of the FBI and therefore FBI property, not, and I repeat, not the property of the person who wrote them, especially once they leave or are fired from their position? Let's see if I'm wrong about that. Hey, Skullcram, welcome, good sir, welcome. Hopefully Ray is not far behind. All right, to continue. We read that. So, in June 2017, following Comey's removal as FBI director, the FBI reviewed the memos to determine if any of the memos contained classified information. The FBI determined that Memos 1 and 3 contained information classified at the secret level, and that Memos 2 and 7 contained small amounts of information classified at the confidential level. The FBI designated Memos 4, 5, and 6 as unclassified for official use only. That's what FOUO means. We came across that last time, and it stuck in my head, but I couldn't figure out what it meant. Now we know. This matter was referred to the OIG for review in July 2017 by then acting FBI Director Andrew G. McCabe, consistent with the Department regulations and the Inspector General Act, after the FBI determined that Comey may have shared with his attorneys memos that contained classified information. At the time, the OIG was aware of Comey's June 8, 2017 congressional testimony that he had authorized a friend who was also one of his personal attorneys to provide the contents of Memo 4, which did not contain any classified information, to a reporter for the New York Times. I thought he had released a couple more than just Memo 4. The focus of the OIG's investigation was to determine whether Comey violated Department or FBI policies or the terms of his FBI employment agreement in his handling of the memos during and after his tenure as FBI Director. The OIG's investigation included review of the memos as well as numerous additional documents, emails, and news articles, and forensic analysis of certain computer systems. As part of this investigation, the OIG also interviewed 17 witnesses, including former Director Comey and Daniel Richman, the individual who, at Comey's request, shared the contents of one of the memos with a reporter for the New York Times. Through our investigation, we learned that Comey considered memos 2 through 7 to be his personal documents. And let's just refer real quickly to this footnote at the bottom of the page, which was registered near the top. It says, Comey documented these conversations in either email or memorandum format. For ease of reference, we will refer to these documents as, quote, memos, regardless of their form. Okay, if it was an email, did he save it as a draft, or did he send it to himself? And if he did, over what system? Did he use the FBI secure system? Did he use a fake email address in that system? It's hard to send something to yourself on the same system, unless you have a slightly different address. At least the systems I've used, which was a long time ago. And if it wasn't internal, then was he using something like Gmail or Outlook or something like that in order to send the email of the memoranda? If that's the case, and if it was one of the ones that contained classified or secret information, then he could be on the hook for that too. He created Memo 2 and Memo 4 on his personal laptop computer and kept signed originals of 4 of the memos, Memo 2, 4, 6, and 7, in his personal safe at home while he was serving as FBI director. He also generated a duplicate set of, quote, originals of Memos 2 through 7 for his Chief of Staff, James Rubicki, to maintain at the FBI. When Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 in his personal safe, Comey still had, let me back up here. When Comey was removed, missed that sentence completely, as FBI Director on May 9, 2017, Comey still had copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 in his personal safe at home. After being removed as Director, Comey did not report to the FBI that he had copies of these memos. Comey subsequently provided his copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to the Office of Special Counsel Robert S. Mueller III on June 7, 2017. On May 14, 2017, Comey used his personal scanner and private email account to provide electronic copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to one of his personal attorneys. Aha! There we go. Unauthorized copying and unauthorized use of non-secure email to send sensitive documents. There's a violation right there. 3 days later, on May 17, that attorney provided via a personal email account copies of these 4 memos to 2 other attorneys who were also part of Comey's legal team. One of the memos Comey shared with his attorneys, Memo 2, contained 6 words that the FBI determined in June 2017 to be classified at the confidential level. Memos 4 and 6 contained information that the FBI determined in June 2017 to be for official use only, but did not contain classified information, and Memo 7 was redacted by Comey before transmission, which obscured the information in Memo 7 that the FBI determined in June 2017 to be classified. Comey did not seek authorization from the FBI before providing Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to his attorneys. And he's redacting stuff too. Beautiful. And when did he? That's May 14, and he was removed on May 9th. Yep, so he did that after he was no longer FBI in charge. On May 16, 2017, Comey provided a separate copy of Memo 4 to Richmond, who was one of Comey's attorneys and also a close personal friend. Richmond also had served as a special government employee at the FBI during a portion of the time that Comey was FBI director. How convenient. Comey sent photographs of both pages of Memo 4 to Richmond via text message from Comey's personal cell phone. There we go again. Comey instructed Richmond to share the contents of Memo 4, but not the memo itself, with a specific reporter for the New York Times. And once again, that's how the New York Times gets its stories, through unauthorized leaks by jerkhole personnel in the government. Their ability to do investigative reporting has slipped to, I'm not saying zero, but near zero. Comey did not seek FBI authorization before providing the contents of Memo 4 through Richmond to a reporter. As noted above, the FBI later marked Memo 4, quote, for official use only, and determined that it did not contain classified information. We found no evidence that Comey or his attorneys released any of the classified information contained in any of the memos to members of the media. Well, you got that going for you, James. Let's look at a couple of the footnotes here. One regarding Mueller. Robert S. Mueller III was appointed special counsel by Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein on May 17, 2017. Before Comey's desk chair had even cooled, they appointed the special counsel, much to Comey's delight. 2017, to oversee the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and related matters. Related, like Paul Manafort's tax scandal from 10 years ago that the DOJ had decided to pass on prosecuting. Like Michael Flynn talking to the Russian ambassador, making Jeff Sessions step down because he talked to the ambassador while he was a freaking senator. Going after George Papadopoulos for getting dates wrong after he was set up by Misfud and Halper. Yeah, right. Yeah, that was. Meanwhile, though, none of the collusion between Hillary Clinton and the Russians through Fusion GPS and Richard Steele, none of that counted as as Russian interference. And the Ukrainian interference, the 2 or 3 things that they did in order to help Hillary near the end of the election, that was never counted. It's almost as if, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost as if Robert Mueller was only concerned with nailing Trump to the wall and didn't give a damn about the actual collusion that went on right in front of his eyes. I could be wrong. And footnote 3, 4 of the 6 words in Memo 2 that the FBI determined were classified were the names of foreign countries being discussed by the president. As described later in this report, the president referenced the countries when he conveyed his personal views on the relative importance of promptly returning telephone calls from the leadership of the named countries. Okay, back to the bottom of page 2. Upon completing our investigation pursuant to Section 4D of the Inspector General Act of 1978, the OIG provided a copy of its factual findings to the Department for a prosecutorial decision regarding Comey's conduct. C5 USCA app, I don't know what that means, 3 Section 4D from 2016. After reviewing this appellate, that might be appellate court. Yeah, U.S. Court of Appeals, Appeal 3, Section 4 dash. Okay, got it. Okay. After reviewing this matter, the department declined prosecution. Thereafter, we prepared this report to consider whether Comey's actions violated department or FBI policy or the terms of Comey's FBI employment agreement. As described in this report, we conclude that Comey's retention, handling, and dissemination of certain memos violated department and FBI policies and his FBI employment agreement. Slap, slap, slap. And didn't Comey put out a memo or a tweet not too long ago, this morning, saying how the report found him, completely innocent, and that people should send out tweets that say, sorry, as a form of apology. Yep, and way to read, James, way to read. 2. Relevant statutes and policies. Section A, Federal Records and Official Information. The statutory definition of federal records is broad and includes all recorded information, regardless of form or characteristics, made or received by a federal agency under federal law or in connection with the transaction of public business and preserved or appropriate for preservation by that agency as evidence of the organization, function, policies, decisions, procedures, operations or other activities of the United States government, or because of the informational value of the data in them. Wow. That's one sentence there, folks. This definition includes any, quote, act of creating and recording information by agency personnel in the course of their official duties, regardless of the methods or the medium involved. Excuse me just a second, I got an alarm in my ear. Let's see what's going on here. No, the temps are fine. The fans are fine. Voltage is fine. I wonder what that was for. Interesting. I mean, it was a real whop, 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 whop in my head, so I've never heard that before. Up the volume, please. Most certainly. Most certainly. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, I'll just do it right here. Okay, Laura, how's that? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check check check. 1 2 1 2. Check check check. 1 2 1 2. Oh, you guys heard it too. Huh. Well, it must have come across desktop audio then. That's better. Yeah, I don't want to go much higher than that because the meter is really pegging, so I don't want to overdrive the voice too much. But if that's good for you, then it's good for me. Yeah, you know what? We're not going to listen to anything today, so I'm going to turn the desktop audio off. That way, if that alarm does come through again, it won't bother you. I don't even know if I'll hear it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's see. The definition, I'll record the data in them. Okay. Medium involved. Quote. Now, we've got two or three footnotes here. Let's just look at, let me skim the first one here. And that's in reference to violation of Department and FBI policies and his FBI employment agreement. Footnote 4. On April 19, 2018, 11 months after Comey disclosed the contents of Memo 4 to the New York Times through Richmond, the Department provided all of the memos in redacted form to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees, the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in response to requests from the committee's chairman for the documents. Separately, in 2017, a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit was brought by a media organization in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia in an effort to obtain copies of the memos. See Cable News Network Incorporated via FBI. Wow, CNN actually went after it. Fascinating. In 2018, the court determined that the memos were not subject to release at the time due to the department's ongoing criminal investigation. More recently, in June 2019, following the conclusion of the department's criminal investigation, the court determined that the memos should be released, but permitted a limited number of redactions, including for classification. CNN v. FBI, again, in particular as to Memo 2, the court upheld the FBI's classification of one of the words redacted in Memo 2, the name of a country, but ruled that the FBI had not carried its burden to support the redaction of the remaining words. And we've got some references to case law. And the bottom one, because the FBI is a component of the Department of Justice, generally both the department's policy statements and the FBI's policy guideline apply to FBI employees. All right, I've got to turn the fan on. I forgot to do that. I shall be right back. I'm sorry, excuse me a second. I'm getting that alarm all over again, and it shouldn't be going off. It's alerting me of a core temperature that is completely normal on my CPU. I'm trying to figure out a way to turn it off because it keeps coming up. Give me just a moment, or it'll distract us in a major way.
I hope you learned something from the stormy sea, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny stormy sea. From the brightest day, from the darkest night, from the sunny
All right, you guys probably didn't hear the whole part of that because I forgot to turn the desktop audio back on. I do apologize. It looks like I got it. I had to turn off one of the alarms, one of the monitor alarms. There's no way this CPU should be overheating because I'm only using about 2 or 3% of its core resources right now. So blah 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 blah. Let's get back to it. Department and FBI policies address what qualifies as a federal record and describe employee responsibilities regarding federal records. The department's policy states that that all DOJ employees are responsible for maintaining the information they generate, receive, or review while conducting departmental business in accordance with the departmental and component policies. The FBI's policy includes in the definition of a record any items that, document or explain the basis of a significant action or decision involving the exercise of government authority, or items, necessary to document other significant operations or administrative matters, . The Department and the FBI follow specific guidance provided by the National Archives and Records Administration for permanent retention of materials of senior officials, also known as capstone officials. NARA approves the records management program for capstone officials, of which the FBI director is one. The program designates which documents are considered official federal records and provides the specific records retention schedules for such capstone officials. The records retention schedule for FBI senior executives states that the FBI must maintain as official FBI records, the emails, personal notes, annotated briefings not maintained elsewhere, and other documentation received or generated by the director in the normal course of business. In contrast, federal regulations define personnel files or records as, documentary materials belonging to an individual that are not used to conduct agency business, That word is personal, not personnel, Merely labeling a document as, personal or, private does not alter the official nature of a document if it is, used in the transaction of public business, The FBI's records management policy adds that personal papers are, materials not used to conduct FBI business that are, primarily personal in nature, Documents containing both personnel and official information, must be treated as a federal record, FBI and FBI policies require that employees use officially approved department or FBI information technology systems to process, store, and transmit official information. There are very few exceptions to this rule. For example, FBI employees may use non-FBI systems such as GPS to navigate, personal devices to locate colleagues during an emergency, or personal devices to check official emails through an FBI-sponsored secure web page. Doesn't sound like anything that Strzok and Page did. Skullcram, if I may, why are so many GOP leaving Washington? I think it's just because Trump is making them realize that they're all rhinos and that they can't run in their districts as Trump supporters because they're not. They pretend they are in certain votes, but in actuality, they're just voting the party line to stay alive. But come time for re-election, they just can't run on Trump. And they realize if they don't run on Trump, they're not going to win. Look at the midterms. All the reps who ran away from Trump and ran soft lost. Except for, what's her name? Was it in Montana? Was it in Montana? I should know this. Don't remember her name now. It was a lady. It was a lady, definitely. But can't figure it out. And my take on it. Okay, back to the text. Department policy states that employees may not, without agency permission, remove records from the department, either during or after employment. Under department policy, the only items that departing employees may remove without prior approval are personal information or documents that are unrelated to the department and official business. Where are we here? Sorry, I lost my place because there was a banner up that I had to close. Let's see, official business. There it is. Continuing. Copies of any unclassified information already officially in the public domain and copies of the employee's email contacts. A departing employee must make a written request, receive approval from the appropriate official, and execute a non-disclosure agreement before removing any records or information. Before authorizing any such request, the approving official must ensure that the requested documents do not contain any prohibited categories of information, such as classified information. According to department policy, if the head of a department component, for example, the FBI director, seeks to remove department information, he must receive approval from the Assistant Attorney General for administration. Iron Slippers, I don't remember the FISA, excuse me, the FISA stuff coming out yet, or am I wrong? And as y'all are saying, the reason, in my opinion, that Barr hasn't charged Comey yet is because he's waiting for the big stuff to come down. And then he can, because remember, he declined to prosecute. He did not waive the charges with prejudice. A judge has to do that, which means that they can't be tried again or tried at all. They haven't had that hearing. So Barr at any time can say, yeah, I am going to prosecute you for this after all. Bend over, Comey, because here comes the feds. Again, as I see it. To continue. The FBI policies are no different. When FBI employees separate from the FBI, they are required to, quote, surrender all materials in their possession that contain FBI information, close quote. Every employee signs an FBI employment agreement at the beginning of their employment acknowledging this requirement. According to one section chief of the FBI's Records Management Division, this requirement covers, quote, all FBI information, whether it's a record or not, created or gotten by access or acquired during the course of their employment. It is property of the U.S. government, close quote. Disclosure of FBI information for non-official use purposes is Section B. Pursuant to FBI policy, all information acquired by FBI personnel, quote, in connection with official FBI duties, as well as all official material to which FBI personnel have access, is the property of the United States, close quote. Accordingly, before disclosing FBI information outside of the FBI for non-official purposes, current or former FBI personnel must obtain, with limited exceptions, such as for whistleblowing and disclosures to Congress, advance permission from the FBI. This policy applies to any type of disclosure, whether oral, written, or electronic. FBI employees agree to be bound by this requirement when they sign the FBI employment agreement. In evaluating requests from current or former FBI employees to release FBI information for non-official purposes, the FBI reviews the proposed disclosure to ensure, among other things, that it does not include information that is classified related to an ongoing investigation or covered by the Privacy Act of 1974. Excuse me. Section C. Department and FBI policies on disclosure of information about pending investigations. Section 3.4 of the FBI's then existing policy on media relations stated that disclosures to the media, quote, must not address an ongoing investigation, close quote, except as indicated in that section. The section provided two examples of when it, quote, may be permissible to selectively release non-classified information to assure the public that an investigation is in progress, close quote, with prior approval of specific components at the FBI headquarters to 1. Protect the public interest, welfare, or safety, and 2. To solicit information from the public that might be relevant to an investigation. Section 3.3 of the FBI policy also provided that all releases must be consistent with all applicable laws and regulations and policy, including the then existing United States Attorney's Manual, Title 17.000. Quote, Media Relations. Title 1 through 7.000 of the USAM establishes specific guidelines for the release of information relating to criminal and civil cases by the FBI and other department components. Among other things, Section 1 through 7.530 of the USAM provided that a. Except as provided in subparagraph B of this section, components and personnel of the Department of Justice shall not respond to questions about the existence of an ongoing investigation or comment on its nature or progress, including such things as the issuance or serving of a subpoena prior to the public filing of the document. B. In matters that have already received substantial publicity or about which the community needs to be reassured that the appropriate law enforcement agency is investigating the incident, or where the release of information is necessary to protect the public interest, safety, or welfare, comments made about or confirmation of an ongoing investigation may need to be made. In these unusual circumstances, the involved investigative agency will consult and obtain approval from the United States Attorney or the Department Division handling the matter prior to disseminating any information to the media. Comey told the OIG that, during his tenure as FBI Director, the authority to disclose the existence of a pending investigation was, quote, confined to the Director and the Deputy Director, close quote, and that in making such decisions, quote, the default was we don't talk, unquote, about pending investigations. Well, that kind of flies in the face of what the inspector just said there, James. What's up with that? D. Statutes, regulations, and policies regarding classified information and documents designated for official use only. Current and former FBI employees have an ongoing responsibility to protect any classified information to which they are given access during the course of their employment. Executive Order 13526 sets forth a uniform classification system to, quote, prevent access by unauthorized persons, ensure the integrity of the information, close quote, and provide a standardized marking system across the executive branch to facilitate the use and sharing of classified information. This system applies to all, quote, information owned by, produced by, or for, or under the control of the United States government, close quote. FBI employees must adhere to the policies promulgated by the intelligence community, the department, and the FBI that implement this executive order. Federal employees may only have access to classified information if they have a current security clearance, have signed a non-disclosure agreement, and have a need to know the classified information to carry out official duties. Once granted access to the classified information, authorized employees must properly handle it, protect it from unauthorized disclosures, and properly secure it in approved location. Likewise, FBI employees working with or discussing classified information must process, transmit, and store such information only on authorized systems and in approved facilities. All right, there you got. I'm sure that covers the State Department as well. So there you got another shot against Clinton that we've brought up many times, that she was not using an authorized system in an approved facility. Remember, she had 2 SCIFs set up on her own, one in each house. I don't remember anyone saying that those houses were designated as proper locations for SCIFs. I could be wrong. I just don't remember that. Quote, back to the text. Information is eligible for classification only if it falls into one of the categories listed in Executive Order 13-526, which includes intelligence activities, sources and methods, and, quote, foreign relations or foreign activities of the United States, close quote. There are 3 basic levels for classified information, each based on the amount of harm unauthorized disclosure of the information could reasonably be expected to cause to national security. Information is classified top secret, which is the highest level, if its unauthorized disclosure, quote, reasonably could be expected to cause exceptionally grave damage, unquote, to national security. For information classified secret, the standard is, quote, reasonably could be expected to cause serious damage to national security, while confidential information, the standard is reasonably could be expected to cause damage to national security. So let's just go over that again. Top secret is a disclosure which would cause exceptionally grave damage to national security. Secret reasonably could be expected to cause serious damage, and confidential is reasonably expected to cause damage. Okay, so we've got that. In addition to the basic levels of classification, there are several dissemination controls which restrict the distribution of a classified document. The designation no foreign or no foreign nationals means that the document cannot be provided to any foreign nationals. ORCON, or originator controlled, means that the document may not be provided to anyone without the express permission of the official or agency that originally drafted it. Some unclassified documents are subject to the for official use only dissemination control, which means they are, well, there it is again, for official use only. This marking is, quote, for unclassified official government information that is withheld from public release until approved for release by the originator. FBI guidance sets forth additional instructions for the use of FOUO designation, limiting its use to information such as personnel files, items exempted from public release by statute, and materials that would only be discoverable during litigation against the agency. In addition, FBI policies include specific requirements for the manner of storage and processing of FOUO information to prevent disclosure to anyone without a need to know. Federal employees who are designated as original classification authorities, OCAs, bear the responsibility for determining, in the first instance, whether to classify information, quote, owned by, produced by, or for, or under the control of the United States government, close quote. An OCA's authority flows from the President of the United States through agency heads, and Executive Order 13-526 directs agencies to maintain only a small number of OCAs. The FBI has 16 OCAs, including the director, deputy director, general counsel, and the assistant directors of certain FBI divisions, such as the Counterintelligence Division. These OCAs receive annual training, including avoidance of overclassification, instruction on the proper safeguarding of classified information, and on the sanctions that may be brought against an individual who fails to classify information properly or protect classified information from unauthorized disclosure. Within the FBI, OCAs may only make classification decisions for information within the programs they oversee. OCAs must document their classification decisions in writing by either marking specific documents individually, which the FBI notes is, quote, rare, or by specifying the categories of classified information in a classification guide. FBI employees who author classified documents must also properly mark the documents. Federal regulations, intelligence community guidance, and FBI policies require classified documents to contain several types of markings: classification headers and footers on each page of the document, individual portion or paragraph markings, i.e., the abbreviations and parentheticals at the beginning of paragraphs, and a classification authority block, which identifies who classified the document, the basis for the classification, and the declassification after release of the information. Make sure I got that right. And the declassification date after which, release of the information no longer presents a danger to national security. The FBI's Safeguarding Classified National Security Information Policy Guide also requires that, quote, any person who has knowledge that classified information has been or may have been lost, compromised, or disclosed to an unauthorized person must immediately report the circumstances to his or her security office. Well, that never happened. And again, it seems that Comey mirrors Hillary in his activities because, I should say, not mirror, but he had documents that he classified himself that were not written properly. And Hillary had classified information that did not contain the headers and footers or the, what was that mark they used? Authority block, classification authority block. They scrubbed all of that stuff off before they sent it to her, which is tampering with a federal document, which is illegal. So once again, all these people got immunity after blatantly breaking federal law. No double standard there whatsoever. Off with her header. Very nice, Uncle Bobbity. I like that. I like that. To continue. The Federal Criminal Code contains statute addressing the mishandling or release of classified information. For example, 18 U.S.C. subsection 793D and F are felony statutes regarding the mishandling of classified information relating to the national defense. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 793D, does that sound familiar to anyone? That was what they were trying to get Hillary on, applies to individuals who have authorized access to such information and willfully communicate, deliver, or transmit it, or cause it to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted to individuals who are not entitled to receive it. Section 793F1 addresses the removal, delivery, loss, theft, abstraction, or destruction of such information through gross negligence of the individual entrusted with it. Like when Hillary wiped her servers after they'd been subpoenaed, even if it wasn't a criminal act, it was a grossly negligent act, and they could have gotten her on that too. Or at least the guy who was monitoring the servers had his name up the other day, and I can't remember it now. Anyway, from Platte River. Section 793F2 penalizes the failure to report the removal, loss, theft, abstraction, or destruction of information relating to the national defense if an individual has knowledge that it has been removed from its proper place of custody. As indicated above, the OIG provided a copy of its factual findings to the Department for a prosecutorial decision. After reviewing the matter, the Department declined prosecution. Timeline of relevant events. January 6, 2017. Intelligence community directors, including Comey, met with President-elect Trump and his national security team at Trump Tower to discuss the intelligence community assessment. Comey then meets Trump with the president-elect one-on-one to alert Trump to, quote, salacious and unverified allegations about his 2013 trip to Moscow that the media may soon publish. Complete setup orchestrated by, which was it, Brennan, I think? Because by briefing the president, then they can leak it to the press. January 7, 2017. Comey finishes drafting Memo 1 on the FBI's secure computer system about the Trump Tower briefing and marks Memo 1 with the classification secret, no foreign, or con. Comey emails Memo 1 to his chief of staff, the FBI deputy director, and the FBI general counsel using the FBI's secure computer system. Comey does not take a copy of Memo 1 home. January 27, 2017. Comey has dinner with President Trump at the White House. January 28, 2017. Comey finishes writing Memo 2 on his personal laptop about his dinner the night before with President Trump. It states that during dinner, among other things, Trump told Comey he needed and expected loyalty. Memo 2 also describes an unrelated comment by the president about the relative importance of returning telephone calls from 3 different countries, one of which the memo notes the president mentioned twice. Comey does not mark Memo 2 as classified. Comey places a signed printout of Memo 2 in his personal safe at home and gives a second signed printout to his chief of staff to keep at the FBI. During a classification review in June 2017, the FBI determines that 6 words in the memo recounting the president's comment about returning confidential phone calls are classified confidential, no foreign, because of the potential impact on foreign relations. Simple there. February 8, 2017. Comey writes Memo 3 on a classified FBI computer system because he believes Memo 3 contained classified FISA information. Memo 3 summarizes Comey's interactions that afternoon with Trump's then Chief of Staff Reince Priebus, then National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, and President Trump. Comey does not mark the printout of Memo 3 as classified before sharing it with others at the FBI. Comey does not take a copy of Memo 3 home. The FBI determines in June 2017 that Memo 3 contains information classified as secret, no foreign. February 14, 2017. Comey writes Memo 4 on his personal laptop, describing, among other things, a one-on-one meeting that day with President Trump. According to Memo 4, Trump stated that he hoped Comey could, quote, see his way clear to letting Michael Flynn go, close quote. And we all know that's total bullshit. At the time, Flynn was the subject of a non-public FBI investigation. Comey does not mark Memo 4 as classified. Comey places one signed printout of Memo 4 in his personal safe at home and gives a second signed printout to his chief of staff to keep at the FBI. The FBI determines in June 2017 that Memo 4 does not contain classified information, but marks it for official use only. Okay. Why is Comey putting these memos in his personal safe at home? Here's one theory. He was trying to get fired. He wanted to be fired because he would then be able to lobby for the special counsel to tear Trump's life apart and hopefully get him in jail so Trump would be out of office. What they were going to do with Mike Pence, I have no idea. And I bet they didn't either. But that's probably another of the insurance policies that they had lined up, that Comey would poke and prod Trump into firing him, which he did, and then trigger the special counsel through his virulent denial that he was the bad guy and that Trump did it to hide or to stop the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. An investigation that I don't believe Trump knew about in February, unless Comey told him about it on that January 7 meeting, during the January 7 meeting. But it doesn't mention that. It just mentions that there's a report that may come out in the press. It wasn't until later that Comey told Trump about the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and then refused to say anything about how Trump wasn't a target, which is obviously going to get you fired, especially by Trump. Obviously going to get you fired. And Iron Slipper says, wasn't Rod the go-between? Absolutely, sir, absolutely. They had Rod lined up to do exactly what they wanted him to do. I have always considered, I don't know Rod Rosenstein. I've never met him. I haven't even read much of what he's ever written. But I consider him to be a weak and easily led person who had no business being number 2 at the DOJ. And I believe he proved it by the way he handled the Mueller investigation, by allowing it to start and then by allowing it to open up its scope in ways that were completely irrelevant to the original design of the investigation. That's my theory. Uncle Bobbity, Imran Awan made a hostage of his mom. She threatened to tell the cops about his job. He grabbed her up and forced her to commit fraud. Imran, I can never say his name. Imran Awan is not a good man. No, that's another complete joke of an investigation that needs to be followed up, but probably won't because there's no evidence anymore. Because, in fact, don't you remember that the now Attorney General of California, who, if you were here for my reading of the breakdown of the judge's decision in California to rule against the California 10-round magazine limit and knock it into the dirt, that Attorney General was part of Hillary's staff, part of Dragon Face's staff, Wasserman Schultz. And when he was asked by the Capitol Police to provide an image of their server, he gave them a false image. And he wasn't charged with obstructing justice. Total double standard. These people have got to be wiped clean. And that's why I believe Trump needs a second term. And then we need to get Haley and Crenshaw into office in 2028. Or 2024, excuse me. Both of them, Haley has incredible name recognition. She's very sharp. She can blow anyone else out of the water when it comes to policy. Remember, she was a governor once. So she knows how to run a bureaucracy. And Dan Crenshaw is a god. He has gotten so much press in the last few months for things that people have said about him that he has weathered and made not only a neutral effect, but a positive effect on him and his ability to get reelected. To be called the names that Hassan Piker called Crenshaw, and to talk about his injuries the way Hassan Piker talked about it, that's gold when it comes to a reelection. You can just point to the left and say, here is a representative of the progressive left. He has his own show on the number one progressive media outlet on YouTube. And here's what he said about my eye injury. Do you think you want people like that back in the House, back in the White House? Haley can go on her record in the UN and as a governor. She fits a lot of boxes. She's an attractive woman who can handle herself in public. She doesn't get flustered. She doesn't get nervous. She doesn't get off the handle like Liz Warren does or Kamala Harris does. Or, hell, like Biden does. Yeah, she'll She'll rule. She'll rule. She will rule. And I'm sure Crenshaw would be happy to take the vice president spot because after 8 years in office, Crenshaw can run as president. For president, he'll have the experience as being a representative for 2 terms, and then the experience as vice president for 2 terms, and he will still be young when he comes out of the gate. He will still be looking good, and he will still be able to crush the competition. That's how I see it. Uncle Bobby says, as long as Crenshaw ends his support of red flag laws before then, I believe he will, Uncle Bobby. The red flag laws, I think, right now are a red herring that the Republicans are using to hold the Democrats at bay. Remember, there are a number of states that have already implemented red flag laws. So I think the only thing the federal government really needs to do is set down guidelines for the states that make sure that there is no interruption, no disregarding of due process. That the people who are included in a charge of for a red flag, for mental illness, wanting to shoot up a school, something like that, that they have their day in court before anything happens to their guns, before they're confiscated. Because right now, like Connecticut, I think you heard about that guy who posted a couple memes on Twitter, and then the police looked into his book history and found that he had had a couple magazine subscriptions about rifles. They walked into his house and took all his guns, and now he's in jail. I don't know if he's been bailed out yet or not, but they thought he was going to be a school shooter. So that's obviously a pre-crime offense, which is completely against the Constitution to try and enforce. So the feds have to set down some guidelines about what the states can and cannot do. But I think a red flag law will be worked out. But again, if there's no due process, I will vote for the opponent of any of these people who put it out there. A Republican opponent. I'm not going to vote Democrat to save my life. But I will do a write-in if I have to show my displeasure. And of course, as you all know, there are email addresses to everyone in government. President Trump has an email address. Dan Crenshaw has an email address and a phone number. You can call them. You can write them. I would recommend calling and writing. Calling first. And letting them know how you feel. If they don't pick up the phone right away, you can leave a voicemail. Unless the box is full. If the box is full, keep trying. But sooner or later or not, they'll empty it out. But they do listen to those calls. So, my 2 cents. February 8, I believe I haven't read this yet. February 8, 2017. Comey writes Memo 3 on a classified FBI computer system because he believes Memo 3 contains classified FISA information. Memo 3 summarizes Comey's interactions that afternoon. I'm sorry, I already read that. February 14, 2017. Comey writes Memo 4 on his personal laptop, describing, among other things, a one-on-one meeting that day with... Okay, hope Flynn would let go. I read that. Damn it. Okay, I read those 2. Memo 5. Sorry about that, guys. Comey drafts Memo 5, a 4-line email to his chief of staff on his unclassified FBI mobile device to summarize a non-substantive telephone call that day with President Trump. Comey does not mark Memo 5 as classified and does not take a copy of Memo 5 home. In June 2017, the FBI determines it is not classified, but marks it as FOUO. So, see, Comey is laying the groundwork to get fired. He's mishandling documents. He leaks a document that is FBI work product. It wasn't classified material, but it was still FBI work product that he took illegally from the FBI and then handed over to a private citizen for publication. As we know in the counts that were held up for Comey's criminal referral for criminal prosecution. Yeah, he was begging to get fired. In fact, I think a lot of people knew that. March 20, 2017. Comey testifies before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence at a hearing titled The Russian Active Measures Investigation. Comey acknowledges the FBI's open investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election, but repeatedly refuses to answer questions about the scope of the investigation or specify who was under investigation, referencing the need to protect the integrity of the investigation and the privacy rights of those under investigation. Right, yeah, you're all about people's rights, James. All about people's rights. March 30, 2017. Comey writes Memo 6 on the unclassified FBI system in his office to describe a 10-minute telephone call with President Trump that morning. According to the memo, Trump asked what Comey, quote, could do to lift the cloud, unquote, of the FBI's Russia investigation. Comey gives a signed printout of Memo 6 to his chief of staff to keep at the FBI and takes a second signed printout home to store in his personal safe. Comey does not mark Memo 6 as classified. In June 2017, the FBI determines that Memo 6 is not classified, but marks it as for official use only. April 11, 2017. Comey drafts Memo 7, a 2-paragraph memo on the unclassified FBI system, in his office to summarize a brief telephone call with President Trump that morning. According to the memo, Trump said he was, quote, following up to see if Comey did what Trump had asked last time, getting out that Trump is not personally under investigation. Paragraph 2 of Memo 7 summarizes an unrelated foreign policy discussion. Comey signs 2 printouts of Memo 7. Comey gives one to his chief of staff to keep at the FBI, and he stores the other in his personal safe at his house. Comey does not mark Memo 7 classified, but as described below, redacts the second paragraph of Memo 7 before sending it to his attorneys on May 14. The FBI determined in June 2017 that the second paragraph of Memo 2 contained presidential comments about foreign affairs that are classified confidential, no foreign. May 9, 2017. President Trump removes Comey as FBI director and orders that Comey be barred from entering FBI headquarters. May 11, 2017. The New York Times publishes an article regarding the January 27 dinner meeting described in Memo 2, stating that Trump asked for Comey's loyalty. Richmond acknowledged that he was a source for the article and that Comey had described it to him what Comey said was President Trump's request for loyalty at the dinner. At the time, Richmond had not yet seen Memo 2. May 12, 2017. President Trump tweets about the possible existence of, quote, tapes of his conversations with Comey. May 14, 2017. Comey sends scanned copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 from his personal email account to the personal email account of one of his attorneys, Patrick Fitzgerald. There's a joke there, but I'm going to leave it alone. Before sending, Comey redacts the second paragraph from Memo 7 involving foreign affairs because Comey deems it irrelevant. On May 17, Fitzgerald forwards these 4 memos to Comey's other attorneys, David Kelly and Richmond. May 16. Comey sends a digital photograph of Memo 4 describing the meeting in which Comey wrote that President Trump made the statement about, quote, letting Flynn go, to Richmond via text message from Comey's personal phone. Comey asked Richmond to share the contents, but not the memo itself, with a specific reporter for the New York Times. Comey's stated purpose is to cause the appointment of a special counsel to ensure that any tape recordings that may exist of his conversations with the President Trump are not destroyed. Richmond conveys the substance of Memo 4 to the reporters. The New York Times publishes an article entitled Comey Memo says Trump asked him to end Flynn investigation, close quote. May 17. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein appoints Robert S. Mueller as special counsel. So, May 9, Comey's fired. May 17, Mueller is appointed. 9 days. If you don't include the weekend, a week between Comey getting fired and the special counsel being appointed. Now, was Robert Mueller just sitting around minding his own business while Rosenstein was cold calling people to come in, and then was like, oh, let's get to Mueller. He's like fifth on the list, and Mueller says, yeah, I'm not doing anything. Sure, I'll be happy to try and bring Trump down on your authority. Show me what you got. Oh, you got nothing? Well, I'll make something up. Don't worry. I'll get it done. So, yeah, you can't tell me at all that the special counsel thing wasn't planned out well in advance. And they only waited that week to give the pretense, that Comey was, or that they were working on setting up the special counsel, and that they hadn't had anything ready to begin with. Bull crap. June 1 through 6, 2017. The FBI conducts a classification review of Comey's memos. The FBI determines that Comey correctly classified Memo 1, which Comey did not share with anyone outside the FBI, that Memos 4, 5, and 6 are unclassified, but for official use only, and that portions of Memos 2, 3, and 7 are classified as follows. Memo 2. 6 words from a statement by President Trump comparing the relative importance of returning telephone calls from 3 countries, one of which the memo notes the President mentioned twice, are classified as confidential, no foreign. Comey did not redact this information before sharing Memo 2 with his attorneys. Memo 3. Information about sources, methods, investigative activity, and foreign relations is classified as secret, no foreign. Comey did not share Memo 3 with anyone outside the FBI. Yeah, but he took it home. Memo 7. An assessment of a foreign leader by President Trump and a discussion of foreign relations is classified as confidential, no foreign. Comey redacted this paragraph before he sent Memo 7 to his attorneys. June 7. Comey reviews the FBI's marked copies of all 7 memos in preparation for his congressional testimony. Comey returns to the FBI the unmarked copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 that he had kept at his home, but does not tell the FBI that he sent copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to his 3 attorneys. June 8, 2017. Comey testifies to Congress that he shared a copy of one memo regarding, quote, letting Flynn go, which is Memo 4, with a friend, which was Richmond, with instructions that the friend share the contents with a reporter. The FBI has multiple telephone calls with Richmond over the next several days and learns from Richmond on or before June 9 that he and Comey's other 2 attorneys also have copies of 3 other memos. June 13. FBI begins the process of removing or recovering or deleting the memos from the computer systems of Richmond, Fitzgerald, and Kelly, a process that is completed in January 2018. This process started in June, and it didn't finish until January of the following year. What the hell took so long? I'd like to know. Section 4, Factual Findings. Subsection A, Background Facts. Paragraph 1, Comey's professional background. Comey received a law degree from the University of Chicago Law School in 1985 and held a number of positions within the department prior to being appointed FBI director. Early in his career, from 1987 to 1993, Comey served in the office of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, where he was promoted to Deputy Chief of the Criminal Division. From 1996 to 2001, Comey served as the Managing Assistant U.S. Attorney in charge of the Richmond Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia. Starting in January 2002, Comey served as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, a position he held until December 2003, when Comey was appointed Deputy Attorney General for the Department of Justice. So Comey was the U.S. Attorney for the SDNY from January 2002 to December 2003. So ostensibly 2 years. Let's just give him that, 2 years. And then he's appointed Deputy Attorney General for the Department of Justice. He must have really accomplished a lot in those 2 years. Have to see the breakdown of that sometime. King James is in the house. I beg your pardon for not seeing you sooner. King James writes, how many times has Comey met with former Obama officials before May 1st? This was a well-executed coup, a coup attempt to destroy Trump and his supporters. I don't think that could have been put better. That's on the nose, King James. Thank you so much. You guys so add to the value of these videos. I'm telling you. Without you guys, this is me just ranting into a microphone. So, again, thank you all for your participation. I know you have lives. You may be foregoing other channels even to be here, or you may be cutting your time between several channels. But you came here too. And for that, I am eternally grateful. Thank you. To continue. Comey served as Deputy Attorney General until 2005, after which he worked in the private sector. In 2013, Comey was nominated by then-President Obama to serve as FBI Director and was confirmed by the Senate to serve a 10-year term. On May 9, 2017, Comey was removed from his position as FBI Director by President Trump, a completely legal act. Article 2 completely and definitively gives the ruling that the President of the United States can fire anyone who is subordinate to him in the executive branch. You're welcome, King James. You're welcome. And let's not forget Comey's private sector work. If I'm not mistaken, he worked for a defense contractor or perhaps a finance firm. But he worked at the same place that Mueller worked at one point in time. And kind of interesting that they picked those two guys out of that group to be high-level officials in the FBI and in the Special Counsel's office. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Section 2. Terms of Comey's FBI employment agreement. Actually, this is, should I call that? Yeah, paragraph 2. Terms of Comey's FBI employment agreement. As a condition of his employment as director of the FBI, Comey signed an FBI employment agreement, through which he agreed to be governed by a number of provisions, including, these are all bullet points, an acknowledgement that all information acquired by him in connection with his official duties and all official material to which he has access to remain the property of the United States. An agreement to surrender, upon separation from the FBI, all materials containing FBI information in his possession, a commitment not, quote, to reveal by any means any information or material from or related to FBI files or any other information acquired by virtue of his official employment to any unauthorized recipient without official written authorization by the FBI, close quote, his leak to the New York Times and to his lawyer. Next. An agreement to, quote, seek determination whether information may be disclosed, close quote, prior to any disclosure using the guidelines found in the FBI Manual of Administrative Operations and Procedure. Next. An agreement to be bound by the FBI's guidelines governing pre-publication review with the understanding that the term, quote, publication means the disclosure of information to anyone by any means, and, finally, an acknowledgement that these provisions are, quote, conditions of employment, close quote, and apply, quote, both during his employment in the FBI and following termination of such employment. Ta-da! So his redacting of that part of Memo 7 completely illegal. Three, Comey's security clearance history. Throughout Comey's employment at the Department of Justice, including his tenure as FBI director, Comey held security clearances that provided him access to classified information pursuant to non-disclosure agreements. Under the terms of these NDAs, Comey acknowledged that he had been advised about the nature of and need to protect classified information and agreed to, quote, never divulge classified information to anyone not authorized to receive it unless Comey had obtained prior written authorization for the disclosure from the U.S. government, department, or agency responsible for the classification. The NDAs that Comey signed clearly stated that, quote, any unauthorized disclosure of classified information by me may constitute a violation or violations of United States criminal laws, close quote, and the NDAs referenced 18 U.S.C. Section 793 and 18 U.S.C. Section 1924, among other provisions. Pursuant to the NDAs, Comey also agreed that he was uncertain about the classification status of information. It was his responsibility to consult with the appropriate officials for clarification. NDAs also stated that all of the classified information provided to Comey during his employment, quote, is now and will remain the property of the United States government unless and until otherwise determined by an authorized official or a final ruling of a court of law, close quote. Further, Comey agreed to return all classified materials, quote, upon conclusion of my employment, close quote, and acknowledged that his obligation to protect classified information applied during his employment, quote, and at all times thereafter, close quote. During his OIG interview, Comey verified his signature on a number of NDAs he had signed during his tenure as FBI director and at other times while employed by the U.S. government, and told the OIG he was aware of his obligations to protect classified information under those agreements. He also acknowledged that he had, quote, an obligation lifelong to protect. Excuse me. I had to unplug my headset. Yeah, he's just completely delusional. He thinks that he can act one way and yet do things another way, completely antithetical to what he says, and that he can get away with it because he's James Comey. The man has an ego the size of Mile High Stadium. King James says Comey was general counsel for Lockheed Martin in 2005 to 2010 when he joined a large U.S. hedge fund. Yes, that's what I was looking for. So it was, in fact, both a contractor and a hedge fund. Thank you. I thought it was one or the other, not both, but I appreciate your pointing that out. Again, adding value to the stream. Thank you, King James. To continue with part 4, or subsection 4, whatever you want to call it, 4, Comey's status as an original classification authority and responsibility for designating classified material. As FBI Director, Comey was one of the officials designated by the FBI as an original classification authority, or OCA. Comey's FBI training records show that he received initial training on his responsibilities as an OCA on January 9, 2014, and annual training most recently on March 28, 2017. So right in the middle of all this, he gets training on classification authority rules and regs. Comey told the OIG that during his tenure as FBI director, it was often the case that he was reviewing reports that had a known classification or replying to emails that had been classified by others. He said that the amount of his written work as an FBI director that involved in exercising his OCA responsibility was, quote, a distinct minority. Other FBI witnesses confirmed that while he was FBI director, Comey did not generate a lot of documents that required marking through use of his original classification authority. Comey told the OIG that, quote, the essence of being an OCA is exercising a judgment about the appropriate level of classification for the information, close quote, and that in making such a, quote, judgment call, he used his experience and knowledge of the content of the document he was creating to make the best judgment he could about the level of harm that might flow from unauthorized disclosure of the information. He also acknowledged that as FBI director, quote, there were plenty of people he could ask if he wanted to, close quote, and that, quote, the resources would be available to him, close quote, to make those determinations, although he told the OIG he did not remember ever using those resources. A lack of candor? David Von Kettering fills in the other blank. He says that Comey also worked at HSBC, which is a huge firm and bank, prior to that, where he organized a cooperative agreement between Deutsche Bank and HSBC with, guess what, folks? Guess who? The Clinton Foundation. Thunder. You know who I stole that from. Yep. There's your ties, folks. There's your ties. Yet Comey was not told to step down from mid-year exam. He had an obvious and clear conflict of interest. It was apparent to anyone who bothered to look at his CV, and they did nothing about it. Yet Jeff Sessions talked to the Russian ambassador once during the campaign, legally, and he was forced by the ethics department at the DOJ, run by deep staters, to recuse himself from the Russian investigation, thereby allowing Rod Rosenstein to do whatever the fuck he wanted and enable Robert Mueller III to do whatever the fuck he wanted in an attempt to destroy Trump's presidency. Now that it didn't work, they're all screaming about his tax returns. Laura says, isn't Deutsche Bank about out of business? I don't know about now, but he, that combination, or that cooperation agreement between Deutsche Bank and HSBC did throw them a lifeline. I do know that much, that they were teetering until that agreement came through, and I believe it opened more of the U.S. market to them. Although I could be wrong there. I thought it was a trade-off of opening markets between one side and the other, but I don't know for sure. Let me check my temps here real quick. Okay, CPU is good. I'm going to real quickly Yeah, the ambulances are next door at the retirement home. Okay. Let's see what we got here. CPU core it's not even over 111 degrees. So it's as cool can be. The system temp is right there with it. I don't know why the fans are running so high though. But there's no problem with the core temperature. So we are totally in the clear here, folks. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Hey, David, welcome back. Okay, I did not ever use those resources. Section B, Comey's creation and handling of the memos from January 6, 2017 through May 9, 2017. Comey told the OIG that from January 6, 2017 through his removal as FBI director on May 9, 2017, he had a total of 9 one-on-one conversations with President-elect and President Trump. For 7 of the 9 conversations, Comey said he created written records which are collectively referred to throughout this report as the memos. Let's look at this footnote at the bottom of page 16, the page just before what we read here. As one example, the FBI's computer systems are designed to require that when any FBI employee creates an email, that employee must designate the classification level before the email can be sent. Then FBI General Counsel James Baker told the OIG that, quote, everybody has to do that, whether you actually are an OCA or not, close quote. Interesting. How did they do that with the Clinton emails then? Curious. Oh, Kroger's. I used to shop at Kroger's all the time back in Texas. Awesome. Thanks for spreading the word, David. Thanks. The more the merrier, obviously. The more the merrier. Okay, now, back to section 1. Or, I can't remember what these are. So that was subsection B, and then subsection 1, whatever you want to call it. January 7, 2017, Memo 1. Comey's first one-on-one meeting with President Trump occurred on January 6, 2017, at Trump Tower as part of a briefing to the President-elect on an intelligence community assessment, ICA, of Russian efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. The ICA was jointly prepared by the FBI, National Security Agency, and Central Intelligence Agency, with oversight from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. According to Comey, the plan for the ICA briefing of President-elect Trump had 2 parts, both of which Comey said he was concerned would be, quote, controversial and difficult conversations. The first part of the briefing, jointly conducted by the intelligence community directors, involved briefing the President-elect on the overall conclusions of the ICA. The second part of the briefing concerned notifying the President-elect of, quote, salacious and unverified information about Trump's alleged conduct in Moscow several years earlier. Prior to the January 6, 2017 briefing, the FBI learned that several media outlets also had this information and were intending to publish it. Multiple witnesses told the OIG that the intelligence community directors agreed that Trump must be briefed on this information and that and that the Director of National Intelligence, DNI, decided the briefing should be done by Comey in a small group or one-on-one. Before his briefing, President-elect Comey met with Before briefing President-elect Trump, Comey met with senior leaders of the FBI, including his Chief of Staff James Rubicki, then FBI Director Andrew McCabe, then FBI General Counsel James Baker, and the supervisors of the FBI's investigation into Russian interference with the 2016 presidential election. And let's just go over this real quickly here. President-elect Trump, still in office. James Comey, fired. James Rubicki, fired or resigned. Andrew McCabe, fired. General Counsel James Baker. I think Baker might have stayed, actually. I thought he was above the fray, but he was ultimately removed or quit. As again, it's then FBI. So all of these people in this paragraph are no longer with the FBI. Trump's still in office. Nice try, assholes. I know I'm letting my anglage, I know I'm letting my anger language, there you go, get out today using some curse words that I normally don't use. But talking about Comey gets your blood boiling. So I apologize if I am offending any small children in the area. Trust me, if I need to, I can shut it off completely. I can watch my language. Yes, Harley. Hello. Hello. Good kitty. Good kitty. To continue. Baker and McCabe told the OIG that they raised and discussed with Comey a number of concerns about Comey's meeting alone with President-elect Trump. Baker and McCabe said that they agreed that the briefing needed to be one-on-one so that Comey could present the salacious, quote-unquote, information in the most discreet and least embarrassing way. At the same time, we were told they did not want the President-elect to perceive the one-on-one briefing as an effort to hold information over him like a, quote, Hoover-esque type of plot, close quote. Witnesses interviewed by the OIG also said that they discussed Trump's potential responses to being told about the salacious information, including that Trump might make statements about or provide information of value to the pending Russian interference investigation. The FBI counterintelligence investigation, known as Crossfire Hurricane, concerned whether individuals associated with the Trump campaign during the 2016 presidential election were coordinating with or had been unwittingly co-opted by the Russian government. Yep, and Hillary did nothing. Hillary did nothing. She had complete and utter, white as the driven snow, clean sheet immunity from her dealing directly with the Russian government through a proxy and using that information to create the dossier and then using that information to get FISA warrants on people and then using that information to get them arrested, charged, and in one case pled guilty immediately, getting both of them removed from the Trump White House, and then trying to freeze out President Trump in the process. Yeah, you guys are just common good folk from the earth, and you don't have a evil bone in your body. To continue. Multiple FBI witnesses recalled agreeing ahead of time that Comey should memorialize his meeting with Trump immediately after it occurred. Comey told the OIG that, in his view, it was important for the FBI executive managers to be, quote, able to share in Comey's recall of the salient detail of those conversations. Comey also said that an additional concern shared by the members of his management team was that if the briefing became a, quote, source of controversy, it would be important to have a clear, contemporaneous record because Trump might, quote, misrepresent what happened in the encounter. They're setting up Trump for a perjury trap. They are setting him up for a perjury trap, and they are writing down what happened like it's a 302. That's what these memos are. They're 302s. And it's illegal. I'm sorry, it's illegal. He never did that with Obama. Not once. Not once did he memorialize a conversation with Obama. He knows Trump for 5 months, and he writes up 7 memos. You can't tell me this wasn't the plan from the beginning. McCabe told the OIG that, in his view, it made sense for Comey, quote, to capture his contemporaneous recollection because there were, quote, millions of ways that the FBI could get follow-up questions or criticism, and Comey wanted to recollect exactly from his perspective how it had taken place. Doesn't give Trump the ability to make his own memo to possibly contradict Comey. Doesn't tell Trump, I have my recollection of what happened in our meeting. Perhaps you might want one too, in order to give a contemporaneous recollection of what happened from both sides. No, he's setting up Trump, and he's writing it down so they can use it against him. And it worked. To continue. Comey told the OIG he began writing Memo 1 immediately following his meeting with Trump on January 6, 2017. Comey said he had a secure FBI laptop waiting for him in his FBI vehicle, and then when he got into the vehicle, he was handed the laptop and, quote, began typing Memo 1 as the vehicle moved, close quote. He said he continued working on Memo 1 until he arrived at the FBI's New York field office, where Comey gave a, quote, quick download of his conversation with President-elect Trump to Ribicki, McCabe, Baker, and supervisors of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigative team via secure video teleconference. Comey said he probably told the SVTC participants that he would send them his, quote, detailed notes of the interaction. Comey told the OIG he could not remember whether he completed Memo 1 on January 6, 2017, or whether he continued drafting it on January 7, 2017, before sending it through the FBI's classified email system to Ribicki, McCabe, and Baker on January 7, 2017 at 1:42 p.m. Man, makes my blood boil. Let's look at the footnote in regards to footnote 57 here, right at the bottom of the paragraph we just read. Footnote 57. During the course of our investigation, we determined that there are actually two versions of Memo 1. The first version was dated January 6, 2017, and was drafted by Comey as a document on an FBI classified laptop, probably a Lenovo, in the car departing Trump Tower. A member of Comey's protective detail emailed this document to Comey, Ribicki, and McCabe on the evening of January 6, 2017, using the FBI classified email system. This version was not marked with This version was not marked with a classification banner, header, portion markings, or a classification authority block. The second version of Memo 1, dated January 7, 2017, at 1:42 p.m., is an email that Comey sent to Ribicki, McCabe, and Baker through the FBI's classified computer system. Comey used the electronic classification marking tool in the FBI's computer system to mark this version of Memo 1 secret, no foreign, or con, before sending it. These two versions of Memo 1 are substantially very similar. In this report, our references to Memo 1 refer to the final version sent by Comey on January 7, 2017. So, the first version of the memo was emailed by a member of Comey's protective detail to Comey, Ribicki, and McCabe that night, the night of the meeting, using the FBI's classified email system. Okay, great. But it was not marked the classification block. And Comey wound up marking it secret. So is that member of the detail on the hook for transmitting a secret document with no classification I believe we read earlier that that is in fact a crime under U.S. Criminal Code. There is another one. To continue with the bottom of the paragraph. Memo 1 documented both the larger discussion of the ICA with the President-elect's national security team regarding Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and the one-on-one meeting that followed between Trump and Comey concerning the salacious information, and salacious is in quotes, of course. Memo 1 was the only one of the memos on which Comey placed any classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings. Comey placed an overall classification marking of secret or con no foreign at the top and bottom of the email. He also placed the following classification block before the substantive text of the email. And it's a quote here: classified by Director, derived from FBI NSIC dated 201-13-0301. Declassify on 202-712-31. In the email's introductory note, Comey also wrote, "I am not sure of the proper classification here, so have chosen secret. Please let me know if it should be higher or lower than that." Comey told the OIG that he classified Memo 1 in this way because his judgment was that the information, quote, ought to be treated like FISA-derived information or information in a counterintelligence investigation, close quote. The, quote, standard classification, for which is secret or con nor foreign, according to Comey. Comey said he did not remember any of the email recipients responding to his question about whether Memo 1 should be classified at a higher level or a lower level. Comey also said he did not keep a copy of Memo 1 for himself, did not take a copy to his home, and did not share it with anyone other than the recipients listed on the email. He also told us he did not remember giving instructions to anyone to preserve Memo 1 or share Memo 1 with anybody else. And to his knowledge, Memo 1 had not been shared outside of the FBI. Well, bravo for you, James. Bravo for you. Picasso knows. Welcome. The report on the car. AHNC battery fine, hood rattle fixed, oil changed, tires rotated, front brakes replaced. Wish I only spent $9, only had to pay for brakes. Yeah. I'll be right up front here. In my opinion, Picasso knows uses her brakes way too much. She doesn't coast like I do. So I got 101,000 or 103,000 miles on my car, and I still have the original brakes. So there. Back to the text. I do love you, Picasso knows. I do love you. Don't get me wrong. Difference of opinion on driving. That's all it is. My opinion. My opinion. David Von Kettering, I believe in full stop with the guy's bumper in front of me. Picasso knows likes to get close enough to where she can transfer the bumper sticker. Not true, not true. She took my lesson that I learned back in defensive driving, where you do not pull up closer to a car any more than when you can see their back tires over the tip of your hood. That way, you have enough room to get out from behind that car without having to back up. You can just put it in drive, kick the gas, crank the wheel, and you're out from behind him, and you can make your next defensive move from there. It's a technique. To continue. Comey told the OIG that at the time he created Memo 1, quote, it wasn't his plan to write a memo every time he had any meeting with President Trump, close quote. Yeah, but that's what he did, didn't he? Comey said that after the first meeting, he was, quote, optimistic that he wasn't going to have any further encounters with the president that were up close and personal, close quote. Baker told the OIG that based on his experience as FBI General Counsel, one-on-one meetings were, quote, quite outside the norm of interactions between the FBI director and a president of the United States. Yeah, let's talk about that. Who was it? Baker? Let's talk about that. Um, Excuse me. It's just God, it so angers me. Comey told Trump that his campaign was being investigated for possible collusion with the coordination, co-option with the Russians. He told Trump that there was a piece of work out there that could damage him because it represented a tale of Trump, Russian hookers, wet work, and screaming in a bathroom. None of which were true. Yet, you went with it. And you think the president isn't going to want to talk to you every so often about what's going on, about his team is in the crosshairs of your investigation, that he wouldn't want to know what was happening? No one said Trump directed the investigation. No one said Trump interfered with with Crossfire Hurricane. Not once. The only indication that Trump was upset with Crossfire Hurricane was him firing Comey. He did not shut down the investigation, though, did he? He merely removed the head of the FBI, replaced him with who I feel is another deep-seated bureaucrat who will do anything to protect the reputation of the FBI above and beyond any crimes they have committed. I'm sorry, I forgot Andrew McCabe was in there too, another fireable employee. And then he put in Christopher Wray. I don't like Christopher Wray. I don't like him at all. For the stated fact. I haven't had an accident, except one that I did deliberately, long story there, since 1994 or 95. 94. And, no, 93, excuse me, 1993. And I haven't gotten a ticket since 1991 or 92. And that was on my birthday, believe it or not. He wrote me a ticket on my birthday. But nothing since then. Nothing. Same with Picasso knows. She's been in one accident recently, but she hasn't gotten a ticket, I think, since she was maybe like 19, something like that. So that would be over 30 years. I'm not going to call it any closer than that. Okay, number 2. January 11, 2017, telephone call, no memo. Comey's second one-on-one interaction with President-elect Trump was a telephone call on January 11, 2017. Comey told us that, on that date, he received a call at approximately 1:30 p.m. from the President-elect's Chief of Staff, Ryan Priebus. According to Comey, Priebus informed him that the, quote, President-elect would like to speak to you today. Comey told the OIG he did not remember there being any other substance to the call from Priebus. According to, let's look at this. Look at this footnote here. 58 doesn't matter. Footnote 59. On January 7, 2017, Comey wrote a classified email to the other intelligence community directors to let them know that his, quote, follow-up session with the president-elect went well and provided them a brief summary of the conversation that was less detailed than Memo 1. Well, they didn't need to know everything because they wrote the script for your meeting with Trump. You did what they told you to do. So why would you have to repeat it? You could just say the conversation went fine. Boom, there it is. I said everything you needed for me to tell him. Comey was a tool, a blunt instrument, set up by Brennan and, God, I forget the other name's game, James something, and sent out to club Trump over the head with the dossier excerpt. That's all it was. Then Comey was on the road to being fired, but he knew he'd keep his pension if he did it right, and he did. His pension was delayed. I think he still gets it. And don't forget, the people he worked for before that pay pretty damn well also. So Comey is not going to starve to death, folks. He's going to do just fine. All right, top of page 20. I'm sorry, I didn't finish that. According to Comey, President-elect Trump called him at 5 p.m. that day. Comey told the OIG that, quote, he vividly remembered the conversation during which they discussed a media report that had disclosed the salacious, quote-unquote, information and Trump's other concerns about how that had been, quote, leaked. Comey said that, among other things, he remembered telling Trump that the source of the information was, quote, not a government document and it's not classified, end quote. How convenient that you didn't classify it. Comey also remembered telling Trump that, quote, to speak of it as a leak doesn't make sense, unquote, because, quote, a lot of people in Washington had the information, close quote. Yeah, like John McCain, Sid Blumenthal, Roger Stone. I mean, not Roger Stone. Excuse me. The head of. Oh my God, my brain. I'm so sorry. The head of Fusion GPS. He knew. Richard Steele knew. The guys from Mother Jones and Yahoo knew. Right, or not Yahoo. What was that? What was the one that published it? BuzzFeed. Yeah, they knew. And you did that beforehand to give you plausible deniability when it leaked, because it was supposed to leak. As soon as you told Trump about it, it was leaked. That was deliberate, pre-planned, and well executed. Because then you could say, well, we don't know where it came from, because a lot of people have it. Because you didn't take the information and classify it, which you should have. You should have classified it, which you had the authority to do, and then make it illegal for anyone else to use that document in any other way than as a personal information source, period. You could have done that, Comey, and you refused. Because Brennan and Clapper told you not to. You're a pawn. You're a self-righteous, condescending pawn. And let's see. And Comey said he told Trump that he had previously warned Trump that it might soon be published by the media. Following the call, Comey told Rybicki about the conversation and drafted an unclassified email to his administrative assistant stating, quote, please note on today's calendar that I received a phone call from Reince Priebus at 1:30 and one from President-elect Trump at 5 p.m. Thanks, close quote. Yeah, sure. Why memorialize a call where Trump says, hey, you leaked that information, you briefed me on what's going on? And then you say, well, it's all over the place. Anyone could have leaked it. It just goes to show how negligent you were in handling that information, in dealing with it properly. So why would you memorialize that? Why would you memorialize anything that showed how corrupt you are, and instead did everything you could to make Trump look bad by lying and taking things out of context? Jesus. 3. January 28, 2017, Memo 2. The interaction between Comey and President Trump that resulted in Comey drafting a second memo occurred on January 27, 2017. Comey told the OIG that President Trump called him at lunchtime on Friday, January 27, 2017, to invite Comey to the White House for dinner. Comey said that he assumed this would be a group dinner similar to the Trump administration's January 22, 2017 group reception for law enforcement officials in the Blue Room of the White House, which Comey attended. Comey said he was not initially thinking in terms of memorializing any interaction between himself and the president on January 27, 2017. Comey told the OIG he was, quote, very surprised when he arrived at the White House that evening and discovered that he and the president would be dining alone. When we asked Comey whether the dinner invitation had been extended because of Comey's position as FBI director or because of a personal relationship with Trump, Comey told the OIG that, quote, he did not have a personal relationship, end quote, with President Trump, and that if he had not been the FBI director, he would not have been invited to dinner by the president. And what was Trump's purpose in this meeting? The purpose was to get you to understand how sensitive Crossfire Hurricane was and to do your job. Memo 2 states that Comey's dinner with President Trump lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes, during which they discussed a broad range of topics. Memo 2 states that in writing the memo, Comey was, quote, attempting to recount in some detail only those parts that related in some way to his work. Right. And again, you left parts out. You deliberately left parts out is what you're saying. A portion of Memo 2 summarizes a discussion between Trump and Comey concerning the, quote, salacious material and Trump's wondering whether he, quote, should ask Comey to investigate the whole thing to prove it was a lie, close quote. According to Memo 2, Comey replied that the decision about whether to initiate an investigation was up to Trump, but that Comey said he would, quote, wouldn't want to create a narrative that the FBI was investigating him because the FBI was not, and Comey worried such a thing would be misconstrued. You mean by releasing a notice, a leak, that the president's team was being investigated for Russian collusion, and therefore the president is implicated by default? Something like that? Another portion of the memo states that, excuse me, I'm sorry, there's a footnote here we want to finish here. 60. Comey's email records also reflect that on January 12, 2017, Comey replied to an email from the DNI, who apparently had a similar telephone call with President-elect Trump on January 11, 2017, about the, quote, leak of the, quote, salacious information. Continuing at bottom page 20. Another portion of Memo 2 states that Trump, quote, touched on Comey's future at various points, close quote, without any acknowledgement by Trump or Comey, quote, that we had already talked about this twice, close quote. According to Memo 2, at one point during the conversation, Trump stated that he needed loyalty and expected loyalty, and then later stated again, I need loyalty. Yeah, prove it. Prove it. Memo 2 reflects that the second time Trump stated his need for loyalty, Comey responded that the president would always get honesty from Comey. Memo 2 states that Trump then paused, quote, paused, and said that's what he means. That's what he wants. Honest loyalty. And Comey replied, quote, you will get that from me, close quote. Memo 2 also notes that it was possible that Comey and Trump, quote, understood that phrase differently, close quote, but that Comey, quote, decided it would not be productive to push the subject further. No, you could just leave it out there in the air that Trump's trying to tell you not to go after Trump and his people, after Trump had explicitly said in one of your other conversations with, I believe, with Congress, that Trump had told you, find out who it is, root them out, words to that effect, get them out of my administration, because I don't want anybody like that with anything to do with my group. He told Comey that. Comey testified to that. Yet here's Comey trying to make Trump look like a dictator by demanding quote-unquote loyalty from his FBI director. Comey told the OIG that it was, quote, this utterly unexpected one-on-one dinner, close quote, that, quote, started him into, started, I thought it said startled for a second, started him into the practice of, quote, drafting memos to document his one-on-one interactions with President Trump. Comey said that, after dinner ended at about 8 p.m., he went home, opened his personal laptop, and started typing Memo 2. Comey told the OIG that he finished drafting Memo 2 before going to bed that evening, but, quote, went back in the morning and looked at it, and he was sure there were minor corrections that he made based on a night's sleep, close quote, because he dated it January 28, 2017. Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings on Memo 2, and told the OIG that in drafting Memo 2, he, quote, intended to write an unclassified summary of the encounter with the president. Okay, I have to check something real quick. Make sure I'm where I think I am. Okay, so I'm going to put on clouds. It might take me a couple minutes, but I will be right back, I promise. There we go. Oh, King. Well, all right. Thanks for stopping by, good sir. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. And it's really nice of you to show up. And hope you can tell friends, family, neighbors about the show and bring them along next time. And, of course, Laura, thank you for bringing King James in. I do apologize for taking so long. It turns out Picasso Nose is not here. She was chatting remotely, which means I had to make my own tea, which didn't take as long as normal, or as long as it used to, because I haven't been turning the heater off lately. I let it stay warm, so the preheat is instantaneous. Okay. We've got 3 authors in the chat now. We've got Laura and Jason and now King James. Very, very popular authors. Okay, we were right here. Comey said that after reviewing Memo 2 on his personal laptop on January 28, 2017, he used his personal printer to generate 2 paper copies of Memo 2, which he referred to as 2 originals, placed handwritten page numbers in the upper right-hand corner of each page, initialed the last page of each original, added a handwritten date, January 28, 2017, and then deleted the electronic file from his personal laptop. Comey explained to the OIG that he is, quote, a manic about hacking of his personal devices, close quote, and that he is, quote, obsessive about deleting files from his personal accounts, close quote. He told us that he, quote, never keeps any emails, personal emails, unquote, and tries, quote, to maintain an almost maniacal hygiene about records, close quote. Yet you steal them and leak them. You lie in them, you don't classify them properly, you hand them out to people who do not have clearance to hold such documents, yet you have a quote, maniacal hygiene about records, close quote. You want to try to explain that one, James? Just, kind of slide into it a little bit and give us some hint of what the hell's going on in your mind. David says he's more of an editor. Editors are great. I like to think I have decent editing skills, not terrific. I'm still a little rusty on my semicolon usage. I mean, I know what they're for. I just sometimes don't do a very good job of discerning where they should go. But as far as quotes, parentheticals, things like that, I have a knack. I'm not an expert, but I have a knack. When asked about why, in light of these concerns, he did not write this memo on the FBI unclassified or classified computers available in the Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, SCIF, the FBI had installed in Comey's home, Comey stated that, quote, he wasn't thinking about it belonging to the government. He thought, this is for me, end quote. So he used his, quote, personal unclass system, close quote. I don't have to say anything. A couple of footnotes here at the bottom. Footnote 61. According to Comey, President-elect Trump told Comey that he hoped Comey would stay on as FBI director during the January 6, 2017 ICA briefing and again during the January 11, 2017 telephone call. Yeah, so what? He thought that you would do a good job and that you weren't biased because of the way you handled the Hillary situation in late October of 2016. He thought that showed that you played by the rules. He hadn't really gotten the information from the IG report and just how badly you mishandled the classified documents problem with Hillary, although Trump had an inkling of it. You seemed like an honest guy. Nobody knew that you weren't. Footnote 62. The FBI had outfitted Comey's home with a SCIF, which is an access control facility used for review of information derived from intelligence sources or methods referred to as sensitive compartmental information, SCI. Comey's home SCIF contained unclassified, secret, and top-secret SCI enclaves, with a secure printer and a safe in what Comey described as, quote, a very, very small windowless closet in his basement, where he said it, quote, was always about 110 degrees. Comey said that when he was working at home on unclassified material, for example, a speech, he would draft it on his personal laptop, then forward the draft to his FBI account, instead of working in the SCIF, which he described as a sweat box. I'm sure there's no way you could have put a fan in the door. Comey told us that he put one original in his personal safe at home, where he stored personal, family-related, quote, things that mean the most to him. Comey acknowledged that, quote, in theory, his wife also had access to this safe, but told us at the time she did not have a key and did not know where he kept his key. Comey told us he took the other original to FBI headquarters the following Monday morning and gave it to Rybicki with instructions for Rybicki to show Memo 2 to McCabe and Baker, then retrieve it and keep it at FBI headquarters in Rybicki's possession. Comey told the OIG that he might, I'm reading the second sentence already. Comey told the OIG that he gave the second original to Rybicki because Comey thought the memo might be necessary at some point to protect myself and to protect the FBI, close quote. Comey explained that was because he was, quote, also thinking about the FBI. He made sure a copy was kept by Jim Rybicki, close quote. Comey told the OIG that he drafted Memo 2 in a different style than Memo 1 because he, quote, thought about it differently, close quote. Comey said that, in his mind, Memo 2 was, quote, for me, also the FBI, but honestly at this point I was thinking about me, close second, the FBI, close quote. How unusual. He told us that he viewed Memo 2 as, quote, a personal aide-memoire. And that, I think I got that right, personal aide-memoire. And that's why I did like this, on my personal device, non-FBI systems, and that I kept one of the originals in my safe, my personal safe, not the bureau's. I had a bureau safe, but I didn't put it in the bureau safe because I didn't think of it that way. This guy's been through several rounds of training on document classification. And he thinks a conversation with the president that he memorializes isn't classified material. It doesn't need to be treated as such. It's a work product of the FBI. It happened because he's FBI director. It wasn't a conversation at Kroger like David had. Come on. Jesus, Comey. Comey told the OIG he created Memo 2 because he viewed Trump as fundamentally dishonest, close quote, and, quote, was worried very much that Trump would say, I had said some things at this dinner that were not true, that I had promised him something, that I had given him assurances about something, close quote. Comey said he saw that possibility as, quote, dangerous to me, but also to the FBI, close quote. Comey told the OIG during during the dinner, the president asked for his loyalty, and that in that moment, Trump was not, quote, asking me for my loyalty because I'm a government employee. He wanted my loyalty personally. And if President Trump were sitting here, I think he would consider that a personal conversation. I want you lashed to me. So Comey can make up anything he wants about Trump's intentions. He can make up the fact that he thinks Trump is dishonest, and the FBI runs with it. Comey's opinion. Nothing had been done to alter the secure relationship Trump had established with Comey. Nothing. But Comey puts it out there that Trump is dishonest. And because he is God in the Department of Justice, people pay attention to it. To continue. When pressed on why he viewed the dinner at the White House as a personal interaction as opposed to an official interaction, Comey characterized it as a, quote, mix, because he was, quote, director of the FBI and a human being, close quote, and he felt that he needed to protect himself and the FBI by being, quote, able to remember what Trump said to me, what I said to him, for both of those purposes, close quote. Comey also acknowledged that it was, quote, hard to separate himself from the FBI, close quote, because the personal assurances that Trump sought from Comey were linked to the power Comey had held as FBI director. Again, conjunction on your part, Comey. You have no proof. You have no actual reason to think the way that you did, except to set Trump up. And again, these are not memos. These are 302s. He's talking to Trump in such a way to catch Trump in something. That's what they said at the very first meeting between Comey and Trump. He told Trump and was hoping that Trump would spill something to help Crossfire Hurricane. They were setting him up from the very beginning. Again, there's your insurance policy. 4. February 8, 2017, Memo 3. On February 8, 2017, Comey authored a third memo, Memo 3, which summarized Comey's interactions at the West Wing earlier that afternoon with Priebus, then National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, and President Trump. Comey told the OIG he went to the White House on that day because Priebus had invited him. According to Memo 3, Priebus said that the meeting was, quote, a chance to get acquainted, close quote. Memo 3 states that at one point, Priebus asked Comey whether their conversation was, quote, private, and then Priebus asked a question about FISA that Priebus said Comey could, quote, decide on whether it was appropriate to answer, close quote. Memo 3 states that Comey, quote, paused for a few seconds and then said that he would answer here, but that this illustrated the kind of question that had to be asked and answered through established channels, close quote. According to Memo 3, Comey went on to explain that the normal channel, quote, was from the DOJ leadership to the White House counsel, close quote, and that, quote, it was important that communications about any particular case go through that channel to protect the FBI and to protect the White House from any accusations of improper influence, close quote, and that Priebus responded by saying he understood. Memo 3 states that, after meeting with Priebus took Comey, quote, to the Oval Office to greet the president on Comey's way out, close quote, and described Comey's ensuing conversation with the president, which included a variety of topics. Comey told the OIG that he could not remember, quote, for sure, but thought he drafted Memo 3 shortly after the February 8, 2017 meeting. Comey told the OIG he could not remember which of his two classified systems he used to draft Memo 3, but said Memo 3 was, quote, definitely not, unquote, drafted on any of Comey's personal devices. Comey told the OIG that at the time he wrote Memo 3, he considered it, quote, to be a classified memo, unquote, because it contained, quote, some discussion about FISA orders, close quote. However, Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings on Memo 3 when he wrote it, and told the OIG he could not remember why he did not mark any portion of Memo 3 as classified when he created it. Comey also said he did not ask anyone else at the FBI to review Memo 3 for classification once he finished writing it. Someone up there earlier said, David, Von Kettering says CYA is what it's all about. Yes, covering your ass. And Laura completes that with lying. Don't forget lying. That's a great quote about Liberty Valance. Is that from the song, David? I can't remember, but it's very well quoted. Yes, excellent. To continue, Comey told the OIG that, after he finished Memo 3, he printed 2 originals from an FBI printer, initialed each one, kept one original in his desk at the FBI, and gave the other original to Rybicki with instructions to show it to McCabe and Baker, then retrieve it and keep it. Comey told the OIG that, among other than providing the original to Rybicki to show McCabe and Baker, he did not give a copy of Memo 3 to anyone else. Comey also said that, because he considered Memo 3 to be classified, he, quote, did not store it at his home, but stored it in his desk, unquote, at FBI headquarters. Comey told the OIG that the desk drawer where he kept Memo 3 had no lock, but that his whole office at FBI headquarters was a SCIF that was alarmed, locked, and approved for open storage, so he never had to put away classified information. Lots of quotes there. This guy has an interesting method of handling false statements. 5. February 14, 2017, Memo 4. On February 14, 2017, Comey drafted a 2-page memo, Memo 4, regarding his interactions in the Oval Office that day during a multi-person briefing and a subsequent one-on-one meeting with President Trump. These meetings occurred one day after Michael Flynn resigned as President Trump's National Security Advisor, an act that Comey and McCabe were explicitly involved in creating. They set up Flynn, racked him before he even knew what was happening, and the next thing you know, he's been charged with lying to the FBI and loses a very prominent and very important position in the White House, one that I think he would have filled admirably. Another scalp on the wall for Hillary and her minions. To continue, Comey told the OIG that he was at the White House on February 14 for a Homeland threat briefing, and that he had, quote, no expectation, unquote, that he would be meeting alone with the president and having a one-on-one conversation. Memo 4 summarizes Comey's recollection of the individuals who attended the Homeland threat briefing, how the president dismissed these individuals after the briefing concluded, including then Attorney General Jeff Sessions, which left Comey alone with the president, and the subsequent conversation that transpired. I would like to add the word allegedly to that sentence, and the subsequent conversation that allegedly transpired. According to Memo 4, once Comey and Trump were alone, Trump said that he wanted to, quote, talk about Mike Flynn, and that, quote, Flynn hadn't done anything wrong in his call to the Russians, with the Russians. Memo 4 further states that Trump said he, quote, had to let Flynn go because he misled the vice president, close quote. The president, according to Memo 4, then asked Comey about leaks of intelligence and other sensitive information, and Trump went on to state that the leaks concerning Flynn's communications with the Russian ambassador were, quote, terrible. Memo 4 states that Comey responded in part by stating, quote, if people run around telling the press what we do, the FBI's intelligence gathering ability will be compromised. What's that supposed to mean? That's what you're doing. You guys are unmasking people at a record rate, setting them up for perjury traps and other violations of the law just because. Because you lost, they won, and you can't let go of the results. So you ruin people's lives. You try to ruin the President of the United States' ability to govern. And you're worried about the FBI's intelligence gathering ability being compromised. It was compromised when you took office. It had already been compromised when Mueller was in office as FBI director. Look up Mueller's tenure as FBI director, and you will see how many things he screwed up or were screwed up under his watch while he was there. The fact that there are Baker files, Woods files on FBI investigations is directly related to how Mueller's FBI agents ran wild and lied continuously to the FISA court about sources, information, and credibility of sources to get FISA warrants. The FISA court figured it out, called Mueller on the carpet, although he was still in his position at the end of it, inexplicably. But the Woods files were created so that someone could look at them and say, okay, here's where they got that information, here's how they handled that transaction, etc., etc. It doesn't look like the FISA court looks at them, because if they did, Flynn wouldn't have been unmasked. He wouldn't have been caught up. Carter Page would not have been put under FISA. George Papadopoulos would not have been put under FISA. Yep, greatest law enforcement agency in the world. After the discussion of leaks, Memo 4 states that Trump, quote, returned to the topic of Mike Flynn. According to Memo 4, Trump stated, quote, Flynn misled the vice president, but he didn't do anything wrong in the call, close quote. Memo 4 further states that the president then said he, quote, hoped Comey could, quote, see his way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go, close quote. Trump continued, quote, Flynn is a good guy. I hope you can let this go, close quote. Memo 4 states that Comey, quote, replied by saying, I agree he is a good guy, but said no more, close quote. In his June 8, 2017 written statement to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Comey said that he, quote, understood the president to be requesting that we drop any investigation of Flynn in connection with false statements about his conversations with the Russian ambassador in December. I did not understand the president to be talking about the broader investigation into Russia or possible links to his campaign. Well, of course you didn't. Because you were setting up Trump from the start, and you wanted everything to look in the light of bad Trump as possible. Trump liked Flynn. Trump loved Flynn and was very sorry to see him go, especially under such circumstances. So to ask you to see if you could let it go was not an obstruction of justice. It was a way of it was just a way of saying, I really, really like this guy and I don't want the worst to happen to him. It's not illegal. And he never, ever approached you again about Flynn, about handling his case, about how it should be adjudicated. Never. This is the problem with these people. Trump brings up one thing once, and they say he's done it forever, that no one else has ever done it. It's unprecedented. There is no BTE before Trump election. That time frame doesn't exist. It's all ATE after Trump election. That's when time started in the political area. To continue. Comey told the OIG that, after the meeting with Trump, he went home and drafted Memo 4 on his personal laptop in a way that was, quote, very similar to Memo 2 from the post-January 27 dinner, close quote. Comey said that, after he finished drafting Memo 4, he printed 2 originals on his personal computer, initialed both, then put one in his personal safe, and took the other to his office and gave it to Ribicki with instructions to show it to McCabe and Baker, and then keep the original. Personal safe. Again, not the SCIF safe, not the government safe, his safe. Why? So he could have access to it after he was fired, and use it against Trump. To continue, Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings on Memo 4. However, on the last line of the first page of Memo 4, Comey typed into the text, quote, "Note, because this is an unclassified document, I will be limited in how I describe what I said next," close quote. Comey told the OIG he included this note because he, quote, "knew that there might come a day when he needed Memo 4 to protect himself and or the FBI. And so it would be easier to accomplish that goal if it was unclassified. And so if he wrote it and included information that would have triggered classification, he couldn't keep it at home. And he was keen to make sure that he could keep this recollection recorded at home." And why was he so keen to do it? We've already discussed it. So he can leak it to the press and set up President Trump. Let's look at footnote 63 here at the bottom of page 24. On January 24, 2017, several weeks before this interaction, the FBI had interviewed Flynn in connection with its ongoing investigation of him and asked him about his communications with the Russian ambassador. On December 1, 2017, Flynn pleaded guilty to making false statements to FBI agents during that January 24 interview about his communications with the Russian ambassador, in communications that should never have been recorded, that should never have been sent to any FBI agent in order to entrap Mike Flynn. He's going to change his plea. I guarantee it. The FISA court comes out, or the FISA IG report comes out, Flynn's removing his guilty plea. DI Freight Watcher has entered the chat, much to my surprise and delight. Hello, DI, and of course, welcome. It's great to have you here. So, is it raining there? You stuck inside? I know it's not the best time for you to be in here with the summer and all that. I know you enjoy your lovely weather, but I hope it's not so bad outside that you were forced in here. But if it was, or is, I should say, then we're the beneficiary of that. I agree with that, DI. This is the darkest day in our country's history, no doubt. To continue, he said he wrote Memo 4 in this way so that it would be clear that he, quote, was intentionally leaving something out, close quote, if he was later questioned about the contents of the document. In other words, you could make something up. He said he wrote Memo 4 in this way so that it would be clear that he, quote, I'm sorry, I read that. In his June 8, 2017 written statement to SSCI, Comey said he discussed with the leadership team at the FBI his February 14, 2017 interaction with the president. Comey said that he and the FBI leadership team decided not to report this conversation to the Attorney General or to the Deputy Attorney General. Their reasoning was that, quote, Attorney General Sessions would likely recuse himself from involvement in the Russia-related investigations. Parenthetically, he did so 2 weeks later. The Deputy Attorney General's role was then filled in an acting capacity by a U.S. attorney who would also not be long in the role. After discussing the matter, we decided to keep it very closely held, resolving to figure out what to do with it down the road as our investigation progressed. So in other words, you were hiding information from Congress, you lied under oath, just so you could continue to try to railroad Trump on false charges that you had made up to begin with. There was no predicate whatsoever to begin this investigation. It was a witch hunt from the beginning, just like Trump said. Pure witch hunt. And Comey was a witting pawn in the whole thing. Again, he's being driven by Clapper and Brennan. Comey doesn't have an original thought in his head about this. He's doing it all under instructions from DNI. To continue. According to Comey's June 8, 2017 written statement, shortly after February 14, 2017, Comey spoke with Attorney General Sessions and took the opportunity to implore the Attorney General to prevent any future direct communication between the President and me. I told the AG that what had just happened, him being asked to leave while the FBI director who reports to the AG remained behind, was inappropriate and should never happen. He was talking to you about leaks. Maybe he was trying to keep the number of people involved in this leak problem to a minimum, because they were obviously all coming out of the FBI. Why should he involve Sessions? It's your problem. You're the one who's in charge of the FBI. You're the one who's responsible for those leaks. Why should Jeff Sessions be in there when Trump talks to you about doing your job? Maybe he didn't want to make you look bad in front of Sessions. He liked you, after all. Six, March 1, 2017, Memo 5. On March 1, 2017, Comey drafted a 4-line email, Memo 5, to Rybicki memorializing a telephone call he had with President Trump that day. Comey told the OIG that Trump called him as Comey was about to get on a helicopter to travel to an event in Richmond, Virginia, with his former Chief of Staff, Chuck Rosenberg, who was serving as the acting administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time. Comey said that he did not know in advance that the president would be calling him on that day. According to Comey, it was, quote, a very short conversation that happened while Comey was still in the car at the helipad. Comey said, quote, he didn't consider it substantive. Close quote. Comey told the OIG that he drafted Memo 5 on his unclassified FBI mobile device, either from the car or at some point during the helicopter trip, and that it was just a few sentences advising Rybicki that there was not any, quote, any interaction he needed to follow up on, close quote. Comey did not place any classification, dissemination, controls, or other handling markings on Memo 5 and sent Memo 5 to Rybicki via the FBI's unclassified email system. Whack, another one. According to Rybicki's emails from March 2, 2017, Rybicki contacted the Attorney General's Chief of Staff to, quote, relay the substance, unquote, of the March 1, 2017 telephone call between Comey and Trump, and then emailed Comey to report that the Attorney General's Chief of Staff had, quote, expressed his appreciation for the readout, close quote. March 9, 2017 telephone call, no memo. On March 9, 2017, Comey had a secure one-on-one telephone call with President Trump. Comey told the OIG that the secure telephone call was, quote, only business, unquote, and that there was nothing untoward, quote unquote, about the call other than it was, quote, unusual for the president to call the director directly, close quote. Comey said he did not prepare a memo to document this call with the president, but said he had Rybicki arrange a secure call to Attorney General Sessions immediately afterwards to inform the Attorney General about the telephone call from the president in an effort, quote, to keep the Attorney General in the chain of command between Comey and the president, close quote. And this is the part where people who pay attention asked, why didn't you just say to the president right then and there, I'm uncomfortable with these calls because they interrupt the chain of command, Mr. President. Simple, non-confrontational, truthful. It's all you had to say. Instead, you bitch to Priebus and you bitch to Sessions when you knew that Sessions wasn't going to be long in that seat. You knew that because you started the process. You lying piece of... March 30, 2017, Memo 6. On March 30, 2017, Comey wrote a 2-page memo describing a 10-minute telephone call with President Trump at 8:13 a.m. Comey said that there was, that there was no, quote, lead-up to this telephone call. Comey told the OIG that he was having a conversation with Rybicki prior to a morning staff meeting when, quote, the phone rang and it was the White House switchboard and they connected the president, close quote. Comey said that Rybicki, quote, stayed sitting there throughout the call, unquote, but only heard Comey's end of the conversation. Yeah, I'm totally sure you didn't put it on speaker. According to Memo 6, early in the conversation, Trump said that he was, quote, trying to run the country, and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult, close quote. Memo 6 states that Trump, quote, asked what he could do to lift the cloud, unquote, and that Comey explained the FBI was working as quickly as possible on the investigation. Bull hockey. Memo 6 also states that Comey told Trump that, quote, we weren't investigating him and that Comey had told the congressional leadership the same thing, end quote, and that Trump asked Comey several times to, quote, find a way to get that out, close quote. Memo 6 ends by noting that at 10:05 a.m., Comey, quote, called the acting Attorney General, Dana Bente, and relayed the substance of the conversation so he could decide what guidance to give Comey, if any. Again, stick up for yourself, you spineless wimp. But no, he wants to encourage these private calls so that he can continue to memorialize these conversations that he says happened and then use them against Trump. If he had told Trump as soon as it started happening, Mr. President, I'm not comfortable with these private calls. We really need to follow the chain of command here, I think it would have happened. Certainly had to give it a try. But instead, you just bitch and moan to other people. Comey told the OIG that he drafted Memo 6 on his unclassified FBI system. Comey said he intended to write Memo 6 in an unclassified way, the, quote, same as he would have done if he was home, close quote. Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings on Memo 6. Ah! Thanks, Lucy. That was my tea. Thank you. Great. Great job, Kat. Thank you. Got some on the side of my computer here. That's nice. Got some on the top. That's nice too. Oh, there's a lot on the top. Cat. Lucy's the one who always screws everything up. And as you can see, she's incredibly good at it. Almost got it on top of my power button. Came within millimeters of soaking the power button. Got my ream of paper wet. Got my manual to my chassis wet. Yep, everything's great. I love that cat. My socks are wet. This is great. Hey, would you close that door, please? Thank you. Continuing after all that, Comey told the OIG that he drafted Memo 6 on his unclassified FBI system. Okay, I already read that. Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other type of handling markings on Memo 6. Comey told us that when he finished typing Memo 6, he printed 2 originals, dated and initialed them, and gave one to Rybicki. He said it was highly likely, he told Rybicki, to, quote, do what you've done before, show it to Baker, show it to McCabe, retrieve it, hold on to it, close quote. There's a footnote at the bottom of page 26 here. Footnote 64, at the time, Bente was the acting Attorney General overseeing the Russian interference investigation because Attorney General Sessions had recused himself from the investigation and Rod Rosenstein had not yet been confirmed as Deputy Attorney General. We can all see how that confirmation went. Lucky us. To continue. Comey said he thought of Memo 6 as a personal record and thus took the second original home and stored it in his personal safe. Again, it's work product of the FBI. You idiot. Thank you, David, for that compliment. I don't know. I guess I did okay. Maybe my mood stabilizers are working for a change. Don't take that as an endorsement of any product. Let's see. Comey said he thought of Memo 6 as a personal record and thus took the second original home and stored it in his personal safe. Comey said that he likely deleted the electronic copy from the FBI's unclassified system, although he acknowledged it was possible that the electronic copy was still on the FBI's unclassified system. I thought you were like, mentally hygienic about getting these things off the systems. Why suddenly are you not? I love it when they contradict themselves in the same testimony. Comey said that by printing 2 hard copies, then storing one with Rybicki at the FBI and the other in his personal safe at home, he was trying to accomplish 2 goals, which were, quote, were protect myself and protect the FBI, close quote. Yeah, because Trump was just slashing the FBI to ribbons at the time, wasn't he? Cutting their budget, canceling the next class of agents coming in, making you all drive Ford Fiestas. Yeah, Trump was really, really hard on the FBI right then. I can see why you'd need to protect it from the White House. Jerk. 9. April 11, 2017, Memo 7. On April 11, 2017, Comey authored a 1-page memo containing a 2-paragraph description of a telephone call with President Trump. Comey told the OIG that he had no advance notice of this telephone call. Instead, Comey said that on that day he was in a meeting when his administrative assistant told him, quote, the president wants you to call him, close quote, and so I called him. Memo states that Comey returned the president's telephone call at 8:26 a.m. and that they spoke for approximately 4 minutes. According to Memo 7, Trump said that he was, quote, following up to see if Comey did what Trump had asked last time, getting out that Trump is not personally under investigation, close quote. Memo 7 states that Comey responded by saying that he had, quote, passed the request to the acting AG and had not heard back, close quote. In response, Trump explained that, quote, any cloud, even a little cloud, close quote, interferes with the work he's trying to do for the country, according to Memo 7. Memo 7 states that Comey then told Trump how that type of request should be made by the White House counsel to Dana Bente, who was then at the time serving as both the acting Deputy Attorney General and the acting Attorney General for the Russian investigation in light of Attorney General Sessions' recusal. That was easy. Comey told the OIG that, similar to Memo 6, when the telephone call was finished, he typed Memo 7 on his unclassified FBI system at the desk in his office. Comey told the OIG that, at the time he wrote Memo 7, he, quote, didn't consider it to have contained classified information. He said that, once Memo 7 was finished, he printed 2 originals, deleted the electric file from the FBI system, gave 1 original to Rybicki, and took the other original home to store in his personal safe. Comey placed no classification, dissemination controls, or other handling markings on Memo 7. Comey told the OIG that Memo 7 was the last memo he wrote about any interactions with President Trump. Comey also wrote in Memo 7 that he was still awaiting the guidance from Acting AG Bente that he had sought on March 30, 2017, as reflected in Memo 6. An email communication from Rybicki to Comey, dated April 11, 2017, states that Rybicki, quote, noted the Acting Deputy Attorney General of Comey's call with POTUS this morning, including the detail that the White House counsel may reach out to Department of Justice today. Section 10. Handling, storage, distribution, and discussion of the memos while Comey was FBI Director. Excuse me. Let's hear it for Yetis. I hardly lost any tea. Enough to make things wet, but I've still got plenty left. As described above, with the exception of Memo 1 and Memo 5, which Comey sent as emails, after drafting the memos, Comey printed and delivered a, quote, original of each memo to Rybicki to keep at the FBI. Comey told the OIG he considers Memos 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 to be personal documents rather than official records of the FBI. Yeah, because you're Mr. Upright and you do everything by the book. To continue. However, because Comey considered Memo 3, quote, to be a classified memo, unquote, Comey said he never took a copy of Memo 3 home. Comey said he did keep his copy of Memo 3 in his desk at the FBI headquarters because he knew he did not have a legal way of maintaining and preserving classified information in his personal safe at home, and he said he was trying, quote, to be very careful about his obligation to safeguard classified information. So you deliberately wrote conversations with the president in a vague and easily interpretable way to your own ends, and then said, well, this one, I can't keep at home, but all these others, well, they're important to me. Not to the government, not the fact that it's FBI work product. They're important to me. Therefore, I'll keep them in my personal safe at home. To continue. Comey told us that, while he was the FBI director, he did not have a conversation with anyone in the FBI about his view that the memos were personal documents. Of course not. They would have told you to bring them the fuck home to the FBI. Comey also told the OIG that he did not remember discussing classification of the memos with anyone at the FBI. He said that it never occurred to him to put the memos through a classification review to confirm his belief that they contained no classified information. As part of this investigation, we interviewed multiple senior FBI officials, including Rybicki, Baker, and McCabe, to determine who had access to the memos and how they were handled by the FBI personnel. McCabe told the OIG that he believed Comey was trying to limit knowledge about Comey's communications with Trump to a, quote, very, very small group, unquote, of close advisors. McCabe said he thought Comey, quote, didn't want these memos floating around and widely distributed, close quote. Yeah, that's because they would get scrutinized. Trump would have the ability to refute your claims, and you would be stuck trying to explain how you were writing down everything the president said to you, but you never did it with the previous president, even though the previous president was directing the DOJ and the FBI to investigate a rival political candidate during a general election and try to blame it on the Russians at the same time. Bravo, James. You really stuck to your guns. To continue. Comey also told the OIG that he did not remember discussing classification of the memos with anyone at the FBI. He said it never occurred to him that to put the memos through a classification review to confirm his belief that they contained no classified information. That's because, of course, Jim Comey never does anything wrong. As part of this investigation, we interviewed multiple senior FBI officials, including Rebicki, Baker, and McCabe, former FBI officials, to determine who had access to the memos and how they were handled by the FBI personnel. McCabe told the OIG that he believed Comey was trying to limit knowledge about Comey's communications with Trump to, quote, a very, very small group, close quote, of close advisors. McCabe said he thought Comey, quote, didn't want these memos floating around and widely distributed, close quote. McCabe's special counsel, Lisa Page, told the OIG that she thought Comey's, quote, objective in keeping the number of people exposed to the memos incredibly small was an effort to insulate the core team who was doing the Russian investigation from knowing any of this so that it didn't ultimately impact their investigative steps. What did Trump say that would have had anything performative against the investigation? Seriously. That it was a cloud that was hindering his candidacy, or his presidency? That was the whole point. They probably would have created more smoke. To continue. Baker said that Comey told him his concern at the time was the president's perceived, quote, effort to influence the investigation filtering down to the people actually working on the case and impacting the ongoing investigation, and therefore only a very small group that was informed about the interactions. Rebicki told the OIG that, when Comey finished each memo, he gave Rebicki an original of each, which Comey initialed in blue ink so that Rebicki could maintain originals of the memos at the FBI. According to Rebicki, he kept the originals, quote, in a locked drawer in his desk, close quote, for which he had the only key, even though his office was approved for open storage of classified information. Yeah, because Comey just left his in an open drawer. I wonder why the difference. Rebicki told the OIG that Comey said he also made a copy of each memo, which Comey marked, quote, copy. Rebicki said Comey in each instance either gave the copy to McCabe or gave the copy to Rebicki to give to McCabe. Rebicki told the OIG he also thought Comey showed some of the memos to Baker. Rebicki also said he did not know at the time that, quote, the copy instructions were for the folks to read it and give it back to the director, close quote. I seem to remember something that we read previously where the interviewees, could have been Page, could have been Rebicki, could have been Baker, I think it was actually Page, denied any knowledge of these memos. Said that they had maybe heard about them through casual conversation. But here she is giving a specific ruling in her mind, a specific point of view about those memos. A very detailed point of view. All of them. I wonder. Rebicki told the OIG he also thought Comey showed some of the memos to Baker. Rebicki also said he did not know at the time that, quote, the copy instructions were for those folks to read it and give it back to the director, close quote. Rebicki said he did not know, quote, if Comey maintained these copies or destroyed them after McCabe and Baker had seen them, destroyed them, close quote, after McCabe and Baker had seen them, and did not know that Comey was keeping copies of some of the memos in his personal safe at home. Rebicki also said he was not aware at that time whether McCabe or Baker kept any copies of the memos. Rebicki said Comey authorized him to show the Deputy Chief of Staff at least some of the memos, but that, to Rebicki's knowledge, she did not maintain separate copies. Baker told the OIG that with respect to Comey's interactions with Trump, Baker, quote, would have an oral conversation with Comey about what had happened, and Comey would say something along the lines of, Rebicki has the memo. If you want to look at it, go get a copy from him. That's the way to keep people from knowing it to a minimum. Baker said that sometimes Rybicki would give him a copy of a memo, and sometimes Rybicki would give him the original, which Baker would read and give back to Rybicki. According to Baker, prior to Comey's removal as director, Rybicki, quote, had the complete set and Baker had a copy of some of them, close quote, which Baker said he kept in his office safe. Baker said if he wanted to review one of the memos, he would take it out of his safe and read it in his skiff. He told the OIG that, at the time, it was really his understanding that the small group of people who had access to the memos, quote, really didn't want anyone to know the director was recording at this level of detail his interactions with the president, close quote, because any perception that Comey was, quote, keeping book, unquote, on the president would upset any effort to have an effective and ongoing working relationship. Yeah, in other words, Trump wouldn't have appreciated your making up conversations with him in what he thought were private interactions, and then you memorialize them as basically 302s, yet the director keeps them in his personal safe for no other reason than to be able to leak them to the press when he feels it's necessary. Yeah, you guys are right on top of things. According to Baker, one of the reasons no one conducted a contemporaneous classification review of the memos was that, as a practical matter, only 4 or 5 people actually knew about them before Comey was removed. Baker said he did not, quote, worry about the classification, close quote, of the memos because he believed they were, quote, not going to go out the door, close quote, of the FBI. If you're FBI, you don't think they're going to get leaked? Seriously? Man, these people are incompetent and delusional. Baker also said that at the time he presumed, quote unquote, Comey was keeping copies of the memos in his office somewhere and did not know that Comey was storing any copies of the memos at his home. Baker told the OIG he, quote, just assumed the memos were government records because they're related to official business, close quote. Baker told the OIG that he remembered having a, quote, series of conversations with Comey concerning how to handle the one-on-one interactions with the president, during which Comey and Baker discussed, quote, what Comey should be saying, what he shouldn't be saying, should he be having these interactions, should he not, what should the role be of the department with respect to the interactions with the president, and what should the director insist upon with respect to interactions with the president. In other words, should Comey insist that these conversations go through the department? Should he insist that the DAG and AG be aware of them? Or should he quickly notify the DAG and AG about what was going on and the substance of these conversations? Baker said that eventually he urged Comey to tell the president that if the president believed he needed information or wanted to communicate something to the FBI about a pending matter, such a communication had to go through the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General, close quote. Baker thought that Comey communicated this to Trump, quote, towards the end of these interactions. Right. Waited until the last minute. McCabe told the OIG that he remembered seeing all but one of the memos at the time they were written. He said Comey showed him copies of the memos, and they discussed them. McCabe told the OIG he thought Comey was also sharing the memos with Rybicki and Baker. McCabe said his practice was to read each memo, then give it back to Comey or shred it because, quote, it wasn't necessary for him to retain a copy. His understanding, quote, at the time, was that Comey was going to preserve a copy and that Comey's chief of staff was going to preserve a copy, close quote. McCabe told the OIG he assumed that Comey was keeping his copies at the FBI and never discussed with Comey whether he had a set at home. Of course, why would you? Comey never did anything wrong, so why would he take FBI work product to his house and keep it in a personal safe? I mean, it doesn't even enter the normal mind that that's happening. So why would you bring it up? because McCabe didn't want you to. I'm sorry, because Comey didn't want you to. We're still reading McCabe here. McCabe forwarded it memo 1 to Page. See, she got memos. She said she knew nothing about them, yet McCabe was forwarding them to her. Page told the OIG that Comey had met with the, quote, team conducting the Russian investigation after his January 6, 2017 meeting with Trump, and both told us of the substance, and also forwarded memo 1 to members of the team to upload into the case file, quote, because it was, I'm sorry, that was, the case file, was that the end of the quote or the beginning of the quote? Doesn't matter. Case file because it was central to investigative activity. Page told the OIG that McCabe also allowed her to look at memos 2, 3, and 4, but asked her not to share them with anybody. Page said that, on her own, she decided to make and keep copies of these memos because they were, quote, just of the nature that she felt like there should be one other copy somewhere else, close quote. Well, you people really know how to keep the lid on document distribution. Fantastic. Hey, Ray. Yes, sir. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. I have a feeling this is going to go long, folks. I may have to make this a 2-dayer. We'll have to see. I don't know what the appendix is like, so we'll have to just follow through and see what we get. IG investigations are like a box of chocolates, after all. Excuse me. Not going to happen. To continue. Where's my mouse? There we go. She told the OIG that she did not know if others in the FBI were keeping copies of the memos. Page told us that she kept her copies of these memos in her office, which was a SCIF, inside her safe. FBI Assistant Director for the Counterintelligence Division, E.W. Priestap, told us that Comey orally described some of his conversations with Trump without showing Priestap copies of the memos. Priestap told the OIG that it was his impression that Comey briefed him on these conversations because, quote, these were extremely important topics, close quote, that could impact the work of the FBI. How? Seriously, how? Priestap said he believed Comey was telling him about these interactions with President Trump, not because Comey was, quote, loose-lipped and wants Priestap to find this interesting. He's communicating with Priestap because of our responsibility in looking at all the things we're looking at in an open investigation, close quote. In addition, while he was FBI director, Comey allowed his former chief of staff, Chuck Rosenberg, to review Memo 2, which described Comey's dinner at the White House with President Trump. At that time, Rosenberg was serving as acting administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration and held an active TS-SCI security clearance, but had no official need to know about Comey's interactions with President Trump. Rosenberg told the OIG he did not know whether the version of Memo 2 he received was a draft or the final version. He said that he was at Comey's house during the weekend after January 27, 2017 White House dinner. According to Rosenberg, Comey handed him a laptop. Rosenberg read the memo on the laptop screen and then handed the laptop back to Comey. Comey told the OIG that it was, quote, possible he allowed Rosenberg to review Memo 2, but stated he did not remember sharing it with him. However, Comey told the OIG that he remembered telling Rosenberg about the telephone call with President Trump on March 1, 2017, which was memorialized in Memo 5. So we have differing memories here. Rosenberg said specifically that Comey handed him a laptop that contained the memo, and Rosenberg read it. Comey says it's possible Rosenberg saw the memo on his laptop. So in other words, he's trying to shade the truth, but he knows there's another person out there who can confirm what happened. Therefore, he has to at least allow a possibility that it had occurred. Because if he says flat out right, no, it didn't happen, boom, line to the Inspector General. So here's a footnote at the bottom here, footnote 65. McCabe told the OIG he did not remember seeing a copy of Memo 5, the March 1st, 2017 four-line email from Comey to Rybicki, at the time it was created. To continue, Comey said that during the telephone call with Trump, Rosenberg was waiting for Comey in a helicopter to travel to Richmond, Virginia. Comey said he told Richmond about the January 27, 2017 dinner with Trump at the White House when Comey and Richmond met for lunch in late January or early February 2017. Comey told the OIG that Richmond was a close friend of his who had been, quote, on site at the FBI lot, close quote, because Richmond worked as a special government employee until February 2017. Comey said he did not show Richmond the January 28, 2017 memo at that time, but just described to Richmond the, quote, crazy story about the president's wanting Comey's loyalty. Crazy story or outright lie? To continue, Benjamin, I don't know if that's Witz or Wittis, we'll just say Witz, the editor-in-chief of the Lawfare blog, wrote an article on May 18, 2017, describing what Comey had told him about Comey's interactions with President Trump. So now, Comey's just putting it all out there, all the work product, to a news person. In the article, Witz described the lunch he had with Comey on March 27, 2017, during which Comey told Witz about the, quote, hug Comey received from Trump during the January 22, 2017 reception for law enforcement officials in the Blue Room of the White House, the March 1, 2017 telephone call Comey received from Trump prior to boarding the helicopter, and a more general comment that, quote, Trump had, quote, asked for loyalty, and that Comey had promised him only honesty, close quote. Well, you said you'd be honestly loyal, actually. Witt's article stated that, quote, Comey never told Witz the details of the dinner meeting, and that Witz only learned that there had been a dinner meeting later from published media reports. Comey told the OIG that he remembered having, quote, lunch with Ben Wittes in March, and told him the Blue Room story because it was an amusing story. However, Comey told the OIG he did not think he told Witz about the dinner with Trump at the White House. Okay. Sorry, I had to just look at that paragraph a second time and soak it in. How Comey was talking to the press on March 27th of 2017 and discussing his interactions with the president to a press person, which generated an article. And Comey was worried about keeping the number of people who knew about the memos as small as possible. That makes perfect sense. Comey's March 20, 2017 congressional testimony on FBI's Russia investigation. This is Section C. On March 20, 2017, Comey testified before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence at a hearing titled the Russian Active Measures Investigation. During the hearing, Comey acknowledged that the FBI had an open investigation involving Russian interference in the 2016 election, but refused on at least a dozen occasions to answer questions about the scope of the investigation or to specify who was under investigation. For example, in his opening statement, Comey said the following, quote, before I get into that, there's a fairly involved footnote down here that I want to get into. This is footnote 66. Discuss Richmond. Richmond's appointment date as an SGE, that's a special government employee, was June 30, 2015. Richmond said his work as an SGE involved assisting in matters related to, quote, challenges to law enforcement and intelligence collection from increasing end-to-end encryption and making automatic practices across various tech spaces. I know the word, I've said the word before, I just can't get it out right now, so I paraphrased. He said he received, quote, no money for his work and, quote, stopped doing any outside work in order to comply with the requirements of an SGE status, close quote. As an SGE, Richmond had an active security clearance up to the TS SCI level. Richmond's resigned as an SGE in February 2017, but his security clearance remained active until he was debriefed and read out by the FBI on July 12, 2017. Okay, so technically, the documents that he received, he was protected by his security clearance. However, those documents were obtained fraudulently. Is he on the hook for passing fraudulent documents? Documents that are not FBI cleared as home, as safe to keep in one's home, as not FBI work product? Did he have any kind of culpability in passing that information on to the newspapers? Well, it was still classified when he passed it on. I take that back. MO4 was not classified. So he did not give any classified material to the press. So I'm talking out of school there. I apologize. Sometimes I get a little too deep in the conspiracy stuff. Thank you for allowing me that bit of bloviating. Okay, so to continue. For example, in his opening statement, Comey said the following: I have been authorized by the Department of Justice to confirm that the FBI, as part of our counterintelligence mission, is investigating the Russian government's efforts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election, and that includes investigating the nature of any links between individuals associated with the Trump campaign and the Russian government, and whether there was any coordination between the campaign and Russia's efforts. Because it is an ongoing, open investigation and is classified, I cannot say more about what we are doing and whose conduct we are examining. I know that this is extremely frustrating to some folks. I hope you and the American people can understand. The FBI is very careful in how we handle information about our cases and about the people we are investigating. Our ability to share details with the Congress and the American people is limited when those investigations are still open, which I hope makes sense. We need to protect people's privacy. We cannot do our work well or fairly if we start talking about it while we're doing it. And the leaks were continuous. You sanctimonious liar. You mendacious, tall sack of crap. To continue. When questioned by a member of Congress as to whether the FBI was investigating Flynn's conduct, Comey acknowledged the public's, quote, intense interest, close quote, in the FBI's work, but noted, quote, we can't do it well or fairly to the people we investigate if we talk about it, so I can't comment, close quote. No, but you can leak it to the press. At another point in the hearing, when Comey was asked by another member of Congress whether FBI investigations sometimes conclude without a finding of wrongdoing, Comey replied, quote, that's one of the reasons we don't talk about it, so we don't smear people who don't end up charged with anything. Unlike your July 5th, 2016 press conference, where you laid out everything that Hillary Clinton did wrong, all the things she did that broke the law, and then said that she's too stupid to know she was breaking the law. She had no intent because she doesn't know what she's doing. So we're letting her go. Even though it wasn't your call, it was the Attorney General's call, but we knew that the Attorney General wasn't going to prosecute anyway. So you just had to stand up there and look like you were the virtuous one. You were taking one for the team, when it was all a lie. It was all a lie. And footnote 68. House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence invited former Deputy Attorney General Sally Yates to testify on March 28, 2017, at an open hearing into the Russian active measures campaign targeting the 2016 presidential election. Notice it doesn't say targeting Trump or involving Trump. It says election. That means Trump and Hillary. Right? Wrong. In advance of her scheduled appearance, Counsel for Yates contacted the department regarding the congressional hearing and her ability to testify about her communications while she was Deputy Attorney General with the Office of Counsel to the President regarding Flynn. The department advised Yates' counsel that Yates should maintain the confidences of department internal communications and decisions. The department further told Yates' counsel that Yates should consult with the White House about the scope of her testimony regarding communications with the White House because such communications implicated privileges owned by the President, and that Yates did not need to obtain separate consent from the department to testify regarding her White House communications. Subsequently, Yates' counsel informed the Office of Counsel to the President by letter of the HPSCI invitation to Yates to testify, Yates' willingness to testify, and that Yates would not disclose during her testimony any classified information nor any information that could interfere with the ongoing criminal or intelligence investigations. The letter concluded by stating that if Yates' counsel did not receive a response by the morning prior to the scheduled hearing, he would conclude that the White House was not asserting executive privilege over Yates' communications with the White House regarding Flynn. Yates' counsel received no response from the White House. The HPSCI hearing was ultimately canceled. Did anybody here see the film, All the President's Men? The time period that ruined journalism in America? Dustin Hoffman, who played Bernstein, is on the phone with the source. And he says to the source doesn't want to answer the question directly. He doesn't want to give the information that Bernstein wants straight up. So Bernstein says, okay, here's what I'll do. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1. Could have been from 1 to 5. Whatever. If you don't say anything, by the time I'm done counting, I'll assume that what I proposed to you at the beginning of the call is correct. So he counts down, or counts up, whatever. Reaches 5, reaches 1. Not a word on the other end of the phone. So he runs with the story. They print it. And the next day, Bernstein gets a call from this guy, and this guy is furious. And tells Bernstein, in no uncertain terms, that Bernstein printed the wrong information, that he did not agree to that, and he would never source for Bernstein again. That is how good a reporter Bernstein is. Bob Woodward is the one who ran that investigation. He was the one who had Deep Throat as his source, who turned out to be, if I'm not mistaken, the he's second in command at the FBI, the acting, I can't get it right. Anyway, the deputy director of the FBI. We just found that a couple years ago. But that was their main impetus for the rest of that investigation. They found out about the plumbers through the court. Woodward was covering the court when these guys were brought in. And he's like, this is something. And so they started pulling at the threads. But they got to a point where they couldn't get any further. And then Deep Throat stepped in and walked them through the rest of the investigation. Yeah, but Bernstein's a piece of shit. To continue with footnote 68. On May 8, 2017, Yates testified at the Senate Judiciary Committee's public hearing on Russian interference in the 2016 United States election. Yates was not given any further instruction in advance of the hearing by either the Department or the Office of Counsel to the President. During her testimony, Yates described non-classified aspects of communications she had with White House counsel Don McGahn about the risk of Flynn being subject to blackmail by the Russians as a result of his providing false information to Vice President Pence. In response to questions from a committee member regarding both the timing of the disclosure to McGahn concerning Flynn and the discussion that Yates had with McGahn about Flynn, Yates made reference to the related fact of an FBI investigation of Flynn. Yates, however, did not provide during her testimony any information. Did not provide during her testimony information about the then ongoing Flynn investigation, nor any internal department discussions or decisions. In testimony before the same committee 5 days earlier, on May 3, 2017, when asked about notification to the White House regarding Flynn, Comey also acknowledged that Flynn had been interviewed by the FBI in a complete setup in response to questions from a committee member. At the time of this testimony, Comey was still FBI director. Like Yates, he did not provide during his testimony information about the then ongoing Flynn investigation or any internal department discussions or decisions. Okay. Section D. May 9, 2017 removal of Comey as FBI director. On Tuesday, May 9, 2017, at 5:03 p.m., President Trump removed Comey as director of the FBI. Comey was visiting the FBI Los Angeles division when he was removed. He returned to Washington, D.C. on the FBI aircraft that night, and at approximately 2 a.m. on May 10, 2017, Comey's protective detail drove him to his home. Comey reported to Rubicki that he locked his FBI devices and materials into his skiff at home around noon on May 10, 2017, and took nothing out of the skiff. FBI witnesses told the OIG that, as part of Comey's removal, President Trump directed Comey not be allowed back into FBI headquarters. The FBI complied with that directive and, according to Rubicki, quote, made sure the director's office was locked down, quote, the evening of May 9, 2017. Comey told the OIG that when he was removed as FBI director, he had 4 memos, Memo 2, 4, 6, and 7, in his personal safe at home. He stated that he did not notify anyone at the FBI that he had retained these documents. He told the OIG that he, quote, had them there for quite a while, end quote, and that because he viewed them as personal documents, like his will or his passport, it, quote, never would have occurred to him, close quote, to give those back to the FBI. He also stated that he did not seek permission of the FBI to retain these memos because he did not consider them to be FBI records. I know the rules, but when I think about it, they don't apply to me, so I can do what I want. That's Jim Comey. To continue, Comey told the OIG that the day after his removal, or, quote, very shortly thereafter, he retained attorneys Patrick Fitzgerald, David Kelly, and Daniel Richman to provide, quote, advice and counsel in connection with Comey's termination, close quote, as FBI director, and any post-termination legal issues that might arise. E. FBI efforts to secure information and devices from Comey's office and home. On May 10, 2017, the morning after Comey was removed, a supervisory special agent was appointed to secure and inventory Comey's office. The SSA told the OIG that he confirmed the office had not been accessed by Comey or anyone else after Comey's removal, and therefore he positioned himself so that, quote, no one from the inventory team could leave the office with any items that didn't come past him, close quote. The SSA told the OIG that, quote, every item that came out of that office went on an inventory sheet, close quote. At the time that the SSA conducted the inventory, he was not aware that Comey had drafted the memos. According to the inventory, no hard copies of any memos were found in Comey's office. I thought he kept, 3 in his office? I think it was 3. In an unlocked desk drawer? I wonder where it went. During a portion of the inventory, the FBI Assistant Director for the Office of Integrity and Compliance provided guidance to the inventory team about which items were government property and which items were Comey's personal property. The type of personal items found in Comey's office included photographs, books, coffee mugs, and a hockey puck. If anybody remembers Don Rickles, calling someone a hockey puck was one of his favorite insults, and I think it fits quite nicely in here. To continue. The items designated, quote, Director Records Government Property, close quote, were detailed on 12 pages of inventory sheets, sealed in 10 boxes, and delivered to the FBI's Record Management Division. Items determined to be personal property were detailed on 24 pages of inventory sheets, sealed in 23 boxes, and placed in a separate secure storage area at FBI headquarters until they could be returned to Comey. Following removal of these items, the inventory team resecured Comey's office. On May 11, 2017, the SSA returned to Comey's office to inventory, remove, and secure the electronic equipment. On May 12, 2017, the SSA and 2 other SSAs went to Comey's residence to inventory and retrieve all FBI property from Comey's home SCIF. They were accompanied by Rybicki and then FBI Associate Deputy Director David Bowditch, who went into another area of the home with Comey while SSAs inventoried and removed the government property, including electronic devices and documents. No hard copy versions of the memos were found in Comey's home SCIF, and Comey did not tell the FBI that he had copies of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 in his personal safe. Go figure. Comey, Mr. Eagle Scout, Mr. Too Tall to work in the FBI. D.I. Freighter Watcher, you hockey puck. LOL. I do remember Don Rickles would be the SJW gulag for his comedy. Oh, D.I., he probably would have been assassinated by now. I think several people would have rushed the stage with long knives and done a Julius Caesar to him. Especially if he had been in Portland. He probably would have suffered an acid attack in Portland. David Von Kettering says, not telling is lying. Absolutely, sir. Lying by omission is lying. F. FBI preservation of the memos. Rybicki told the OIG that on the morning of Wednesday, May 10, 2017, Page contacted him to request a full set of the memos. Rybicki said he, quote, asked her if the request was coming from McCabe, and she said yes, unquote. Remember, Page didn't know nothing about those documents. Rybicki said that he was, quote, surprised when he learned that Page already had copies of some of the memos because he, quote, didn't think anybody maintained a copy, close quote, other than him, and didn't know how she got them. And again, she said she never knew about them. Rybicki told the OIG that in response to Page's request, he made 3 sets of copies, one for himself, one for Page to give to McCabe, and one for Baker. He said he distributed the copies, but kept one set of the copies and the originals in the locked drawer in his office desk. Rybicki told the OIG that other than Memo 1, none of these originals or copies had any classification markings on them. Let's just read this footnote real quick. It relates to whether or not McCabe had requested this full set of memos. Footnote 69, Page told the OIG that she did not think McCabe asked her to assemble copies of the memos. She said she thought she did it on her own because she, quote, knew that it needed to get done. To what end, Page? To what end? You're not telling us that. To continue. Priestap told the OIG that he received copies of the memos from Page. Priestap's then Deputy Assistant Director for Counterintelligence Division, Peter Strzok, told the OIG that Priestap instructed him to upload the memo into the FBI Sentinel case management system, an instruction Strzok said he understood to be relayed from McCabe and Baker. Strzok told the OIG that he participated in, quote, getting the memos, reading them, scanning them, and making sure they were serialized into Sentinel, into our case files so that there's a record there. So again, keeping the dissemination to a minimum. John Hartman says, Frank Sinatra once saved Don Rickles' life with 2 words, That's enough. Sounds like a possible button guy interaction. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's see. So there's a record there. Strzok said he thought he did this, quote, a night or two after, unquote, Comey was removed, but told the OIG that the memos he uploaded were, quote, the raw ones without classification markings. Strzok also said that the set of memos he initially uploaded was missing one or more of the memos and that he didn't have a, quote, complete set until later. Strzok told the OIG that he helped enter the memos into the FBI's document management system as a part of an electronic communication that was marked secret. All of the FBI senior leaders interviewed by the OIG stated that the memos were official government records. For example, McCabe described the set of memos as a, quote, record of Comey's official engagement with the president, close quote, that was created by Comey in his role as FBI director. McCabe told the OIG further that, after Comey's removal, the FBI took steps to ensure that the memos, quote, were preserved in FBI systems as FBI records, close quote. Baker told us the memos were related to official business and that they were discussed in the office in connection with Comey's official responsibilities. Rybicki told the OIG that since Comey's removal, Rybicki had treated the memos as FBI records. Rybicki also said he could not remember Comey ever indicating to him that Comey viewed the memos as personal papers. Priestap characterized the memos as documents, quote, produced by the director in his capacity as director. They're FBI work product, close quote. What have we been saying this entire reading? FBI work product. Come here, microphone. FBI work product. It is obvious on their face that these memos are FBI work product. Anyone with a scintilla of gray matter understands that. Yet Comey, Mr. Big Brain, rationalizes that he doesn't need to classify those because he was circumspect in his descriptions of what happened. Well, dude, if you're describing what happened at all, it's FBI work product. It has to be classified, it has to be kept on FBI property, and it has to be documented as such. Again, he was being led by the nose by Clapper and Brennan to do all this, to set himself up for being fired so that everything could be blown open and their insurance policy would be fulfilled. Laura Weekly says she once saw Don Rickles live for New Year's Eve. Oh, man. What a great treat. I saw George Carlin a couple times, once on New Year's Eve, but I consider that a high point of my comedy career. First time we saw him, though, he was not on his game. It was a bad concert. The guy who opened for him, whose name I cannot remember, and I'm embarrassed for saying that, was insanely hilarious. And when Carlin came out on stage, he bombed. He just bombed. But the second time we saw him, about 20 years later, on his game. What a lifetime that man led. To continue. All of the FBI leaders interviewed by OIG stated that the memos were official government records. For example, McCabe described the set of memos as, quote, a record of Comey's official engagement with the president, close quote, that was created by Comey in his role as FBI director. McCabe told the OIG further that, after Comey's removal, the FBI took steps to ensure that the memos, quote, were preserved in FBI systems as FBI records. Baker told us that the memos were related to official business, quote unquote, and that they were discussed in the office in connection with Comey's official responsibilities, quote unquote. Rybicki told the OIG that, since Comey's removal, Rybicki had treated the memos as FBI records. Rybicki also said he could not remember Comey ever indicating to him that Comey viewed the memos as personal papers. Priestap characterized the memos as documents, quote, produced by the director in his capacity as director, their FBI work product, close quote. FBI personnel with paper copies of the memos told the OIG that they kept them locked in safes in their offices. Excuse me just a second. I got to stretch my back. Sorry about that gut shot. I should have put the clouds on. Live and learn. Live and learn. At least I'm wearing pants. G. May 11, 2017 article in the New York Times. On May 11, 2017, the New York Times published an article entitled, "In a Private Dinner, Trump Demanded Loyalty. Comey Demurred." The May 11 article described the January 27, 2017 one-on-one dinner between Comey and President Trump in the green room of the White House, which Comey had memorialized in Memo 2. The New York Times cited as its source, quote, two people who have heard Comey's account of the dinner, close quote, and reported that, quote, during dinner, Trump asked Comey for a pledge of loyalty. Okay, let's look at the sourcing here. Two people who have heard Comey's account of the dinner. That's hearsay. In fact, that's double hearsay, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly one. They were removed by two levels from the actual conversation. They weren't there, and they heard it from Comey. How can you possibly use that as a source in a news article with a definitive statement that Trump demanded loyalty? Comey demurred. And we know that one of those people was McCabe, and the other most likely was Comey himself. Oh, Skullcrime, no, there's no dress code. I won't say that I've always worn pants during these, but I won't say I never have. Let's just say they're optional. But I would never frighten you. Okay, to continue. The May 11 article stated that, according to the account of the conversation from Comey's associates, Comey told Trump that Comey would give him, quote, honesty, but Trump pressed Comey on whether that would be honest loyalty. Actually, it was the other way around. Trump pressed for loyalty, and Comey said he would give Trump honest loyalty. The May 11 article then stated that, according to Comey's associates, Comey stated, "You will have that," close quote. The May 11 article also reported on other details of the dinner, including that Comey tried to explain his role as FBI director and told Trump that the United States was best served by an independent FBI and Department of Justice. The May 11 article also reported that, and again, those were things that were not in the memo, according to anything we've heard. King James, welcome back. Okay, Department of Justice. I'm sorry for these long pauses. It takes me a little while to get my eyes recaged from reading the chat to reading the articles again. That's part of the delay there. The May 11 article also reported that, and here's a quote, Comey described the detail of his refusal to pledge loyalty to Mr. Trump to several people close to him on the condition that they not discuss it publicly while he was FBI director. But now that Comey has been fired, they felt free to discuss it on the condition of anonymity. Right. Bravo, FBI. Fidelity, bravery, and integrity. All the way. Lying Saxon. There's a footnote here. Footnote 70. Strzok's recollection matches Rybicki's statement that he did not print out a copy of Memo 5 and distribute it as part of the set of memos until after Comey reminded him of the email during a May 15, 2007 telephone call as described below. Excuse me just a moment. We're going to lose Picasso Nose for a little while, folks. She's got to run an errand, help out her mom, who's a great gal. My mother-in-law is the best. Compared to my first mother-in-law, she's freaking Saint Teresa. In addition, the May 11 article, back to the text, referred to the January 6, 2017 briefing at the Trump Tower, which was memorialized in Memo 1. The article's description of the Trump Tower briefing did not contain any classified information that is referenced in Memo 1. Richmond confirmed to the OIG that he was one of the sources for the May 11 article, although he said he was not the source of the information in the article about the Trump Tower briefing. Richmond said he knew about Comey's January 27, 2017 dinner at the White House because Comey had told Richmond about it sometime in the winter of 2017 while discussing, quote, job challenges that Comey was facing and how hard his job was getting, close quote. Winter of 2017? Wait a minute. Thought he was fired in 2017. Why would he be talking about how hard his job was getting if he didn't have a job? I'm not sure about that. Back to the text. Richmond told the OIG that he learned Comey had been fired when a reporter for the New York Times called Richmond's cell phone in the evening of May 9, 2017 to ask, "What the hell is going on?" quote unquote. That's the kind of a question I would lead off as a reporter. Not, do you know that James Comey's been fired as the FBI director? Do you have a statement? Do you want to talk about it? But no. What the hell's going on? As if the New York Times was directly involved in personnel decisions at the FBI. Richmond said he and the reporter had, quote, been friends for some time, close quote, and the reporter was one of several journalists who frequently called Richmond to ask questions about, quote, various news stories in the federal criminal world, close quote. Richmond said he told the reporter what he remembered about Comey's dinner with President Trump, including the honest loyalty piece. Quote. Richmond also said that at the time he had not seen a copy of Memo 2, and the information Richmond provided to the reporter did not involve reading from a memo. Yeah, so it's hearsay, hearsay, hearsay. You're not even referencing the memo now. You're just going off what you know, what you've been told. During his interview with the OIG, Richmond was asked to review the last page of Memo 2, which described the president's comments about returning telephone calls from leaders of foreign countries. The copy of Memo 2 is shown to Richmond by the OIG was redacted so that the names of the countries which the FBI determined to be classified as discussed below in Section 4N were not identified. Richmond told the OIG that he had not disclosed any information to anyone from Memo 2 about the president's statements regarding returning telephone calls from foreign leaders or any specific country names. We showed Baker, McCabe, and Page the portion of the May 11, 2017 article that says the information came from, quote, two people who have heard Comey's account of the dinner, close quote, and asked them if they knew who the two people were. They each told us that they did not. Rubicki similarly told the OIG that he did not provide the contents of any memos to anyone outside the FBI. When we asked Comey whether he knew who the two sources were for the article, he said that he was highly confident Richmond was one of them, but that, I don't think I know who the other one is. Dude, it's you. It's freaking you, and you know it. Comey further stated that Richmond was not speaking to the New York Times at Comey's direction for the May 11 article. I don't believe that either. And footnote 71 here, Richmond told the OIG that Memo 1 was not one of the memos that Comey shared with him. Yes, Harley, hello. Where you at, sweetie? There you are. On May 12, 2017, President Trump released a tweet stating, "James Comey better hope there are no tapes of our conversation before he starts leaking to the press." I remember that tweet very well. Comey told the OIG that he was, quote, aware of the tweet, but didn't pay much attention to it because at that point in time he was, quote, trying to block it all out, close quote. Dude, you were doing your best to lobby for the special counsel, and you know it. You know it. Brennan and Clapper had you dancing like a puppet on the end of strings, and you were doing their bidding by careening along that course to get Trump so badly damaged that a special counsel would be imperative. Copies of the memos are provided to the OIG. Shortly after Comey's removal, a set of the 7 memos was provided to the OIG by a department employee who claimed whistleblower status. This individual viewed the memos as an extremely sensitive document and was concerned that there should be a separate set deposited somewhere for safekeeping. The OIG handled and stored all 7 memos consistent with the requirements for classified information, even though only Memo 1 had any classification markings at that time. J. Comey provides scanned copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to his attorneys via email. As described in this section on May 14, 2017, Comey transmitted copies of Memos 2, 4, and 6 and a partially redacted copy of Memo 7 to Fitzgerald, who was one of Comey's personal attorneys. Comey told the OIG he thought of these memos as his, quote, recollection recorded, like a diary or personal notes. Comey also said he believed, quote, there's nothing classified in here, and so he thought he could share them with his personal attorneys. Comey told the OIG that, before sharing these memos with his attorneys, he redacted the second paragraph of Memo 7, which contained a discussion of foreign affairs during which Trump asked Comey to, quote, follow up on a specific matter. Comey told the OIG he redacted this paragraph because it was, quote, utterly unrelated to what I was seeking their advice and counsel about, close quote. He, quote, did not consider that paragraph classified, unquote. He just thought it, quote, it was irrelevant, close quote. So instead of just leaving that section of Memo 7 off, where you could have scanned it and blocked that section out, you redacted it to make it look like there was confidential official information in there that had to be protected. You did that deliberately, Comey. You made it look like you were hiding classified information because you were, but you're calling it irrelevant because you didn't want to get in trouble with the OIG for admitting that you knew you had confidential information in your personal safe, in your personal possession. Keeps trying to have it both ways. He's going to get charged, folks. He's going to get charged. Don't you worry. Whatever comes down the pipe, the FISA, whatever, Comey's going to get charged. Will he go to jail? I don't know. None of us know. Will he plead? Will he get a jury? If he gets a jury in District of Columbia, he'll probably get off. They're as liberal comes. Skullcram says, these leaks are just the ones we know about. Surely Comey leaked much, much more we do not know about. Oh, I agree completely, Skullcram. I believe completely that you are right. Comey told the OIG that before sharing these memos with his attorneys, he redacted the second paragraph of Memo 7, which contained a discussion of foreign affairs during which Trump asked Comey to, quote, follow up on a specific matter. Comey told the OIG he redacted this paragraph because it was, quote, utterly unrelated to what I was seeking their advice. I'm sorry, I already read all that. Please excuse me. There we go. Comey said that he used the personal scanner at his home to make a copy of Memo 7, then used a marker to black out 15 lines from the second paragraph of the copy of Memo 7. Comey also placed an index card in which he handwritten the word redacted over the center portion of the blacked out paragraph, further obscuring most of the second paragraph of Memo 7. When Comey was finished redacting, the second paragraph read, "He then switched topics, redacted, then said that I was doing a great job and he wished me well." The call ended. A copy of the redacted version of Memo 7 Comey created is contained in Appendix B to this report. Comey then used his personal scanner to create a portable document format file containing 4 of the Comey memos, unredacted copies of Memos 2, 4, and 6, and the redacted copy of Memo 7. On May 14, 2017, Comey attached the PDF to an email from his personal email account and sent the email and PDF attachment from his personal laptop to Fitzgerald's personal email account with instructions for Fitzgerald to share the email and PDF attachment with Kelly and Richmond. Two footnotes here at the bottom of page 37. Footnote 72. During the June 2017 classification review, the FBI marked 15 words from this paragraph as classified, all of which have been obscured by Comey's redactions. Compare the version of Memo 7 in Appendix A of this report with Comey's redacted version of Memo 7 in Appendix B. And footnote 73, Comey told the OIG that he used his personal shredder to shred the redacted copy of Memo 7 after he had scanned it, instead of returning the redacted copy to his personal safe with the other memos. Not a guilty conscience whatsoever. To continue, Fitzgerald received the email and PDF attachment from Comey at 2:27 p.m. on May 14, 2017. Fitzgerald forwarded the email and attachments to Kelly on May 17, 2017 at 7:35 a.m. and to Richmond on May 17, 2017 at 10:13 a.m. Richmond told the OIG that when he received the email attachments from Fitzgerald, he accessed the files from his computer, read them, and downloaded a copy into a separate file on his computer. Richmond said he did not make any paper copies of the memos. Fitzgerald also forwarded the email and attachments from his personal email account on May 17, 2017 at 4:47 p.m. to another email account belonging to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald then saved the PDF attachment onto his computer, after which he said he placed the incoming email from his personal email account into the deleted items folder. Comey told the OIG that he did not notify anyone at the FBI that he was going to share these memos with anyone and did not seek authorization from the FBI prior to emailing these 4 memos to Fitzgerald. Comey told the OIG that he deleted his electronic versions of the email and the PDF attachments that he sent and did not retain a hard copy of either. Right. Okay. May 15, 2017, Comey's Chief of Staff informs SSA of existence of Comey memos. According to notes maintained by the SSA in charge of inventorying Comey's records, on May 15, 2017, Rybicki notified the SSA that there were additional documents belonging to Comey stored in the reception area near the former director's office, in desk drawer safes belonging to Comey's administrative assistant, and in Rybicki's office. These documents were collected into 2 boxes and, among other things, contained 6 of the original memos. The SSA notes reflect that Rybicki also told the SSA about a 7th document, Memo 5, that Comey had sent to Rybicki on March 1 via the FBI's unclassified email system, and Rybicki provided the SSA with a copy of the email. There's footnote 74 here. Rybicki told the OIG that he had not kept Memo 5, which is in the form of an unclassified email, with the other memos and did not remember Memo 5 until he spoke with Comey on the telephone on May 15, 2017. Rybicki said that during the telephone call he quote, was trying to describe to Comey how we were being very careful about maintaining records and things like that, and then the memos came up, close quote. Rybicki said he could not, quote, recall why or for what purpose, close quote, they were discussing the memos. Rybicki said that the telephone call, quote, sparked my memory that there was one document, Memo 5, that I didn't turn over or I didn't maintain in the file, and therefore didn't sort of turn over. Rybicki told the OIG that after his May 15 telephone call with Comey, he located an electronic copy of Memo 5, printed it out, and gave copies of it to the SSA and McCabe to keep with the other memos. Rybicki said that Comey did not refer to the memos as personal files during the May 15 telephone call, and that Rybicki was not aware that Comey had a partial set of the memos at his home. Yeah, good idea giving copies to McCabe. Nothing's going to go wrong there. SRS 4859. Welcome. Glad to see you back. We're still going strong here. I think we're getting near the end of the OIG report, and then we'll have the appendix. We'll see. But it's only 5:15 real time, so we've at least got a little over an hour and a half to go. So we'll see what happens. This may turn out to be a two-parter. We'll see. To continue, the SSA told the OIG that this was the first time he learned about the existence of the memos. According to the SSA's notes, Rybicki told the SSA that he did not tell anyone about the memos during the May 10 inventory because he understood the process to only include Comey's office. The SSA inventoried the 2 additional boxes of documents, including the memos, and then transferred the 2 boxes to RMD's custody. It's a fairly lame excuse, Rybicki. I can see why you're not there anymore. Section L. Comey provides Richmond digital photographs of Memo 4 via text message on May 16, 2017. Comey told the OIG, unplugged my headset, reaching down to pet the cat. Silly me. Okay, to continue with Section L. Comey told the OIG that on Tuesday, May 16, 2017, he, quote, woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning like struck by a lightning bolt, close quote. Oh, God, if only, if only. He said he suddenly realized that if, as the president had said in his May 12, 2017 tweet, there were tapes, then Comey's version of his one-on-one conversations with Trump could be corroborated. In particular, Comey told us he thought that the president, quote, would be heard on tape asking Comey to let Flynn go, close quote, as Comey had documented in Memo 4. Comey said he also realized that quote, Trump will eventually figure out he shouldn't have said that, and he may well destroy the tapes, so somebody needed to preserve them. Comey said he was, quote, lying there playing this in my mind. And I thought, you know what, I can actually do something. That if I put out into the public square that encounter, that will force DOJ likely to appoint a special counsel to go get the tapes. Or even if they won't do that, it will force them to go get the tapes. And the puppet masters walk their doll into final position. Comey told the OIG he lay awake thinking the tapes could be preserved, but only if I spur the appointment of a special counsel by putting this out. On the morning of May 16, here comes the great part, folks. On the morning of May 16, Comey took digital photographs of both pages of Memo 4 with his personal cell phone. Comey then sent photographs via text message to Richmond. Comey told the OIG he transmitted this copy of Memo 4 to Richmond on May 16 because Comey, quote, had a specific assignment for him, close quote. Yeah, handled by Brennan and Clapper. Comey told the OIG he knew Richmond had a close relationship with a reporter for the New York Times. You had to repeat that? Seriously? It's been known since, like, the second page of this damn report. You sent it to Richmond the first time, specifically because of that relationship with the New York Times. And we're supposed to think you just thought of it now. Comey told the OIG he knew Richmond had a close relationship with a reporter for the New York Times. According to Comey, he directed Richmond, quote, to share the contents of this memo, but not the memo itself, with the reporter, close quote. Comey also said that, although Richmond was his attorney at the time, Comey, quote, didn't intend to assert any kind of privilege about the direction he gave to Richmond. Comey told the OIG he directed Richmond to share the contents of Memo 4 with the New York Times because, and here's a quote, I had a conversation with the President of the United States. It was unclassified on February the 14th. Dude, you talk with the President, it's classified. I'm a private citizen. I can talk about conversations I had with the President of the United States. Again, false. I happen to have that conversation enshrined in an accurate way in this memo. Again, false. So to ensure that the newspaper gets the most accurate account of my recollection, again false, I'll send the memo to Richmond. Tell him use this, don't give them the memo, but use this to communicate the substance of it. Such pathetic meanderings to try to stay out of trouble. First rationalizations, and then, well, I didn't give them the memo, which is the work product, which I felt wasn't work product anyway. I just had Richmond give the gist of it. Not good enough. Not good enough, James. Memo 75. On May 16, 2017, Richmond had not yet received copies of the memos from Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald sent the email containing memos 2, 4, 6, and a redacted copy of Memo 7 to Richmond on May 17, 2017 at 10:13 a.m. Continuing. Comey told us he needed to do this because it was something he, quote, was uniquely situated to do because he was now a private citizen, unquote. He told us that by speaking out or enabling someone else to speak out, it would, quote, change the game and create, quote, extraordinary pressure on the leadership of the Department of Justice, which Comey did not trust, to appoint someone who the country can trust to go and get those tapes. Bravo. You pulled off the insurance policy at the direction of Brennan and Clapper, but you pulled it off. And you ruined the country for nearly 2 years. And you still poisoned the image of the president in such a way that he can't even make a joke in a tweet without the press ramming it down our throat that the Trump is a racist, that he is Hitler, that he is Stalin and Mussolini. They don't compare him to Mao very often because the Marxists in this country love Mao. Never mind the 50 million people he starved to death. To continue. When asked whether he considered that his disclosure of this information would significantly affect FBI equities, he told the OIG that he would, quote, frame it differently, end quote, as an issue of, quote, incredible importance to the nation as a whole, close quote. Comey said he took the actions he took because he, quote, was doing something I had to do if I loved this country, and I loved the Department of Justice, and I loved the FBI, close quote, which is why you were leaking continuously while you had FBI personnel in close financial relationships with D.C. and New York reporters, and you did nothing about any of it. That's the guy who wants to maintain the FBI. To continue. Comey told the OIG that notifying the FBI and Department of Justice about his plans before disclosing the contents of Memo 4 was not something he could do if I care about this country, close quote. Comey said that he did not want to put the leadership of the FBI, quote, in an impossible position by notifying them ahead of time, because if he asked them to approve of what he was planning to do, quote, they'd have to tell the leadership of the Department of Justice that the former director is contemplating doing this, close quote, and Comey believed it was, quote, better that he not engage them, close quote. Accordingly, Comey stated that he did not notify anyone at the FBI that he was going to share the contents of the memo with Richmond or the media, and that he did not seek authorization from FBI to provide memo 4 to Richmond. I think David Von Kettering earlier said that this is making him so angry, and angry in all caps. Forgive me if I misattribute it, but yeah, this is as bad as anything I've read so far, except maybe for the Papadopoulos testimony. The Papadopoulos testimony was horrific, what they did to that man. This is talking about what Comey did to Trump, but at least we know this part is over. That it was a swing and a miss for Comey and Brennan and Clapper, and that Trump still has a fairly good popularity rating among the American people. It's not great, but it's good. And every Republican in this country is voting for him. Continuing. We asked Comey why he used Richmond rather than providing the information directly to the media. Comey told the OIG that at this time there was, quote, an army of reporters and cameras at the end of his driveway, close quote. He said he thought about talking directly to them, but decided that would be, quote, crazy. Quote, like feeding seagulls at the beach, close quote, and would, quote, create an expectation that I will then be their media rep, close quote. Dude, you're the one with the information. You're the one with the memos that you feel are not confidential, that you feel belong to you. If you are such a pussy that you can't leak the information yourself, then I don't know why Richmond even hangs out with you. His standards for friends must be extremely low. Maybe it's just because of the power. It must be nice to know the director of the FBI, to be able to have that kind of access to criminal proceedings in the federal government that enriched Richmond through dealings with the press. Maybe that was it. But as a person, as someone that I would want to be associated with, James Comey does not even make the list of people I don't want to know. He is so far beyond that list, so far below that category, that I can't even put a name to it. To continue, Comey said he did not want to be interviewed or answer any follow-up questions. He told the OIG at the time that at the time he thought, quote, the smartest thing for him was to just get the information out in a way that he did not have to answer questions to avoid, quote, creating even more of a storm than was already going on. So you put Richmond in the middle of the story. Again, what a friend. Richmond told the OIG that he received a text from Comey containing one memo whose substance he very quickly thereafter passed on to the reporter. Richmond said that the memo he received from Comey did not have, quote, any classification markings or designations connected with it. It was not on government stationery, and in Richmond's view, quote, had all the markings of a personal memo, close quote. Richmond also told the OIG that he, quote, knew the memo did not contain classified information because he, quote, understood that Comey was an original classifying authority and knew that Comey would not put Richmond in a difficult position, close quote. What did we just say? What did we just say? Let me read this bottom footnote here, footnote 76. Comey also told the OIG it was his belief that, even if he never created the memos, as a private citizen, he would be entitled to share the unclassified portions of his recollection of his one-on-one conversations with President Trump. Only if you were a private citizen at the time of the discussion, idiot. He's so smart. Richmond received the text on his personal cell phone and told the OIG that he thought the text originated from Comey's personal cell phone. Richmond told the OIG he did not give a copy of the memo to the reporter. Instead, Richmond, quote, relayed to the reporter the contents of the memo, close quote, in a telephone call. Richmond said he conveyed the contents of the memo to the reporter because Comey asked him to, and Richmond, quote, felt that he was helping a client get information out that was unclassified, unprivileged, that the client wanted to get out that was of enormous national importance. And Richmond thought this was precisely the right thing to do. So you're also a shit attorney, Richmond. When asked whether he was acting as Comey's attorney or as Comey's friend by contacting the reporter, Richmond told the OIG that, quote, he would have to say it was both and that, quote, and that while, quote, one could imagine situations where parsing of that sort was necessary, Richmond never found those occasions arose. You just said it was both. And then you say it would never come up. Wow. Idiot. Comey told the OIG, to continue, that he did not share the photographs of Memo 4 with anyone else, and that after he texted the photographs to Richmond, he deleted the text and photographs from his personal cell phone. How stunning and brave. How stunning and brave. Section M, May 16, 2017 article in the New York Times. On May 16, 2017, the New York Times published an article entitled, Comey Memo Says Trump Asked Him to End Flynn Investigation. The May 16 article described a meeting in the Oval Office in February 2017, during which, according to a memo, Comey wrote shortly after the meeting, close quote, President Trump asked Director Comey to end the federal investigation into Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn. That's not what he said, even if you go by what Comey said he said. The May 16 article described the meeting in detail, stating that Comey had been in the Oval Office that day with other senior national security officials, but that Trump told those present, including Vice President Pence and Attorney General Jeff Sessions, to leave the room. The May 16 article stated that once the President and Comey were alone, the President told Comey that Flynn had done nothing wrong and stated, quote, I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy. I hope you can let this go. The words attributed to President Trump as direct quotes in the May 16 article are the same words that appear in quotation marks and are attributed to Trump as direct quotes in the text of Memo 2. Hulk smash. The sources for the May... You wouldn't like to see me angry. The sources for the May 16, 2017 article were described as, quote, a memo Comey wrote shortly after the meeting, close quote, and two people who read the memo, close quote. Again, Comey's one of them. You know it. The May 16 article further stated that, quote, the New York Times has not viewed a copy of the memo, which is unclassified, but one of Comey's associates read parts of it to a Times reporter, close quote. I remember when this story came out, and I was furious that the Times would report on a memo that it had never seen. Again, hearsay after hearsay after hearsay, yet the New York Times can publish it as if it's true, with just a couple weasel words added in there to give them legal coverage. I remember when Trump first mentioned that the Libel Act should be fixed, should be changed, and I thought, wow, that's pretty thin skin, man. You really need to toughen it up a little bit. And then I realized what he was really going through, what they were putting him through. And I think after the midterms, after the general election next year, it's going to happen. He's going to get that law changed to where public individuals have the same protection as private individuals under the libel laws. That ruling by the Supreme Court in the 60s, I think it was 65, for the New York Times about libeling someone is made up bullshit. Nothing in the Constitution gives them the right to rule the way they did. It's got to be changed. To continue. The May 16 article also reported that 2 people had confirmed that, quote, Comey created similar memos, including some that are classified, about every phone call and meeting he had with the president. Again, never did it with Obama. Not once. He meets Trump once, says, you know what, I think this guy's crooked. After Trump told him, when he learned of the investigation into his team about Crossfire Hurricane, he said, get them all. I don't want any of them in my administration. Or words to that effect. I'm not directly quoting. But that's Trump being a liar. Being out to destroy Comey and the FBI. Right. Sack of shit. Let's continue. When asked who the 2 sources were, Comey said he did not know who the source was other than Richmond, but told the OIG it, quote, has to be somebody inside the FBI who saw the memos, close quote, and that the second individual did not share this information at Comey's request. Then it was you. We asked Baker, McCabe, Rubicki, and Page whether they knew the identity of the second source. Each told us they were not the second source and did not know who the second source was. Well, there you go, James. There you go. It's left on your lap. Section N. The FBI's June 2017 classification review of the memos. Following the publication of the May 16, 2017 article in the New York Times, the FBI received numerous congressional requests for copies of the memos, as well as congressional requests for testimony from the FBI concerning the memos and the Russia investigation. The FBI also received numerous requests for the memos under the Freedom of Information Act. In the same general time frame, several congressional committees, including the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, asked Comey to testify. Comey told the OIG he agreed to testify before SSCI, and notified the FBI that he would be testifying. The SSCI hearing was scheduled for June 8, 2017. Because the SSCI hearing would be an open session, the FBI needed to make a clear determination whether there was any classified information in the memos before Comey testified. In addition, Comey requested that the FBI allow him to review the full set of his memos prior to the hearing so that he could prepare a written statement for submission to SSCI and reflect his recollection before testifying. Comey told the OIG that his purpose in requesting to review the memos was, quote, to make sure as he drafted the statement and testified that he didn't reveal any classified information, close quote. Like you did with releasing the memos to the New York Times, right? Kept the lid on the classified information there. Picasso knows. More tea, please. She's on the case.
I gotta grab one of your.
Oh, okay. Give me this one too. Empty. Thank you. Picasso knows to the rescue. Let's see. Did not reveal any classified information. Okay, we're right here. The FBI's classification review of the memos occurred in 2 stages. First, on June 1, 2017, Baker met with the unit chief of the FBI's Counterintelligence Law Unit in the FBI's Office of General Counsel, known as the unit chief, Page and Strzok, to review the memos and make recommendations as to whether any of the information in the memos should be marked as classified. Thereafter, on June 6, 2017, the unit chief met with pre-staff to brief him on the recommendations so that pre-stab can make the final determination on whether any of the memos contained classified information. The unit chief told the OIG that the final classification decision was brought to pre-stab as the OCA who had the jurisdiction over the subject matter of the memos, including the FBI's ongoing investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. We discussed these stages of the FBI's classification review in detail below. 1. OGC review of the memos. The initial review of the memos to identify any potentially classified information was performed by Baker, the unit chief, Page, and Strzok. Strzok characterized Baker, the unit chief, Page, and himself as, quote, a logical subset to sit and go through, close quote, the memos and review them for classification because these individuals had a lot of, quote, history and experience of working investigations relating to the disclosure of classified information, close quote, including the Chelsea Manning disclosures, the Edward Snowden matter, and the Clinton email investigation. Oh yeah, all class activity. Baker was one of the, let's see, Chelsea Manning. She served how much of her sentence before Obama let her go? How much again? Like, not a lot? Baker also had substantial, I'm reading this wrong, let me back up. Baker was one of the designated OCAs for the FBI. Baker also had substantial past experience working with the National Archives on disclosure of classified documents, and characterized that experience as having, quote, sensitized him to the State Department's concern that the release of candid assessments of foreign nations and their leaders might, quote, be problematic with respect to our diplomatic relations, close quote, which was one of the issues involved in the classification review for the memos. The unit chief told the OIG that her day-to-day responsibilities in the FBI's General Counsel's office included, quote, often reviewing the classification guide and helping the agents figure out what is classified, and said that she had some experience assisting FBI OCAs in making formal classification decisions, but stated that she doesn't, quote, do that very often. Page told the OIG that she had been, quote, part of an extraordinary number of declassification reviews over the course of the last 5 years post-Snowden. Now, there had been a lot, because you guys were hiding a ton. To continue. Baker and the unit chief told the OIG that their classification review for the memos differed from the FBI's normal process, which usually involves sending documents out to the agency whose equities are at issue for their classification determination. One of the unit chief's subordinates and assistant general counsel in the counterintelligence law branch, who participated in the classification review for Memo 2, told the OIG that, quote, given the urgency of how quick they were looking at doing the classification review, close quote, the memos were not referred for State Department input. Instead, where the equities at issue belonged to the State Department, the FBI personnel involved in the classification review told us that they relied on their experiences in the Clinton email case. Oh boy. And their familiarity with what the State Department classified in her emails, and used that to determine whether specific statements by the President about foreign leaders were classified. Fox watching the hen house. On June 1, 2017, Baker, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page met to conduct a line-by-line review of the memos. According to Baker, one of the overall issues these individuals discussed was whether it was appropriate to review Comey's decisions about whether the memos contained any classified information, because Comey was an FBI OCA at the time that he wrote the memos. Baker told us that the decision to conduct the classification review was based on the fact that, quote, once Comey was gone, then the burden fell back onto other people to review this material and classify it or not. And so at that point in time, it was up to us to decide, not him, whether we think anything is classified, because we're the ones who are going to hand it out. We're now the responsible parties. Gossonos comes through. Page told the OIG that they all believed Comey had intended to write the memos in an unclassified way, and that his intent was, quote, meaningful, because he authored the documents. Page said, Quote, but our objective was to protect the FBI and not the director. And so it was our assessment, quote, close quote, as to whether the information was classified. Baker told the OIG he remembered Comey mentioning information was classified. Mentioning that he thought he had written the memos in an unclassified way. Strzok said his belief was that, quote, given the low level of this material, Comey simply didn't think it was classified, close quote. Strzok believed Comey, quote, simply thought this was all kind of unclassified for all official use only type of stuff. The unit's chief said she similarly thought Comey, quote, had not classified them, and he himself is an OCA, so he may not have known it was classified when he shared, unquote, the memos. Yeah. Not covering for the director at all. Only thinking about the FBI. Right. Makes perfect sense to me. To continue. Page told the OIG that they approached the memos like a declassification review and tried, quote, to be as transparent as possible while still protecting sources, methods, and other matters which need to be properly classified. Page added that the group was, quote, probably more conservative than not, but that they tried to be, quote, fair and thoughtful as they went through the process. Baker similarly said, that's a tough word for me, that they were, quote, trying to make sure that we protect classified information, close quote, but, quote, on the other hand, we did not want to be accused of overclassifying, close quote. Baker added that they wanted to make sure that whatever they recommended, pre-step would be able to, quote, swear under oath, sign an affidavit, whatever, establishing and defending the classification. Strzok said that in reviewing the memos for the classified information, they tried to make sure they were being quote, rigorous and, quote, objective and by the book. And neither too strict nor too lenient, just absolutely straight down the line on this, close quote. The unit chief told the OIG that during the June 1, 2017 meeting, the participants had some, quote, back and forth discussions about what should be classified, and that, quote, there was definitely a debate over some of the issues. According to Baker, quote, some of these discussions were lengthy, and that the group sometimes, quote, started down one path, then reversed course later, so it took a while to get through them. Strzok characterized the meeting as involving, quote, a lot of discussion about is this classified, and if so why, and where would that fall in the classification guidelines, close quote. None of the participants kept notes of the meeting. How convenient. Comey takes notes of every word he says with President Trump and President-elect Trump because he thinks he's being dishonest. And he wants to protect the FBI. You guys are in the middle of classifying documents that Comey leaked to the press and kept at home in his personal safe. And you didn't keep notes. Wow. And again, I keep going back to Page's testimony that she said she knew nothing about the memos. To continue. Once the group reached agreement, Page placed handwritten brackets around the words in each of the memos that they thought contained classified information. As a result of their review, Baker, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page recommended classifying portions of Memo 2, Memo 3, and Memo 7, which had not been marked classified by Comey. At the time they conducted this review, none of these individuals knew that Comey had shared copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 with his attorneys. The portion of Memo 2 that the group recommended for classification involved a story Trump told Comey about Trump's then National Security Advisor Michael Flynn to illustrate that Trump had concerns about Flynn's judgment. As recounted by Trump, Flynn failed to immediately tell the president about a telephone call from a leader of a foreign country, and Flynn scheduled a return call 6 days later, which Trump viewed as an inappropriately long lag time in light of the country involved. According to Memo 2, conveying how upset he was with Flynn, Trump made a comparison of 3 countries, one of which the memo notes Trump mentioned twice, reflecting Trump's personal views on the relative importance of promptly returning telephone calls from 2 of the countries, but not the third. In its unredacted form, Memo 2 specifically identifies the countries in Trump's comparison and attributes to Trump a direct quote about one of the countries. Baker told the OIG that even if, quote, it's self-evident that, in the geopolitical sense, that some countries are more important than others, close quote, more important than, close quote, others, a comment by the president to that effect could be viewed as disparaging, and thus had the potential to harm the foreign relations of the United States. Strzok said, while, quote, to the average observer, a lot of people would look at this and say, well, that's not classified, close quote, the consensus was that the president's remark would be considered classified by the State Department. The unit chief told the OIG she would, quote, not be shocked if someone else had a different opinion as to whether this was classified information, but that was their, quote, best guess in our attempts to protect as much as possible, so we didn't accidentally cause a foreign incident, close quote. Page told the OIG that the group, quote, thought it was appropriate to simply redact just the names of the countries from Memo 2, and that would protect, quote, the president's ability to speak about other countries and not have that be revealed. The recommendation to precept for Memo 2 was to classify 6 words from 3 sentences in that paragraph as confidential, no foreign eyes, because that was the same level of classification assigned by the State Department to the same type of information in the Clinton email case. So why were you even thinking that it shouldn't be classified if it's exactly conforming to the same classification, the same type of information from the HRC mid-year exam case? Why would there even be any discussion on that? Peter Strzok and Lisa Page were knee-deep in mid-year exam. Pre-step was too. How could they not come to that conclusion immediately? I'll tell you why. Because they wanted to embarrass Trump as much as possible. To continue. After the group agreed on the recommendation for Memo 2, the unit chief showed a copy of the proposed classifications to the Assistant General Counsel and asked for his opinion. The Assistant General Counsel had served as one of the FBI's liaisons for resolving classification issues with the State Department during the Clinton email investigation. The Assistant General Counsel said he agreed with classifying the president's references to the countries in Memo 2 because that was how he believed the State Department would classify these statements. The Assistant General Counsel told the OIG that the FBI's classification guide, quote, doesn't categorize this type of information in the same way, close quote, but that it is the FBI's practice to treat State Department information relating to foreign relations as classified until they can get a definitive ruling from the State Department. He said that the FBI did not seek the input of the State Department on the classification of the memos, quote, given the urgency of how quick they were looking at doing the classification review, close quote. For Memo 3, Baker, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page recommended marking several sections as classified. In their interviews with the OIG, each of these individuals explained that portions of Memo 3 were considered classified because they provided the name of an individual involved in a defensive briefing, discussed information from ongoing investigations, and addressed FISA coverage or implicated foreign relations. In total, they recommended designating portions of 7 paragraphs of Memo 3 as secret, no foreign eyes. As described earlier, Comey considered Memo 3 to be classified when he drafted it, but did not apply any classification markings to it. Gee, go figure. I'm going to turn this light on over here. There we go. That's better lighting. I didn't even wake up the kitty. That's good. That's Piper over there. Can't see her. To continue, with respect to Memo 7, Baker, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page evaluated the second paragraph of this two-paragraph memorandum, which contains the President's assessment of the leader of a foreign country and describes a foreign event that Comey was asked to, quote, follow up on by Trump. Baker told the OIG that, in discussing Memo 7, the group spent a lot of time discussing whether disclosure of the information, quote, could harm to the United States, the national security, the United States, or the foreign relations of the United States in a way that Priestap could defend, close quote. Baker told the OIG that, similar to Memo 2, the President's statements that recorded in Memo 7 had the potential to harm, quote, the diplomatic relations of the United States, the foreign relations of the United States, by disclosing the President's mental view of a foreign leader, close quote. Baker said that, instead of taking out all the words that the President said, quote, they quote, tried to be circumspect with respect to what they were taking out and be sort of efficient and elegant with respect to any redactions. Efficient and elegant. I've seen the redactions you people put on FBI reports that come out due to FOIA requests. It's obvious, once again, that you're bending over backwards to help Comey and make distress for the President. Obvious. To continue, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page likewise told the OIG that portions of Memo 7 were classified to protect the President's assessment of a foreign leader and prevent any impact on foreign relations. Baker, Strzok, the unit chief, and Page ultimately recommended redacting 15 words identifying specific countries or leaders from Memo 7. This recommendation was based on their familiarity with the information the State Department classified in the Clinton email case and their belief that a, quote, discussion about a foreign leader by the President would be classified at the confidential level by the State Department. 2. OCA classification of the memos. On June 6, 2017, the unit chief met with Priestap to review the bracketed portions of the memos and have Priestap determine appropriate classification levels for the information. Priestap told the OIG that he, quote, wanted to have the classification review done before former Director Comey testified so that we'd know what's classified on there and what's not. Priestap told the OIG in the classification process that the classification process was, quote, done very carefully. He said that his role in the process was to determine whether the memos contained classified information or not, but that by the time he made his determination, quote, every line would have been carefully reviewed to highlight for me any potential concerns, close quote. In particular, Priestap said that he had often reviewed documents for classification with the unit chief and that their process was to, quote, go through documents and she'll point out where she might think it's classified, and I'll want to know the reasoning, so on and so forth. And then I can make a final determination, but I can get her or other experts' input before making that final determination. Priestap told the OIG that in this case he followed, quote, that usual practice. The unit chief told the OIG that Priestap, quote, may have had a few questions, but he did not question the decisions about classification designations recommended to him. At Priestap's direction, the unit chief hand-wrote in the classification levels next to the brackets in the text and amended the following handwritten classification block to Memo 1, Memo 2, Memo 3, and Memo 7. and it reads, classified by AD/CD, derived from FBI NSICG dated 2013-0301, declassify on 2042-1231. And two footnotes here. Footnote 77. The unit chief told the OIG that she later realized she used the incorrect declassification date on the memos, as the date should have been computed from the date of their review, resulting in a declassification date of 2042-06-05. So June 5th, 2042, for all of you who are not familiar with military dates. On April 19, 2018, the National Security Council, NSC, redacted the memos for release to Congress by marking out all of the words the FBI determined to be classified and redacting 5 additional words from Memo 2 and 15 additional words from Memo 7. Told you they were trying to hit up the president as much as possible, make Comey look good, and they were being too cute with that with that redaction process. 15 additional words, folks. To continue. The NSC labeled the redacted memos, quote, declassified in part, and cited Executive Order 13526, subsection 14C and 14D as justification for the redactions. To continue. According to the unit chief and page, Strzok added typewritten banner markings at the top and bottom of all 7 memos. Section O. Comey's preparation and testimony to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. As described earlier, Comey agreed to testify before SSCI on June 8, 2017. On the days prior to that hearing, the FBI provided Comey with a set of 7 memos for him to review at home in preparation for the hearing, and Comey returned to the FBI the signed originals of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 that he had kept in his personal safe at his home. We describe below how the details of these events, as well as Comey's responses to questions from senators about his sharing with the memos with others. Let me check my temps here real quick. Beautiful, beautiful. I've got this thing overclocked, 10%, and it's running beautifully. Right now, the CPU core temperature is 115 degrees Fahrenheit, and the system temperature is an almost identical 113 degrees Fahrenheit. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. The fans are running at full capacity. I have to check that, see if that's needed or not, but they're doing a good job. Excellent. Okay, sorry for the interruption. I had to check that. Okay, so, Section 1. Comey's June 7, 2017 review of the memos with the FBI's classification markings. On June 7, 2017, the FBI provided a set of 7 memos with banner and classification markings to Comey to review at his home so that he could prepare for his congressional testimony. At that time, Comey still held a security clearance to review classified material. The SSA who handed the memos to Comey said that Comey reviewed the set of the 7 memos on the back porch at his house for approximately 20 to 30 minutes, but did not take notes. Well, he doesn't have to. He's been reading them to the New York Times and the Washington Post for days by now. He's memorized every one of them. To continue, Comey pointed out to the SSA that the copy of Memo 6 provided by the FBI was incorrectly marked secret on the second page when it should have been marked unclassified. The SSA did not recall Comey indicating that any of the other markings were inaccurate. Comey told the OIG that this was the first time that he became aware that the memos had undergone a classification review, and that when he reviewed the memos that had been marked for classification, he remembered, quote, being struck by the terms they had decided were, quote, confidential. Comey told us that his reaction to the classification markings he was shown was, quote, some seemed reasonable, some seemed overly conservative in his judgment, close quote. In particular, Comey took issue with the classification markings placed on Memo 2 because they, quote, made no sense to him at all, because he, quote, did not see how release of that information damages the security of the United States. Well, of course you don't. You thought all of these were your own personal property instead of work product. Why should anyone believe you could understand how something could be marked confidential or secret or not? You're a blithering idiot, Comey. You're only held up in your job by the DNI. Even Clinton and Obama hated you at the end. To continue. In particular, Comey took issue with the classification markings placed on Memo 2 because they made no sense to him at all. I'm sorry, I read that. To continue. Comey told the OIG he did not understand the president to be insulting one of the countries named in Memo 2, but instead, quote, to be saying it's simply a smaller country, close quote. He was saying it wasn't important to return their calls in nearly the same time frame as another country. You don't think people who call the United States feel that critiques, their questions, their desires are just as important as any other country, and that they would not be hurt or less likely to be amenable to our actions if we blew them off like that out of policy? Come on. Come on, God, what an idiot. To continue. He told us that his reaction was, quote, "Are you guys kidding me?" But that he did not engage with the agents who brought the memos to him for review because those agents had no role in the classification determinations. Footnote here, footnote 78. As described above in Cable News Network, plaintiffs sought public release of fully redacted versions of the memos through a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. In its recent decision, the court addressed, among other things, the FBI's assertion of FOIA Exemption 1, which protects from disclosure properly classified material in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. The court upheld the FBI's classifications of the words redacted in Memo 2, the name of the country, but ruled that the FBI had not carried its burden to support the redaction of the remaining words. All right, to continue. Comey also told the OIG that the fact that he was an OCA at the time he wrote the memos was not necessarily determinative of whether the memos were classified. He said an OCA's role is to make, quote, an initial, quote, judgment, but that, quote, doesn't mean someone with equal good faith and equal experience, or maybe different optics from my experience, might not make a different judgment, close quote. According to Comey, after-the-fact classification reviews, quote, happen all the time. Comey said that he does not, quote, begrudge the classification review for the memos because, quote, it's a legitimate part of the process for someone to go through, close quote. Comey compared being an OCA to being an umpire and said that as an OCA, he had, quote, to make the best judgment he could in the moment, close quote, but that it is, quote, totally legitimate for people to dispute the call after that or say, he blew that one, that was wrong, close quote. Comey told the OIG that, quote, it's the agency who owns the information, close quote, that gets to make the final judgment, and that he has, quote, no standing to make decisions about that sort of thing anymore. Comey said he understood that the obligation to protect the classified information in the memos existed, even though he viewed the memos as personal recollections. And again, we know, you see those as things that you did on your own that you would have gotten from the president had you been a private citizen and invited to the White House several times and called by the president several times. Yeah, no. None of that affects you. 2. Comey returns his copies of the memos to the FBI. Also on June 7, 2017, Comey provided the SSA who came to his home with Comey's signed originals of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7, which were the only memos that Comey said he had retained at his residence. The SSA said he had been advised ahead of time that Comey had memos to give him. The SSA said he took the 4 memos from Comey and provided Comey with a property receipt. The SSA told the OIG he executed a personal property receipt for the memos because, quote, anytime he collects something from somebody, he does a property receipt, just to document the fact that he got it from that person. The SSA told the OIG that Comey did not indicate that he had shared these memos with anyone outside of the FBI, or that there might be an unauthorized disclosure of classified material. Of course not. Of course not. Comey is a distinct and instinctive liar. Why would he possibly tell you about the things he's done when he thinks he can get away with it by merely not saying anything, by lying by omission? Comey's been lying by omission probably ever since he took a job. Any job. He is the least honest, the least capable of acting with integrity of anyone that I've read any of these articles or testimony about. Anyone. Quote, to continue. The SSA told the OIG that Comey did not indicate that he had shared these memos with anyone. Oh, sorry, I already read that. When asked whether the FBI's classification markings raised any concerns for Comey about his storage and transmission of the memos, Comey stated, "Sure, yeah. Two things ran through my mind. Immediately, it's like, could I be wrong? Which is something I'm always trying to ask myself. Could my judgment have been wrong? And if they're classified, what are the implications for that? Because I stored and transmitted. Sure. Yeah, but you gave yourself complete absolution, so it doesn't matter, does it?" To continue. Comey told the OIG that he understood that the FBI would likely conduct an investigation concerning the unauthorized disclosure of classified material, and that he thought that, and said he thought, quote, "that's totally reasonable," close quote. However, Comey told the OIG that he voluntarily gave his signed originals of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to the SSA at his house that day, not because he had concerns that they contained classified information, but, quote, because Special Counsel Robert Mueller asked for them, close quote. When asked if he told the agents that he had shared the memos with his attorneys, Comey told the OIG he had no recollection, trying to read too fast, of telling the agents at his home or anyone else in the FBI that he had shared memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 with Fitzgerald, Kennedy, and Richmond. Comey also said that at some point the FBI learned that he had provided these memos to his attorneys, but that Comey could not remember how the FBI learned that. As described below, the FBI first learned that Comey had shared Memo 4 with Richmond while watching Comey's public testimony before SSCI on June 8, 2017. Comey also never informed the FBI that he had shared memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 with Fitzgerald, Kelly, and Richmond. Rather, the FBI first learned this information from Richmond. 3. Comey's June 8, 2017 testimony. Oh, this ought to be good. Buckle up, folks. Let's see, it's only 10 after 6 real time. We're going to make it. We're doing just fine. 3. Comey's June 8, 2017 testimony. On June 8, 2017, Comey testified before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Comey answered a number of questions from senators concerning their creation, handling, and sharing of the memos, and provided the following information in response to questions from Senator Collins and Senator Blunt. Collins: and finally, did you show copies of your memos to anyone outside the Department of Justice? Yes. And to whom did you show copies? This is Collins again. Comey: I asked. The president tweeted on Friday, May 12th, after I got fired, that I better hope there's not tapes. I woke up in the middle of the night on Monday night because it didn't dawn on me originally that there might be corroboration for a conversation. There might be a tape. And so my judgment was I needed to get that out into the public square. And so I asked a friend of mine to share the content of the memo with a reporter. Didn't do it myself for a variety of reasons. Because you're a pussy. But I asked him to because I thought that might prompt the appointment of a special counsel. And so I asked a friend of mine to do it. Collins: was that Mr. Wittes? No. Who was that? A good friend of mine who's a professor at Columbia Law School. Thank you. And then Blunt: but you said something earlier I don't want to fail to follow up on. You said that after you were dismissed, you gave information to a friend so that a friend could get that information into the public media. Comey: correct. Blunt: what kind of information was that? What kind of information did you give to a friend? Comey: that the Flynn conversation, that the president asked me to let the Flynn, I'm forgetting my own exact words, but the conversation in the Oval Office. You reviewed the memos. You wrote them personally. You've shared them with the press, or caused them to be shared with the press, to be as charitable as possible. Yet you can't remember anything about what Trump said about Flynn, even paraphrasing it. Right. Comey told the OIG that he did not tell Senator Collins about sharing 4 of the memos with his 3 attorneys because Comey was, quote, trying to answer the question that he was asked and not reveal confidential communications with my lawyers. Were they confidential? Wasn't confidential with Richmond. I don't see how any of them were confidential in one sense. I mean, Yes, there's attorney work-client privilege, but this had nothing to do with any case. So is there a loophole there? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Don't know anything about law. I'm just wondering if there's a loophole there for transmitting of material that was illegal. Oh, yeah. There's no client privilege, no attorney-client privilege if the act discussed was an illegal act. Comey transmitted confidential information to these people. These people did not have clearance to handle that information, and Comey did not have permission to have those documents in his personal possession or to leak them. So yeah, there goes your privilege right there. Choo choo. To continue, Comey said that, in his view, there is a distinction between, quote, communications to his lawyers for the purpose of obtaining legal advice and communications to another person who happens to be one of his lawyers to accomplish a task for him, which was, quote, acting at his discretion to release something to the media, close quote. Comey told the OIG that he referred to Richmond as his, quote, friend rather than as his attorney in the SSCI testimony because Comey, quote, didn't consider what he asked Richmond to do privileged, and Comey didn't intend to assert any kind of privilege about the direction to Richmond, close quote. Comey also said that the reason he did not clarify that he had shared more than one memo with more than one person was that, quote, they didn't ask any follow-up questions, close quote. Comey told the OIG that, quote, if they pressed and asked follow-up questions, he would have had to say something like, well, other than confidential communication with counsel, or something like that, close quote. In other words, lie. Lie, 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 lie. P. FBI retrieval of memos from Comey's attorneys. All of the FBI witnesses told the OIG that the FBI first learned that Comey had shared at least one of these memos with someone outside the FBI during Comey's June 8, 2017 congressional testimony. Strzok told the OIG he was watching Comey's testimony with several people, including Baker and Rybicki, and that when Comey stated that he gave the memo to a friend, quote, everybody in the room knew, oh, that's Richmond, close quote. Baker told the OIG he remembered, quote, literally running down the hallway to his office, close quote, with Strzok, finding Richmond's telephone number and getting, quote, Richmond on the phone right away, close quote. Baker, who knew Richmond, said he introduced Strzok and then left the call to watch the remainder of Comey's SSCI testimony. Strzok told the OIG he had asked Richmond to, quote, please preserve anything that Comey had given him. Strzok told the OIG that either during his call or a subsequent one, he told Richmond that what he received might contain classified information. Strzok said that sometime after the initial call with Richmond, he learned that David Kelly and Patrick Fitzgerald might also have copies of some of the memos. Strzok's handwritten notes of his conversations with Richmond established that by no later than June 9, 2017, Strzok knew that all three of Comey's attorneys had electronic copies of 4 memos. Then why did it take you so long to get them out? Richmond told the OIG that he remembered the initial telephone call with Baker and Strzok, but did not have an, quote, extensive recollection of what was said. He said the conversation, quote, went along the lines of, would you give us the memo? Yes, I'll be happy to, close quote. Richmond told the OIG that even though Comey did not reference the other memos in his congressional testimony, at some point during this call or a follow-up call soon after, Richmond, quote, volunteered to the Bureau that if you're collecting the one, you should get the other 3, close quote. The other 3 memos Richmond had received from Comey. Richmond recalled that at some point during these conversations, he also told the FBI that Fitzgerald and Kelly had copies of the same memos. Richmond told the OIG that there was no indication on the memos he received that there was anything classified on them. Excuse me. Richmond said that after the initial conversation with Strzok, he had multiple conversations with members of the FBI about the mechanics and logistical complexities of retrieving the memos from his computer. One of those telephone calls was with Priestap and the unit chief on June 12, 2017. The unit chief told the OIG that, at that point, the FBI leaders were, quote, probably thinking of the situation as a, quote, spill of classified information, quote, but because of the sensitivity of the memos, they did not involve the FBI security division. The unit chief said that she also learned from Richmond during that time, during that call, that Comey had shared 4 memos with each of his 3 attorneys, Richmond, Fitzgerald, and Kennedy. Priestap told the OIG that Richmond was, quote, courteous, cooperative, and willing to give the FBI whatever he had. Priestap also said that by this time, the classification review of the memos, quote, had been completed at least from his end, close quote, and that he was concerned that, quote, there could be classified information, close quote, contained in what Richmond received from Comey. FBI witnesses told the OIG that the FBI's plan was, quote, to have agents go retrieve a mirror copy of the hard drive and then return it to Mr. Richmond with the classified information removed. On June 13, 2017, agents went to Richmond's home in New York to remove his desktop computer. On June 22, 2017, agents returned the desktop computer to Richmond at his home in New York after taking steps to permanently remove the memos from it. While at Richmond's residence on June 22, 2017, the FBI agents also assisted Richmond in deleting the text message with the photographs of Memo 4 from his cell phone. The FBI also took steps, although not until several months later, to delete the memos from Fitzgerald and Kelly's computer accounts. In response to an October 13, 2017 request from the FBI, Fitzgerald voluntarily and promptly provided the FBI, with addresses and identifying information for all of the email accounts belonging to Fitzgerald, Richmond, and Kelly, to which copies of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 had been sent. Between November 20, 2017 and January 16, 2018, FBI agents met with the individuals and IT professionals associated with these accounts and confirmed that the emails and copies of the memos were deleted from the computer systems that had received them. Section 5. OIG Analysis. Consistent with the Inspector General Act and Department regulations, this matter was referred to the OIG in July 2017 by then Acting FBI Director Andrew G. McCabe, following the FBI's determination that Comey may have shared memos that contained classified information with his personal attorneys. Like I said, it's an illegal act, so there's no privilege. At the time, the OIG was also aware of Comey's June 8, 2017 congressional testimony that he had authorized a friend, who was also one of his personal attorneys, to provide the contents of one of the memos to a reporter for the New York Times. Upon completing our investigation, we provided our factual findings to the department for a prosecutorial decision regarding Comey's conduct. After reviewing the matter, the department declined prosecution. In this analysis section, we address whether Comey's actions violated department and FBI policies, or the terms of Comey's FBI employment agreement. We determine that several of his actions did. We conclude that the memos were official FBI records rather than Comey's personal documents. Accordingly, after his removal as FBI director, Comey violated applicable policies and his employment agreement by failing to either surrender his copies of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to the FBI or seek authorization to retain them by releasing official FBI information and records to third parties without authorization, and by failing to immediately alert the FBI about its disclosures to his personal attorneys once he became aware in June 2017 that Memo 2 contained 6 words, 4 of which were names of foreign countries mentioned by the President, that the FBI had determined were classified at the confidential level. A. The memos were FBI records. Comey told the OIG that he considered memos 2 through 7 to be his personal documents rather than official FBI records. He said he views these memos as, quote, a personal aide-memoire, like his diary or like his notes, close quote, which contain, quote, his recollections of his conversations with President Trump. Comey further stated that he kept memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 in a personal safe at home because he believed the documents were personal records rather than FBI records. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Just a puppet. That's all you can say. He's a puppet of Brennan and Clapper because no one else could have acted in such a stupid and reckless manner. I don't see it any other way. I just don't. I mean, Comey's an idiot for sure. It's been proven time and time again he's an idiot. But in this regard, he's a successful idiot. And that's not been his MO. His MO has been a screw-up to make things worse for everybody around him. In this case, he accomplished a goal of creating a special counsel. That was the goal from the start. That was the insurance policy. And Comey played it right down to a T. He read all his lines perfectly. He hit his marks on the stage. And he got what everybody wanted. An investigation into Trump to make Trump look bad, to hopefully force Trump from office due to popular opinion. Or unpopular opinion, however you want it to be. They lined up the media. They lined up the Academy. They lined up Hollywood in a concerted effort to drive Trump out of office because they can't handle losing. Comey is an idiot, but he's the most useful idiot I've seen yet in this dance between the deep state and Trump. To continue. Comey's characterization of the memos as personal records finds no support in the law and is wholly incompatible with the plain language of the statutes, regulations, and policies defining federal records and the terms of Comey's FBI employment agreement. Let's read this footnote here, footnote 79. The OIG learned, as a result of a letter from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, dated September 20, 2017, that the FBI had not yet taken the same actions to mitigate Comey's transmittal of the memos to Kelly and Fitzgerald as it had taken in regard to the transmittal to Richmond. The OIG promptly brought the FBI's attention the need to do so, resulting in the above described actions being taken. So there's the FBI slow rolling an investigation just to make their people look better, to keep them from being embarrassed. To continue. By definition, federal records include, quote, all recorded information, regardless of form or characteristics, made or received by a federal agency in connection with the transaction of public business, close quote. This definition expressly covers any, quote, act of creating and recording information by agency personnel in the course of their official duties, regardless of the methods or the medium involved, close quote. Comey's FBI employment agreement likewise acknowledged that, quote, all information acquired by Comey in connection with his official duties with the FBI remains the property of the United States of America. Of course, Mr. Super Patriot didn't believe that. To continue. Comey's drafting of the memos can only be viewed as the, quote, act of creating and recording information by agency personnel in the course of their official duties, close quote. Each of Comey's meetings with President-elect or President Trump took place because of Comey's official position as the director of the FBI. Comey told the OIG he did not have any type of a, quote, personal relationship with Trump. Comey's memos documented discussions, meetings, and interactions between the president and the FBI director that took place in official settings such as the West Wing and the Oval Office of the White House, or during telephone conversations conducted on Comey's FBI telephone or FBI-issued mobile device. Further, much of the content of the memos was directly tied to FBI investigative activities. For example, Memo 2 concerned whether, at the president's request, the FBI should open an investigation into the, quote, salacious information, quote, to prove it was a lie. Memo 4 included a reference to the president's statement that he hoped Comey could, quote, see his way clear to letting Flynn go, quote, unquote, because the president believed Flynn, quote, hadn't done anything wrong, close quote. And see, there you have it. There's the context of that statement that everybody leaves out. I hope you can see letting him go because he didn't do anything wrong. That's the statement. That's the context of the statement. He didn't just say, Flynn's guilty, you know he's guilty, I know he's guilty, but let him off the hook. He said, Flynn hasn't done anything wrong, therefore you shouldn't prosecute him. That is perfectly understandable and perfectly legal. And that's in Comey's own words. Memo 6 and 7, back to the text, concerned whether Comey, in his role as FBI director, was taking any action to, quote, lift the cloud created by the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. The memos also contained repeated assurances from Comey, as the FBI director, to President Trump that Trump had not been named as a subject in an FBI investigation. Comey's own statements and actions demonstrate the inherently governmental nature of the memos. Comey wrote in Memo 2 that he was attempting to recount in some detail only those parts of the January 27, 2017 dinner conversation that related in some way to his work. That was a quotation. Comey told the OIG that at the time he wrote Memo 3, he knew it contained classified information and therefore never took a copy of Memo 3 home. And let's look at this. Okay, that's all administrative stuff. We don't need to read that. Actually, let me read the very top here of footnote 83, which corresponds with this section right here. 83. Despite knowledge that Memo 3 contained classified information, Comey did not appropriately mark Memo 3 with classification banners, portion markings, or a classification authority block. By failing to do so, Comey violated Executive Order 13526 and Intelligence Community Department and FBI policies governing marking of classified information. There's several notations in here of various rules and laws that he broke. And at the very bottom here, these requirements help to ensure that classified information is handled properly and to protect against inadvertent unauthorized disclosures. However, as described in this report, we found no evidence that Comey shared Memo 3 with anyone who was not authorized to see it, or that he or others inadvertently disclosed it. So he's got that going for him. To continue, Comey's own statements and actions demonstrate the inherently governmental nature of memos. Comey wrote in Memo 2 that he was attempting to recount in some detail only those parts of the January 27, 2017 dinner conversation that related in some way to his work, close quote. Comey told the OIG that at the time he wrote Memo 3, he knew it contained classified information and therefore never took a copy of Memo 3 home. As Comey well knew, classified information is never considered personal property. Rather, it is the property of the U.S. government. I read a lot over again there. I do apologize. I didn't recognize it till just now. To continue, even if the memos contain some amount of personal information, as Comey claimed, this would not change the memo's status as federal records. The FBI's record management policy stated that if a document contains both official and personal information, it, quote, must be treated as a federal record, close quote. In addition, the format of the memos as emails or informal documents does not alter their status as FBI records. Under FBI policy, so long as the records are created, quote, in the course of official duties, unquote, as the memos clearly were in this case, quote, the methods or the medium involved, unquote, does not affect their status as official records. None of the members of Comey's senior leadership team agreed with or defended Comey's view that these memos were personal in nature. Instead, McCabe, Baker, Priestap, and Rybicki each told the OIG that they consider the memos to be records of official FBI business between the President and the FBI Director. McCabe described the memos as a, quote, record of Comey's official engagement with the President, close quote. Baker told the OIG that Comey's memos, quote, were discussed in the office in connection with Comey's official responsibilities, close quote, and Priestap characterized the memos as FBI work product, quote, produced by the director in his capacity as director, close quote. After Comey was removed, the memos were uploaded to the FBI's case management system in connection with an ongoing FBI investigation, and Rubicki took steps to ensure that the original memos were inventoried and preserved with the rest of the director's official records. And we know that the memos were uploaded to the FBI's case management system in connection with an ongoing FBI investigation. We all know that's Crossfire Hurricane. And then ultimately, the special counsel. We all know that's what those were. That's where those went. For the above reasons, to continue, we conclude that the memos are official FBI records as defined by statute, regulations, department, and FBI policies, and Comey's FBI employment agreement. Because they are official FBI records, Comey was required to handle the memos in compliance with all applicable department and FBI policies and the terms of his employment agreement. B. Comey violated department and FBI policies pertaining to the retention, handling, and dissemination of FBI records and information. This was a slam dunk. Comey's actions with respect to the memos violated department and FBI policies concerning the retention, handling, and dissemination of FBI records and information, and violated the requirements of Comey's FBI employment agreement. Below we discuss these violations. 1. Comey failed to return memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 after being removed as FBI director. Comey violated department and FBI policies and the terms of his FBI employment agreement by retaining copies of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 after he was removed as director, regardless of each memo classification level. As a departing FBI employee, Comey was required to relinquish any official documents in his possession and to seek specific authorization from the FBI in order to personally retain any FBI documents. Comey failed to comply with these requirements. And Comey will say in his defense, he was sure those were personal papers and therefore had no relationship whatsoever with Records Retention Act or FBI policies or his employment agreement or anything like that. He just didn't know. So in other words, he's as stupid as Hillary. To continue, under Department of Justice Policy Statement 0801-.02, removal of and access to Department of Justice information, the Department, quote, owns the records and information captured, created, or received during the conduct of official business, close quote. Likewise, the FBI designates all official records and material as, quote, property of the United States, close quote, and requires departing employees to, quote, surrender all materials in their possession that contain FBI information upon separation from the FBI, close quote. This policy is reiterated in Comey's FBI employment agreement, which specifically states that he is required to surrender upon termination of his employment any materials in his possession, quote, containing FBI information, close quote. A department employee who wants to retain department records or information after their employment ends must make a written request, receive approval from the appropriate official, and execute a non-disclosure agreement. As the FBI director and head of a department component, Comey was required to apply for and obtain authorization from the Assistant Attorney General for Administration to retain any FBI records after his removal. Comey violated these department and FBI policies by failing to surrender his copies of memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 upon being removed as FBI director, and by failing to seek authorization to retain them. Comey's explanation for his conduct was that he considered the memos to be personal records, but for the reasons previously described, this assertion is without any legal basis. In view of the clarity of relevant provisions of law, policies, and Comey's employment agreement, the assertion that the memos were personal records was not reasonable. We found it particularly concerning that Comey did not tell anyone from the FBI that he had retained copies of the memos in his personal safe at home, even when his chief of staff, the FBI's associate deputy director, and 3 SSAs came to the Comey house on May 12, 2017 to inventory and remove all FBI property. There's DOJ policy statement here on footnote 87 we'll read. This is from 0801 .02, Section I. The only items that departing employees may remove without department permission are, quote, personal materials or information in any format that is not related to the business of the department, close quote, copies of any unclassified information that has officially been made public, and a copy of the employee's email contacts. Comey's memos were not within any of these categories. 2. Comey improperly disclosed FBI documents and information. Comey violated FBI policies and the requirements of his FBI employment agreement when he sent a copy of Memo 4 to Richmond with the instructions to provide the contents to a reporter, and when he transmitted copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and a redacted version of 7 to his 3 attorneys. We will discuss these violations below. Okay, let's see if I was wrong or not. I probably was wrong, but, what the hell? It was worth a try. Okay, subsection A. Comey's improper disclosure of Memos 4 content through Richmond to a reporter. Comey told the OIG that he made the decision to provide the contents of Memo 4 through Richmond to the New York Times so that the president's request of Comey to, quote, let Flynn go, unquote, would be in the, quote, public square, unquote. At the time, as Comey knew from his works as FBI director, the FBI had an ongoing investigation of Flynn that included examining Flynn's contacts with the Russian ambassador. Comey said he believed disclosing the president's statement would, quote, change the game by creating, quote, extraordinary pressure on the leadership of the Department of Justice, which Comey did not trust, close quote, to appoint a special counsel who would preserve any potential tapes of his conversations with the president. Comey said his view at the time was that, quote, if the world knew there might be tapes of Donald Trump asking me to drop an investigation, there would be tremendous pressure for the Deputy Attorney General to hand it to an independent prosecutor, close quote. And again, Comey's too dumb to think of that on his own. He was pushed and prodded and led by the nose the entire way. To continue. Comey also said he believed that this was something he was, quote, uniquely situated to do, close quote, as a private citizen, but that he chose to do this through an intermediary because he did not want to respond to questions from reporters. Again, Comey's a complete pussy, and he's an egomaniac. Uniquely situated to do. Yet you make an intermediary do it. He did want to be on the record as being the person who talked to them, because I'll bet you the leaks that he provided throughout the rest of his tenure would have come out. Just a guess. To continue. Comey violated FBI policy and the requirements of his FBI employment agreement when he chose this path. By disclosing the contents of Memo 4 through Richmond to the New York Times, Comey made public sensitive investigative information related to an ongoing FBI investigation, information he had properly declined to disclose while still FBI director during his March 20, 2017 congressional testimony. Comey was not authorized to disclose the statements he attributed to President Trump in Memo 4, which Comey viewed as evidence of an alleged attempt to obstruct the Flynn investigation and which were relevant to the ongoing Flynn investigation. Comey clearly considered the comments of Memo 4 highly sensitive. In fact, as he stated in his June 8, 2017 congressional testimony, Comey and other senior leaders of the FBI had decided not to report the president's statements to the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General, and to keep the president's statements, quote, very closely held, so that the FBI leadership could, quote, figure out what to do with it down the road as our investigation progressed. In other words, it was a time bomb that they had manufactured, let Trump light the fuse of, and then instead of telling anyone, hey, we need to put out this bomb, here's what we should do, they figured, we'll just let it go, and then when the time comes, we can put it under Trump and let it blow him up. Once again, the FBI showed zero capability of discerning their duties as law enforcement officers from covert political operatives. And as I said before, best law enforcement agency in the world. Give me a break. To continue. Comey placed in the public domain evidence relevant to the investigation of Flynn, and what he clearly viewed as evidence of an attempt to obstruct justice by President Trump. Rather than continuing to safeguard such evidence, Comey unilaterally and without authorization disclosed it to all. And here's the footnote. On December 1st, 2017, Flynn pled guilty to making false statements to the FBI about his contacts with the Russian ambassador, which was a complete setup, and Flynn will withdraw that guilty plea, and he will win his case. To continue. By his own admission, Comey disclosed the contents of Memo 4 in an attempt to force the department to take official investigative actions, to appoint a special counsel, and preserve any tapes as evidence. When asked by the OIG whether he considered that disclosure of this information would significantly affect FBI equities, Comey stated that he would, quote, frame it differently, unquote. Of course he would. He said that he viewed the issue as one of, quote, incredible importance to the nation as a whole, unquote, and told us he felt that taking action was, quote, something I had to do if I loved this country, and I loved the Department of Justice, and I loved the FBI, close quote. You love yourself. You loved the power. You loved the influence. You didn't want any of the responsibility. You're an idiot and a coward. To continue. However, Comey's own personal conception of what was necessary was not an appropriate basis for ignoring the policies and agreements governing the use of FBI records, especially given the other lawful and appropriate actions he could have taken to achieve his desired end. Let's look at footnote 93 here, which, for example, while the FBI director is not a covered employee, under the FBI Whistleblower Protection Act, Comey could have legally disclosed the information that concerned him to the OIG, the Department Office of Professional Responsibility, the FBI Office of Professional Responsibility, the FBI Inspections Division, and Congress, in addition to the acting FBI director, who had been Comey's deputy director and with whom Comey had previously shared, through Comey's then chief of staff, the contents of Memo 4. As noted above, a department employee who was similarly concerned about the contents of the memos provided copies of them to the OIG. Comey was also free to speak publicly without disclosing law enforcement information about his views of the trustworthiness of the department's leadership, his belief that there needed to be a special counsel appointed, and his belief that comments made to him by President Trump, combined with Comey's removal as FBI director, were an effort to obstruct justice. But no, Comey couldn't do any of that, because he's too smart and he cares too much about the American people and the FBI and the Department of Justice and whatever else he thinks he can wrap himself in to make himself not look like the piece of shit he is. To continue, members of Comey's senior leadership team used the adjectives surprised, stunned, shocked, and disappointed to describe their reactions to learning that Comey acted on his own to provide the contents of Memo 4 through Richmond to a reporter. The unauthorized disclosure of this information that Comey knew only by virtue of his position as FBI director, violated the terms of his FBI employment agreement and the FBI's pre-publication review policy. And then we have footnote 94. As noted earlier, former Deputy Attorney General Yates provided testimony at the Senate Judiciary Committee May 8, 2017 oversight hearing on Russian interference. Sorry, I thought that was a stop there. On Russian interference in the 2016 United States election. Yates' counsel had consulted with the department prior to related testimony that Yates had been scheduled to provide to another congressional committee, which was subsequently canceled. During her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee, in response to questions from a committee member, Yates made reference to an FBI investigation of Flynn. Yates' reference to the Flynn investigation concerned the timing of the department's decision to notify the White House about Flynn, an ensuing discussion between Yates and McGahn regarding the risk of Flynn being the subject to blackmail by the Russians for providing false information to Vice President Pence. Neither Yates during her testimony nor Comey in his May 3, 2017 testimony while still FBI director provided any details about the then ongoing Flynn investigation or described any internal department discussions or decisions. By contrast, as described above, while Memo 4 did not describe internal department discussions or decisions, Comey's disclosure of Memo 4 provided the public with details relevant to the Flynn investigation. B. Comey's improper disclosure of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to his attorneys. Comey told the OIG that he shared copies of Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 with his attorneys to obtain legal representation in connection with his removal as FBI director and any post-removal legal issues that might arise. However, Comey was not authorized to provide these memos to his attorneys without prior approval from or coordination with the FBI. As courts have made clear, federal employees seeking legal advice does not have carte blanche authority to disclose any and all confidential government information to the employee's attorney. Rather, Comey's interest in communicating with his counsel must be balanced against the government's legitimate interest in protecting its information and preventing disclosure of certain types of information, such as national security or Privacy Act protected information. To strike this balance, courts have fashioned protective orders and required private attorneys to sign non-disclosure agreements. Courts also have placed restrictions on the employees' or former employees' further distribution of government information through an attorney in order to prevent any de facto public disclosure. The United States Supreme Court has also recognized the validity and enforceability of employment agreements, like the one signed by Comey, which require a public employee to submit to the pre-publication review process before making public disclosures. Excuse me. By providing memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to his attorneys without seeking FBI approval, Comey took for himself the carte blanche authority expressly denied by the courts in clear violation of the FBI's pre-publication review policy and the requirements of Comey's FBI employment agreement. As a result, Comey not only disclosed sensitive law enforcement information to his personal counsel, but also a small amount of information contained in Memo 2 that the FBI subsequently determined was classified at the confidential level. Okay, so they're not discussing what I was talking about, which was any legal act taking away privilege. But they are saying that Comey violated the law, or at least his employment agreement, by sharing those with his attorneys because he did not have prior approval or coordination with the FBI. Okay. Slightly different take, but the same outcome. Excuse me. Number of court cases listed here. In 98, see Snap v. United States. Finding that by not submitting his book to pre-publication review, a former employee, quote, deliberately and surreptitiously violated his obligation to submit all material for pre-publication review, end quote, pursuant to his employment agreement. And then footnote 100 there at the very bottom of the text. As described above in its recent decision in Cable News Network, the court upheld the FBI's classification as one of the words in Memo 2, the name of a country, but ruled that the FBI had not carried its burden to support the classification of the remaining words. Stretch my back there. How we doing? It's almost 7 o'clock real time, 6 o'clock Central Time. Let's see, where am I at here? Come on, give me a page number. Here we go, 58. I wasn't looking properly. All right, so let's see what we've got here. We got. Oh, haha! Here we go. Right on the home stretch. C. Comey failed to immediately alert the FBI to the unauthorized disclosure of classified information. On June 7, 2017, Comey learned of the FBI's classification decision regarding Memo 2 when the FBI allowed him to review copies of all 7 memos with classification banners and markings in preparation for his June 8, 2017 congressional testimony. Once he knew that the FBI had classified portions of Memo 2, Comey failed to immediately notify the FBI that he had previously given Memo 2 to his attorneys. The FBI's Safeguarding Classified National Security Information Policy Guide, the SCNSIPG, if you will, clearly states that, quote, any person who has knowledge that classified information has been or may have been lost, compromised, or disclosed to an unauthorized person must immediately report the circumstances to his or her security office. Comey violated this requirement by failing to immediately inform the FBI that he provided Memo 2 to his attorneys. The FBI did not learn that Comey had shared any of the memos with anyone outside the FBI until Comey's June 8, 2017 congressional testimony. During his testimony, Comey stated that he provided Memo 4 to a friend to share the contents with a reporter. Comey did not mention that he provided Memos 2, 4, 6, and 7 to each of his 3 attorneys. Based on Comey's testimony, FBI leadership knew that Richmond was the friend to whom Comey had disclosed Memo 4 with instructions to provide its contents to the New York Times. Baker and Strzok immediately called Richmond while Comey was still testifying to make arrangements to retrieve Memo 4. It was only through the FBI's conversations with Richmond on June 8 or June 9 that the FBI learned of the need to retrieve classified information contained in Memo 2, as well as other FBI records, Memos 6 and 7, from each of Comey's 3 attorneys. We do not believe that Richmond's volunteering to the FBI that he and Comey's other counsel had these other memos after the FBI initiated contact with Richmond in order to retrieve Memo 4 fulfilled Comey's obligation to immediately report his disclosure of classified information to unauthorized persons. By not immediately reporting that he had provided Memo 2 to his attorneys when Comey first learned that the FBI had designated a small portion of Memo 2 as classified at the confidential level, Comey violated FBI policy. Conclusion. Let's see here. Let's get to footnote 101 here. As for the other 3 memos that Comey provided to his attorneys, there was no classified information in Memos 4 and 6, and Comey redacted the entire paragraph of Memo 7 that contained classified information before he sent Memo 7 to his attorneys. Compare the version of Memo 7 in Appendix A with Comey's redacted version of Memo 7 in Appendix B. One thing here. If Comey believed that all of this stuff was personal and none of it was FBI work product, why did he redact that last paragraph in Memo 7? Unless he thought it was confidential or secret or whatever, that it would in some way harm a subject of an investigation or harm an investigation ongoing or harm the office of the President of the United States or the DOJ or the FBI. How could that not have been considered work product, as the director of the FBI would have been the only person to have been able to disseminate that information? And even then, only after the approval of the various offices in the FBI. He knew there was confidential information on that memo, yet he kept it anyway. So he's got no defense whatsoever, none. Old tow truck going by. 6. Conclusion. Congress has provided the FBI with substantial powers and authorities to gather evidence as part of the FBI's criminal and counterintelligence mission. The FBI uses these authorities every day in its many investigations into allegations of drug trafficking, terrorism, fraud, organized crime, public corruption, espionage, sex trafficking, let's throw that in there, and a host of other threats to national security and public safety. In the process, the FBI lawfully gains access to a significant amount of sensitive information about individuals, many of whom have not been charged, may never be charged, or may not even be a subject of the investigation. For this reason, the civil liberties of every individual who may fall within the scope of the FBI's investigative authorities depend on the FBI's ability to protect sensitive information from unauthorized disclosure. As Comey himself explained in his March 20, 2017 testimony before the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, he was unable to provide details about the nature or scope of the FBI's ongoing investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election because, quote, the FBI is very careful in how we handle information about our cases and about the people we are investigating. Our ability to share details with the Congress and the American people is limited when these investigations are still open, which I hope makes sense. We need to protect our people's privacy. We cannot do our work well or fairly if we start talking about it while we're doing it. End quote. However, after his removal as FBI director 2 months later, Comey provided a copy of Memo 4, which Comey had kept without authorization, to Richmond with instructions to share the contents with a reporter for the New York Times. Memo 4 included information that was related to both the FBI's ongoing investigation of Flynn and, by Comey's own account, information that he believed and alleged constituted evidence of an attempt to obstruct the ongoing Flynn investigation. Later that same day, the New York Times published an article about Memo 4 entitled, Comey Memo Says Trump Asked Him to End Flynn Investigation. The responsibility The responsibility to protect sensitive law enforcement information falls in large part to the employees of the FBI who have access to it through their daily duties. On occasion, some of these employees may disagree with the decisions made by prosecutors, judges, or higher-ranking FBI and department officials about the actions to take or not take in criminal and counterintelligence matters. They may even, in some situations, distrust the legitimacy of those supervisory, prosecutorial, or judicial decisions. But even when these employees believe that their most strongly held personal convictions might be served by an unauthorized disclosure, the FBI depends on them not to disclose sensitive information. Former Director Comey failed to live up to this responsibility. By not safeguarding sensitive information obtained during the course of his FBI employment, and by using it to create public pressure for official action, Comey set a dangerous example for the over 35,000 current FBI employees and the many thousands more former FBI employees who similarly have access to or knowledge of non-public information. Comey said he was compelled to take these actions, quote, if I love this country, and I love the Department of Justice, and I love the FBI, close quote. However, were current or former FBI employees to follow the former director's example and disclose sensitive information in service of their own strongly held personal convictions, the FBI would be unable to dispatch its law enforcement duties properly, as Comey himself noted in his March 20, 2017 congressional testimony. But they're doing that. They were doing that under McCabe. They've been doing it under Wray. They're doing it to this day. They're following Comey's lead continuously. The FBI is not a closely packed organization of like-minded individuals. The FBI is a colander. And you sift it and you sift it, and things leak out. That's the FBI. It's a bunch of things in a colander. Some small pieces that are important to the overall makeup of the mix, but when you shake it, out they come. To continue, Comey expressed a similar concern to President Trump, according to Memo 4, in discussing leaks of FBI information, telling Trump that the FBI's ability to conduct its work is compromised, quote, if people run around telling the press what we do, close quote. This is no doubt part of the reason why Comey's closest advisors use the words surprise, stunned, shocked, and disappointment to describe their reactions to learning what Comey had done. We have previously faulted Comey for acting unilaterally and inconsistent with department policy. That would be the IG investigation into the mid-year exam debacle. Comey's unauthorized disclosure of sensitive law enforcement information about the Flynn investigation merits similar criticism. In a country built on the rule of law, it is of utmost importance that all FBI employees adhere to the Department and FBI policies, particularly when confronted by what appears to be extraordinary circumstances or compelling personal convictions. Comey had several other lawful options available to him to advocate for the appointment of a special counsel, which he told us was his goal in making the disclosure. What was not permitted was the unauthorized disclosure of sensitive investigative information obtained during the course of FBI employment in order to achieve a personally desired outcome. The OIG has provided this report to the FBI and to the Department of Justice Office of Professional The OIG has provided this report to the FBI and to the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility for action they deem appropriate. Now, what do you think happens when these two offices get a hold of this report? The FBI and the DOJ OPR. Here's what I'm betting. Comey may never be indicted. Comey may never go to jail. Both of which I see as unacceptable but plausible outcomes. But I do think, because of the uproar that this report provides, Comey's going to lose his pension. That's my story. I think Comey loses his pension. Damn well should. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Oh yeah, well we're going to have to read. These are the memos. So we're going to have to read those. So this is the Attorney General's response to the Judiciary, Oversight and Government Reform, and Select Committee on Intelligence, all through the House, about receiving the records, memos that Comey produced. So we're going to go through them. Excuse me just a moment. Okay. Conference over. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Now, some of these are going to be pretty dense. Picasso has been reading ahead, so may not be a very quick read, but I am going to finish this. If you guys can't hang out for the rest of it, I totally understand, and I wouldn't blame you at all if you bailed right now. But I'm going to get through the rest of this. So if you want to come back to it after it's posts, then write down that we are at mark 6 hours and 7 minutes on the timeline. That'll take you right to this. So I'll write that down, 6 hours and 7 minutes, and you'll get to the appendix. Okay, here we go. This was sent, I blew this up a little bit, so it'll be easier to read. This was sent to James Rybicki from James Comey, and also to Andrew McCabe, James Baker, of course Rybicki, as we already said, and my notes from private session with President-elect on 1/16/17. Okay, so what follows are notes I typed in the vehicle immediately upon exiting Trump Tower on 1/6/17. Although I wrote this less than 5 minutes after the meeting and have tried to use the actual spoken words, including quoting directly in some places, I have not used quotation marks throughout because my purpose was to capture the substance of what was said. I am not sure of the proper classification here, so have chosen secret. Please let me know of it should be higher or lower than that. That's what it says. Notes begin here. During my briefing on the blank material in the main body of the meeting, I mentioned the derog files on blank. I said we were doing that. I think derog files might mean derogatory files. It might be referring to the P dossier. At the conclusion of our session, the COS asked whether there is anything we haven't mentioned that they should know or that might come out. It must be Chief of Staff. I said there was something that Clapper wanted me to speak to the President-elect about alone or in a very small group. Chief of Staff asked whether the group of Chief of Staff, Vice President-elect, and President-elect was okay, or whether I wanted to be alone. I told him it was up to the President-elect, who quickly said that he and I would meet alone. After others left the room, we sat at the table. He began by telling me that I had had one heck of a year, but that I had conducted myself honorably and had a great reputation. He said I was repeatedly put in impossible positions. He said you saved her, and then they hated you for what you did later, but what choice did you have? He said he thought very highly of me and looked forward to working with me, saying he hoped I planned to stay on. I assured him I intended to stay. He said good. How could we not have a better copy of it than this? For God's sake, this is the digital age. I then executed the session exactly as I had planned. I told him that I wanted to meet with him to tell him more about what is in the reports written by blank, although I didn't use that name. I said that the written reports themselves were blank, and the content known at IC senior level, and that I didn't want him caught cold by some of the details. I then explained that the blank. I said the Russians allegedly had tapes involving him and prostitutes at the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton in Moscow from about 2013. He interjected, there were no prostitutes, there were never prostitutes. He then said something about him being the kind of guy who didn't need to, quote, go there, and laughed, which I understood to be communicating that he didn't need to pay for sex. Brilliant, Comey. Absolutely brilliant. You are one sharp guy. He said 2013 to himself as if trying to remember that period of time, but didn't add anything. He said he always assumed that hotel rooms he stayed in when he travels are wired in some way. I replied that I do as well. I said I wasn't saying this was true, only that I wanted him to know that it had been reported and that the reports were in many hands. Again, Comey's complete failure to guard this information, classify it as secret, and keep it from being disseminated by the press and other people without at least legal penalty for doing so. This was, again, an entire setup by Brennan and Clapper to tell the president and then allow people to leak it by being able to plausibly deny that it was their office who did the leaking, that it could have been the White House. This was all planned in advance, every step of the way. To continue. I said media like CNN had them and were looking for a news hook. I said it was important that we not give them the excuse to write that the FBI has the material, or redacted, and that we're keeping it very close hold. He said he couldn't believe they had gone with it. I said it was inflammatory stuff, that they would get killed for reporting straight up from the source reports. Yeah, right. They're gonna get killed. The entire news organization machinery in the United States is geared towards heavily criticizing people who print inflammatory, false, and bad-sounding things about Trump. Yeah, they're going to get killed. Right. To continue. He then started talking about all the women who had falsely accused him of grabbing or touching them, with particular mention of a, quote, stripper who said he had grabbed her, and gave me the sense that he was defending himself to me. You put him on the defensive, you idiot. Again, very purposeful. I responded we were not investigating him and stuff might be totally made up, but it was being said out of Russia, and our job was to protect the president from efforts to coerce him. By, in fact, coercing him? How does that work? I said we try to understand what the Russians are doing and what they might do. I added that I also wanted him to know in this case it came out in the media. He said he was grateful for the conversation, said more nice things about me, and how he looks forward to working with me, and we departed the room. Okay, this is from 1/28/17. I had dinner with President Trump in the green room at the White House last night at 6:30 p.m. We sat facing each other at a small oval table set for two and placed in the center of the room. There were two servers who I had a chance to chat with a bit because I arrived about 10 minutes early. They were both retired Navy submariners, and we had a fun discussion about height clearance and submarines. The servers were only in the room when they delivered food or retrieved plates. The conversation, which was pleasant at all times, was chaotic, with topics touched left and then returned to later, making it very difficult to recount in a linear fashion. Normally I can recall pieces of a conversation and the order of discussion with high confidence. Here, given the nature of it, there is a distinct possibility that, while I have the substance right, the order was slightly different. It really was conversation as jigsaw puzzle, in a way, with pieces picked up and then discarded, then returned to. The President spoke to an overwhelming majority of the time. He never asked me an open-ended question or left it to me to choose the topic of conversation. Why would he? He's the president. You're there to listen, idiot. There were almost no periods of silence during the 1 hour and 20 minutes, except once or twice when the president paused as the servers entered. I felt comfortable throughout, although never relaxed, given the focus conversation required. At various times he talked about the inauguration and crowd size, the campaign, and his effective use of free media, quote, earned media, the extraordinary luxury of the White House, which he favorably compared to Mar-a-Lago, his many activities during the day and week, his young son's height, the viciousness of the campaign, where I interjected about Adams and Jefferson. He said he had been given a book about it, which was upstairs. Yeah, that was, if you want to talk about a knockdown, drag-out fight, and Adams accused Jefferson of having a tail. That's how bad it got. How he had not been mocking a handicapped reporter, had not assaulted any of the women who claimed he did, reviewing in detail several of the allegations, and many other things. I will attempt to recount in some detail only those parts that related in some way to my work. So you knew it was work product. Lying sack of shit. He touched on my future at various points. The first time he asked, so what do you want to do, explaining that lots of people wanted my job, quote, about 20 people, that he thought very highly of me and had heard great things, that the people of the FBI really liked me, but he would understand it if I wanted to walk away, given all I had been through, although he thought that would be bad for me personally, because it would look like I had done something wrong, that he, of course, can make a change at FBI if he wants, but that he wants to know what I think. There was no acknowledgement by him or me that we had already talked about this twice. Well, what were your answers? What were your answers? I responded by saying that he could fire me at any time he wished, but that I wanted to stay and do a good job I love and think I am doing well. Think, but you're wrong. I explained that I never expected to be back in government, but had found this job hugely rewarding, probably financially, and wanted to serve out my term. I added that I was reliable in one way, but not in the way political people sometimes use the term. I explained that he could count on me to always tell him the truth. I said I don't do sneaky things. Lie. I don't leak. Lie. I don't do weasel moves. Lie. But I was not on anybody's side politically and could not be counted on in that traditional political sense, which I said I thought was in the president's best interest. He asked whether the FBI leaks, and I answered that of course in an organization of 36,000 we were going to have some of that, but I said I think the FBI leaks far less often than people say. Right. I predicted he, like all presidents, would discover the entire government leaks like crazy and explained that it often comes from the first or second hop out from those actually working on the sensitive thing. He replied that he needed loyalty and expected loyalty. I did not reply or even nod or change my facial expression, which he noted because we came back to it later. Okay, look, I haven't been able to read this before, so now let's take this together. Because remember, all those quotes that went into the Times were out of context. Here's the context for that. Trump is saying that he doesn't want the FBI leaking his stuff. He wants loyalty of the FBI to shut the fuck up when they're supposed to and not leak to the media. That's what he's not talking about your loyalty, Comey. He's talking about the rank and file FBI, the 36,000 people FBI who leak continuously. That's the loyalty he's asking for. God, you piece of shit. To continue, the conversation then swerved into a long discussion of the email investigation, which we returned to at least once more. This was where I spoke the most and laid out for him my thinking, with frequent interruption, in a manner similar to my discussions with Senators Feinstein and Grassley during our one-on-ones. The one detail I added was about the AG directing me to not use the word investigation. He knew the sequence of events extremely well, breaking them down in his lexicon into Comey 1, Comey 2, and Comey 3 developments, and he walked through how he saw each played out through the campaign in great detail. He asked whether it was true, quote, there was a revolt after Comey 1. I said that was nonsense, and I had worked hard to see if folks had concerns. I added that I surely didn't need to tell him that the media sometimes gets stuff wrong, especially when they're fed things out of context. Right, Jimmy? I explained that the investigators all agreed there was no case. He said he disagreed and thought there was a case. He asked me at several points how I held up under all the abuse. I explained the freedom that comes from doing the right thing in the right way, surrounded by people who are helping make decisions in the same way. Oh, brother, kumbaya. At this point he asked me, and asked again later, whether, quote, your guy McCabe, unquote, has a problem with me, explaining that I was pretty rough on him and his wife during the campaign, close quote. I explained that Andy was a true professional and had no problem at all. I then explained what FBI people were like, that whatever their personal views, their THERE, they strip them, and when they step out into their bureau roles and actually hold, quote, political people in slight contempt without regard to party. At about this point, he asked me to compare A.G. Holder and A.G. Lynch. I said I thought A.G. Holder was smarter and more sophisticated and smoother than A.G. Lynch, who I added is a good person. He said Holder and President Obama were quite close. I replied that they were, and it illustrated, in my view, a mistake presidents make over and over again. Because they reason that problems for a president often come from justice, they want to try to bring justice close, which paradoxically makes things worse because an independent DOJ and FBI are better for a president and the country. I listed off John Mitchell, Ed Meese, and Al Gonzalez as examples of this mistake, and he added Bobby Kennedy. Ed Meese? Wasn't Ed Meese the DOJ head for Reagan? What was the problem there? And who's Al Gonzalez? Never heard of him. I gotta look this up real quick. Al Gonzalez. There we go, Attorney General. President George W. Bush. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. Gonzalez was considered to be a shoo-in for the Supreme Court, the first Hispanic on the Supreme Court, by the Republicans. They tried to put Gonzalez on the Washington, D.C. Circuit Court, which is the stepping stone. Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the stepping stone to Supreme Court. And the Democrats did a complete and utter hit job on Gonzalez to undermine his ability to be appointed. He was not confirmed because he did not get the support from the Bush administration that he needed. His confirmation was struck down, and he was basically lost after that. And he's only 5 years older than I am. So he would have been a justice for quite some time. That's who Al Gonzalez is. And let's take personal note here that the only heads of justice that Comey lists here are from Republican administrations. Now, John Mitchell, yes, he was Nixon's attack dog, and he ultimately had to be fired for, I believe, it's either corruption or dereliction of duty. Ed Meese, what is he talking about? The Iran Contra? It happened. There was an investigation. Al Gonzalez is just that's a horrible, horrible example. And again, all Republicans. All Republicans. Didn't mention FDR's Attorney General, who allowed the Japanese internment to happen, and the Supreme Court, who ruled it was legal. Didn't mention them. I'm sorry. That's a soapbox that I don't like to get down from. To continue. At about this point, he turned to what he called the, quote, golden showers thing, and recounted much of what he had said previously on that topic. He repeated that it was a complete fabrication and fake news. I explained again why I thought it was important that he know about it. I also explained that one of the reasons we told him was that the media, CNN in particular, was telling us they were about to run with it. And they wouldn't run with it until you told the president, right? Because Brennan and Clapper had them held back by chains and collars and would not let them go until they had a predicate to be able to blame the White House for the leak. Give me a break. He said it bothered him if his wife thought there was even a 1% chance it was true in any respect. He said he had spoken to people who had been on the Miss Universe trip with him, and they had reminded him that he didn't stay overnight in Russia for that. He said he arrived in the morning, did events, then showered and dressed for the pageant at the hotel. He didn't say the hotel name, and left for the pageant. Afterwards, he returned only to get his things, because they departed for New York by plane that same night. He said he thought maybe he should ask me to investigate the whole thing to prove it was a lie. I did not ask any questions. I replied that it was up to him, but I wouldn't want to create a narrative that we were investigating him, because we are not, and I'm worried such a thing might be misconstrued. I also said that it is very difficult to disprove a lie. He said, maybe you're right, but several times asked me to think about it, and said he would also think about it. Right, you weren't investigating him. Liar. This guy does nothing but lie to people, And he says he took these memos because he thought Trump was a liar. Projection. Pure 99.999% plus 0.0001% projection. We returned to the topic of my job, and in response to his question, I explained how I had ended up with the position and that I had been pleasantly surprised that President Obama thought of the role the way I did. He wanted competence and independence and didn't want the FBI involved in policy. He wanted to be able to sleep at night knowing the FBI was well run. Again, a lie. Obama was all over Crossfire Hurricane. All over the knowing everything that was going on in the investigation. It's in the text. It's out there in black and white. God. Are you guys keeping track of the lies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? To infinity and beyond? To continue. The president then spoke again about being glad I wanted to stay. He said Mattis said great things about me, as did Sessions. He explained he had asked a lot of people about me and heard great things. He then returned to loyalty, saying, I need loyalty. I replied that he would always get honesty from me. He paused and said, that's what he wants. Honest loyalty. All right, I got that wrong. I thought Comey had said that. It was Trump who said it. I apologize for the misrepresentation and any confusion it may have caused. I take back those statements. That Trump said honest loyalty. I replied, you will get that from me. Okay, so where's the controversy? But where's the controversy? Trump said he wanted honest loyalty, and you said, sure. And we know what Trump meant. It's obvious from the context of the previous discussion. And here's the hook. It is possible we understood that phrase differently, but I choose to understand it as consistent with what I had said throughout the conversation. I will serve the president with loyalty to the office, the country, and the truth. I decided it would not be productive to push the subject further. God. Just lie after lie after lie. To continue, at about this point he asked again about, quote, your guy McCabe, and whether he was going to be okay, unquote. I again affirmed Andy's ability and professionalism and said the president would come to see and benefit from both. He then asked who I thought I should, quote, deal with, and he suggested Reince Priebus. I explained that in the prior administration, my White House contacts were with the chief of staff or the people in Mike Flynn's job and Tom Bossert's job. He said, Rice doesn't know we are having dinner, but he will tell him and that I should deal with Reince. He then went on to explain that he has serious reservations about Mike Flynn's judgment and illustrated with the story from that day in which the president apparently discovered his toast to Theresa May that blank had called 4 days ago. Apparently, as the president was toasting PM May, he was explaining that she had been the first to call him after his inauguration, and Flynn interrupted to say that blank had called first apparently. It was then that the president learned of blank call, and he confronted Flynn about it. Not clear whether that was in the moment or after the lunch with PM May. Flynn said the return call was scheduled for Saturday, which prompted a heated reply from the president that 6 days was not an appropriate period of time to return a call from the blank of a country like blank. This isn't blank we are talking about. He said that if he called blank and didn't get a return call for 6 days, he would be very upset. In telling the story, the president pointed his fingers at his head and said, the guy has serious judgment issues. I did not comment at any point during this topic, and there was no mention or acknowledgement of any FBI interest in or contact with General Flynn. Yeah, there wasn't any mention of it because you didn't want Trump to know that you had illegal tapes of Flynn and had unmasked him. That's why there was no mention of it. Now, I don't remember reading this part before or hearing this part before about the whole thing with Flynn and the return call and all that. So, I don't know what the circumstances are there. But let's face it, Trump's not Trump's not above shoving somebody under the bus if he thinks they've screwed up. Finishing up. As we got up, he said, "We should have my family back for dinner." When I didn't reply, he added, "Or tour, whatever you think is appropriate." As we stepped from the green room, he said, "Ryan knows we are having dinner," the opposite of what he said earlier. "Deal with him. I will tell him." He then walked me into the East Room. I said I had been there before when President Obama held a big dinner for senior staff and appointees around Christmas. We then shook hands and parted. Let's see what this is. This has got to be number 3. Okay. I went to the White House today for a 4 p.m. meet and greet with Chief of Staff Ryan Priebus. As I walked in from West Executive, I saw and briefly chatted with Bill Priestap and Jen Boone, who were there to do a defensive briefing, redacted. As I waited in the West Wing lobby, Mike Flynn stopped by and sat down. We chatted for about 5 minutes about his new job, the challenges in building a staff, and working with folks who had never been in government before, how he maintains fitness, etc. There was no mention by either of us of redacted. COS Priebus, Chief of Staff Priebus's assistant, came and got me and took me to his office. He greeted me, and we sat with his desk between us. He explained that this was a chance to get acquainted, and he guided the conversation in a variety of directions. Early in our conversation, he brought of the immigration order and asked if I was a lawyer. He asked if I agreed that the order appears facially valid. I said it did. I said I did, as I believe OLC had. The President has broad authority in that area. I added that because immigration was not an FBI issue, I had not followed the court discussion carefully and did not know what the considerations there might be beyond the face of the order. We touched on a variety of subjects, including, quote, how the redacted ended up in the report, close quote. I explained that the analysts from all 3 agencies agreed it was relevant and that portions of the material were corroborated by other intelligence. I'm sure we're talking about the Steele dossier now, or words to that effect. And of course it's completely false that they were corroborated by other intelligence. Completely false. They discussed whether redacted and decided it made most sense to redacted. I said I agreed with that decision and thought it very important that it be included and briefed to a select audience. He pressed again and said that the material was redacted. I explained that the primary source redacted, much of it was consistent with and corroborative of other intelligence, and that the incoming president needed to know the rest of it was out there. Because you're running a secret investigation into him. I explained to him that at our dinner, the president had expressed interest in having me investigate the golden showers thing. I repeated what I had told the president about not wanting to create a narrative that we were investigating him. Yet later on you refused to dislodge that narrative by a simple press statement. No consistency whatsoever. Again, I shouldn't say no consistency. He's consistently doing what he was told to do, which was lie, prevaricate, perform mendacity at every opportunity, and be a complete and utter snake in the grass. To continue, he then asked about leaks of the fact of blank, or redacted, whichever you prefer, and that it was briefed to the incoming president. I said I didn't know where it came from, but I suspect it came from folks who have left government. He asked whether it could have come from the FBI. I said it was possible, but extremely unlikely in my view. We talked about leaks in general, and I explained my view that they almost always come from 1 or 2 hops out, and that every president is plagued by them. He asked if we had ever caught an FBI leaker. I said we had, but it was a rare thing because it almost always turned on our willingness to go after reporter records. He then recalled the Obama administration conflict with James Rosen of Fox. He also mentioned the leak of the readouts of the president's calls with foreign leaders. Yeah. James Rosen. How about that, Jimmy? You know, did you bother pushing back on Obama for the illegal wiretapping of not only James Rosen but his parents' phones, about the following and investigating of numerous reporters that Obama didn't like, just like FDR and his wife? None of that came up, did it, Jimmy? To continue. He then asked me if this was a, quote, private conversation. I replied that it was. Then why are you writing it down? He then said he wanted to ask me a question and I could decide whether it was appropriate to answer. He then asked, "Do you have a FISA order on Mike Flynn?" I paused for a few seconds and then said that I would answer here, but that this illustrated the kind of question that had to be asked and answered through established channels. I said the answer redacted. I then explained the normal channel was from DOJ leadership to the White House counsel about such things. Redacted. I would normally make sure the AG and DAG were aware, and they would likely inform the White House counsel, and he could decide whether to inform the Chief of Staff. I explained that it was important that the communications about any particular case go through that channel to protect us and protect the White House from any accusations of improper influence. He said he understood, and then asked me what I would like to talk to Dennis McDonough about. I said two kinds of things: policy, like going dark, and particular operational issues if we were facing a terror threat or if there was an intelligence operation that was sensitive. He would call me to cut through the clutter and find out directly what he needed to know. Reince responded that that was helpful, and he hoped I would call him to offer thoughts whenever I thought they would benefit from them. Whether or not related to the FBI. He said they would welcome the feedback. I said I would. Yet you lie. You lie over and over again. Never gave them any feedback. He said he understood my dinner with the president had gone very well and that he was interested in my staying on. I repeated what I had told the president, including that we had agreed to not to announce anything. Reince asked me how it worked, and I explained that I had a 10-year term, and although the president could fire me anytime he liked, I would just continue my term. There was nothing to announce. So again he said several times, the president can fire me anytime he likes. Yet you get fired, and you scream bloody murder, you scream collusion, you scream obstruction of justice, and you get your way, just like the script was written out for you. During the conversation, Reince also touched the email investigation, offering his view that the Clinton team had misplayed my final announcement and should have pushed it harder as good news. He also said reflectively that it wasn't the Russians' fault that she failed to campaign in Michigan, and it wasn't my fault that she set up her email the way she did. He then pressed me on why it wasn't chargeable gross negligence, and I took him through the facts and the law. At some point, I added that it also wasn't my fault that Uma Abedin forwarded emails to Anthony Weiner. Reince then took me to the Oval Office to greet the president on my way out. The president was seated behind his desk, speaking to Sean Spicer. He introduced me to Mr. Spicer, who shook my hand and departed. Reince stayed seated to my right as I sat in a chair facing the president. The president then spoke about a variety of topics, touching on the email investigation, wondering aloud what it would have been like to run against Bernie Sanders if I had recommended charging Hillary. He asked, as he had at our dinner, whether my deputy had a problem with him, and recounting how hard he had been on the campaign trail, saying the number 2 guy at the FBI took $1 million from the Clintons. Well, it wasn't $1 million, but his wife did get something like $750,000 through them. I again explained that Andy McCabe was a pro. He asked whether he had ever mentioned to me the campaign attacks. I said never, and again explained that he was a true pro and you would come to value him. I said if he had to do it over again, I'm sure he would urge his wife not to run, but that the guy put everything aside and did his job well. Right, he didn't recuse himself from the Hillary investigation, until it was basically over. Yeah, that's your straight up guy right there. The president talked about the leak of the readouts from his calls with Australia and Mexico, explaining that the leaks couldn't have come from, quote, the other side, and he understood we were helping look into that. Reince interjected that Kellogg was looking at it and we were helping. I said I would follow up to find out what was going on. The president brought up the golden shower thing and said it really bothered him if his wife had any doubt about it. He then explained, as he did at our dinner, that he hadn't stayed in Russia overnight during the Miss Universe trip. Twice during this part of the conversation, Reince tried to interject a comment about the redacted and why it was even in there, but the president ignored him. The president said the hookers thing is nonsense, but that Putin had told him, we have some of the most beautiful hookers in the world. He did not say when Putin had told him this, and I don't recall redacted. He then pivoted to the Russians wanting an apology from Bill O'Reilly. I said I had seen that in O'Reilly's reply, which was to, quote, call him in 2023. The president then said that O'Reilly's question about whether he respected Putin had been a hard one, redacted. He said he does respect the leader of a major country, though, and thought that was the best answer. He then said, you think my answer was good, right? I said the answer was fine, except the part about killers, because we aren't the kind of killers that Putin is. When I said this, the president paused noticeably. I don't know what to make of it, but he clearly noticed I had directly criticized him. The conversation then moved on to other pleasantries, and we wrapped up with a handshake. And the next one. I think this is 4. I attended an Oval Office Homeland Threat briefing for the president today. The meeting was scheduled for 4 p.m., but was delayed by a prior meeting, which was apparently related to the ongoing litigation over the immigration executive order. Litigation that should never have been allowed to go as far as it did. The damn district courts, thinking they have the right to rule for the entire country and overrule an executive order that Article 2 specifically states the president has every right to enter into record. Seriously, that's got to be stopped. The AG and Secretary of DHS were in the earlier meeting and remained in the Oval Office when my meeting began at about 4:15. There were about a dozen people in the Oval for the Homeland session. I sat facing the president over the Resolute desk in a semicircle of 6 chairs. Deputy Director of the CIA sat to my left and Director of the NCTC to my right. Staff members occupied the couches and chairs behind me. Tom Bossert perched on the arm of a couch to steer the session. I noticed Jared Kushner and Stephen Bannon by face. Mike Dempsey and the VPs NSA were also there, and 2 or 3 others, I think including Reince Priebus. At the completion of the session, the president thanked everyone and said he wanted to speak with me alone. The AG lingered momentarily by my chair, but the president thanked him and said he wanted to meet with Jim. He repeated this at least one more time to usher people out. Everyone left except Jared Kushner, who stopped by my chair to shake hands and exchange pleasantries, including a few brief words about the challenges of the email investigation. The president joined in this brief exchange, but then told Mr. Kushner that he wanted to meet with me. That left the 2 of us alone. He began by saying he wanted to, quote, talk about Mike Flynn. He then said that although Flynn hadn't done anything wrong in his call with the Russians, a point he made at least 2 more times in the conversation, he had to let him go because he misled the vice president, whom he described as a good guy. He explained that he couldn't have Flynn misleading the vice president, and in any event, he had other concerns about Flynn and had a great guy coming in, so he had to let Flynn go. So from what I'm reading here, Trump didn't have as great of a thought or consideration about Flynn that I had believed he had. So I'll have to revisit that. Still think Flynn would have been good in that position. I know he got off to a rough start. I still think he would have nailed it. To continue. He asked me if I had seen Sean Spicer's press briefing today, and I replied that I hadn't. He said he had done a great job of explaining why they did what they did. He then asked, quote, You saw my tweet this morning," and quickly added that it is really about the leaks. He then reviewed in some detail the leaks of his calls with the leaders of Mexico and Australia, including how the calls had gone, how he assumed that the calls he made on, quote, "this beautiful phone," touching the gray phone on the desk, were confidential, how it couldn't have come from the Mexicans or Australians, how the transcripts actually include things he doesn't remember saying, quote, "and they say I have one of the world's greatest memories," close quote, and that it makes us look terrible to have these things leaking. He then referred at length to the leaks relating to Mike Flynn's call with the Russians, which he stressed was not wrong in any way. Quote, "he made lots of calls, but that the leaks were terrible." Yeah, there it is. He expects loyalty. He expects you people not to leak the details of an ongoing investigation. I tried to interject several times to agree with him about leaks being terrible, but was unsuccessful. When he finished, I said very much that it was terrible that his calls with foreign leaders leaked. I said they were classified and he needed to be able to speak to foreign leaders in confidence. Note, because this is an unclassified document, I will be limited in how I describe what I said next.
See,
Excuse me. Conversation over. Let's see. I then explained why leaks purporting to be about FBI intelligence operations were also terrible and a serious violation of the law. Yet you did it yourself. I explained that the FBI gathers intelligence in part to equip the president to make decisions, and if people run around telling the press what we do, the ability will be compromised. I said I was eager to find leakers and would like to nail one to the door as a message. I said something about it being difficult, and he replied that we need to go after the reporters and referred to the fact that 10 or 15 years ago, we put them in jail to find out what they know, and it worked. Don't agree with that. Don't agree with that. He mentioned Judy Miller by name. I explained that I was a fan of pursuing leaks aggressively, but that going after reporters was tricky for legal reasons, and because DOJ tends to approach it conservatively, except when Obama asks for it. He replied by telling me to talk to Sessions and see what we can do about being more aggressive. I told him I would speak to the Attorney General. And I bet you never did. At about this point, Reince Priebus opened the wall door by the clock, and the president sent him away, saying he would need another minute or two, and he knew people were waiting. He then returned to the topic of Mike Flynn, saying that Flynn is a good guy and has been through a lot. He misled the vice president, but he didn't do anything wrong in the call. He said, "I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy. I hope you can let this go." I replied by saying, "I agree he is a good guy," but said no more. No, you didn't mention how you deliberately set Flynn up, you and McCabe, how you deliberately took advantage of the chaos in the White House at that time, told Flynn he wouldn't need a lawyer, and then lured him into a perjury trap. And even the two FBI agents who interviewed him in their 302s said they saw no evidence of deception. That good guy. Is there another word that I haven't used yet to describe Comey that you guys can think of? I need a new word. Something nasty, but not necessarily blue. The devil isn't good enough. The president then wrapped up our conversation by returning to the issue of finding leakers. I said something about the value of putting a head on a pike as a message. He replied by saying it may involve putting reporters in jail. Quote, "They spend a couple of days in jail, make a new friend, and they're ready to talk." Close quote. I laughed as I walked to the door. Reince Priebus had opened. Oh, Flynn will definitely be exonerated, Laura. Definitely. That's why it's taken them so long to sentence him, because they know they really don't have anything on him. And if they do try to sentence him, he'll probably get a suspended sentence and walk free. And as soon as he does, he's pardoned. Same with George Papadopoulos. Same time, right? Flynn gets a pardon, and Papadopoulos gets a pardon at the same time. As I walk out, the vice president was standing just outside the door waiting. We shook hands. There was a large group with him, including Priebus and the newly sworn-in Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tom Price. I walked through the group and away from the Oval Office, went downstairs, and exited onto the West Executive Drive. On the way downstairs, I saw John Kelly gathered with staff. I stopped to greet him, and he told me he had previously accepted an invitation to speak at hostage rescue team at Quantico about leadership and wondered if it was still okay to do it. I said by all means, that would be great. And that was dated 2/14/17. Okay, I may have to decrease. Yeah, I'm going to have to pull off on my zoom a bit there. Oh, great. Okay, here's another one that was sent to Rabicki from James Comey. Subject, call from POTUS. Just called to check in and see how I'm doing. I said I'm doing great and have lots going on. I added that Jeff Sessions has hit the ground running with great speech on violent crime. He talked about Sessions a bit, then last night's speech. Said he heard I'm doing great, hopes I take good care of myself, and come by to say hello when I'm at White House. That's it. And this is let's see if I can find it here, 3/30/17. The president called me on my CMS phone at 8:13 today, March 30, 2017. The call lasted 11 minutes, about 10 minutes when he was connected. We were connected by Royal Crown switchboard. He began by joking that I was getting more publicity than he. I replied that I hate it. He then said he was trying to run the country and the cloud of this Russia business was making that difficult. He said he thinks he would have won the healthcare vote but for the cloud. Now, he would have won it if John McCain wasn't such a turncoat and a sore loser. He then went at great length, explaining that he has nothing to do with Russia, has a letter from the largest law firm in D.C. saying he has gotten no income from Russia, was not involved with hookers in Russia. Can you imagine me, hookers? I have a beautiful wife, and it has been very painful. He is bringing a personal lawsuit against Christopher Steele, always advised people to assume they were being recorded in Russia, has accounts now from those who traveled with him to Miss Universe pageant that he didn't do anything, etc. He asked what he could do to lift the cloud. I explained that we were running it down as quickly as possible and that there would be great benefit if we didn't find anything to our good housekeeping seal of approval, but we had to do our work. Well, we all know that the good housekeeping seal of approval turned out to be a scam. You got it if you paid the magazine a boatload of money, and they would just hand it to you with no research or actual diligence on their part whatsoever. You could have had a cereal with strychnine in it, paid good housekeeping $500,000, and they would have put their seal on it. So that's pretty appropriate for Comey to mention that. To continue, he agreed, but then Trump agreed, but then returned to the problems this was causing him, went on at great length about how bad he was for Russia because of his commitment to more oil and more nukes. Ours are 40 years old. He said something about the hearing last week. I responded by telling him I wasn't there as a volunteer, and he asked who was driving that. Was Nunes who wanted it? I said all the leadership wanted to know what was going on, and mentioned that Grassley had even held up the DAG nominee to demand information. I said we had briefed the leadership on exactly what we were doing and who we were investigating. I reminded him that I had told him we weren't investigating him, and that if I had told the congressional leadership the same thing, that I had. He said it would be great if that could get out, and several times asked me to find a way to get that out, which you never did, Comey. You gave some half-ass excuse about how if you said you weren't investigating him and then found out that you had to, then you would have to say it over again, which is exactly what you did with the Clinton mid-year exam investigation. Exactly. Yet you seem to think you handled it perfectly well. So why couldn't you handle it well this time? You know why? Because it's Trump. because you were told not to. You were told to let the fire burn, let the smoke come out, envelop Trump, and then pull the rug out from under him at the right time. To continue. He talked about the guy he read about in the Washington Post today. Note, I think he meant Sergei Milian, and said he didn't know him at all. He said that if there was, quote, some satellite, note, I took this to mean some associate of his or his campaign that did something, it would be good to find that out, but that he hadn't done anything and hoped I would find a way to get out that we weren't investigating him. As the conversation ended, he said that he hadn't brought up the McCabe thing because I had said he was an honest, honorable guy. Note, I think he meant that he, quote, hadn't brought it up, unquote, in this conversation, but he could have meant something else. I repeated that he was. He then said he hadn't brought it up, but that McAuliffe is close to the Clintons and had given him money, but I said he was an honorable guy. I repeated that Andy was an honorable person. He finished by stressing that he was going to make deals for the country, the cloud was hurting him, and mentioned going to G7 with it hanging over him, and he hoped I could find a way to get out that he wasn't being investigated. I told him I would see what we could do and that we would do the work well and as quickly as we could. 10:05. I called the acting attorney general and relayed the substance of the above and said I was telling him so he could decide what guidance to give me, if any. Sure you did. Number 5, I believe. I returned the president's call this morning at 8:26 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We spoke for about 4 minutes. He said he was following up to see if I did what he had asked last time, getting out that he personally is not under investigation. I replied that I had passed the request to the acting AG and had not heard back from him. He spoke for a bit about why it was so important. He is trying to do work for the country, visit with foreign leaders, and any cloud, even a little cloud, gets in the way of that. They keep bringing up the Russia thing as an excuse for losing the election. I explained that Dana Bente was now the acting AG on this after Jeff Sessions recused himself. He said maybe he would have his people reach out to Dana. I said that was the way to handle it. He should have the White House counsel call the acting attorney general and make the request. He said that was what he would do. He then added, because I've been very loyal to you, very loyal, we had that thing, you know. I did not reply or ask him what he meant by that thing. Instead, I said again the way to handle it was to have White House counsel call Dana Bente. That's what he would do. He said that's what he would do. He then switched comics and began to talk about Egypt and its leader, saying Obama didn't like the guy, redacted. He mentioned the Coptic church bombings and how horrible they were. He said 3 Americans had been killed by an Egyptian soldier, and the Egyptian leader had raised it with him. I interrupted to say I thought he meant redacted and an incident in Jordan. He agreed and said redacted had told him he wanted to bring the soldier to justice quickly, but that the FBI in some way was asking them to delay. He said redacted. I replied that I would dig into it, but I did not believe it to be true that the FBI was delaying a Jordanian prosecution. In fact, we were working very closely with the American families and had told them that we wanted the Jordanians to bring justice, and if they did not, we would try to bring the killer to the United States. He asked me to follow up and make sure that we were working well with the Jordanians and helping them quickly bring the killer to justice. I told him I would. He then said I was doing a great job and wished me well. The call ended. Now, there's a few footnotes here that do not matter. I think this is, this is number 7. Yeah, this is number 7. I was miscounting. Okay, so here we are. We're at the end, folks. I returned the president's call this morning at 8:26 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We spoke for about 4 minutes. He said he was following up to see if I did what he had asked last time, getting out that he personally is not under investigation. I replied that I had passed the request to the acting AG and had not heard back from him. And I'm sure you were working those phones day and night, Jimmy, to make sure that the acting AG knew that this was a priority for the president and that it needed to be done quickly. I'm sure you made that perfectly clear every interaction you had with Bente, which was probably once, if ever. He spoke for a bit about why it was so important. He is trying to do work for the country, visit with foreign leaders, and any cloud, even a little cloud, gets in the way of that. They keep bringing up the Russia thing as an excuse for... Okay, did we read this already? Oh, I see. Okay. This is the redacted version that he did. Right here. That's everything that Comey redacted in the one he sent to the lawyers. But this is the one where it was just the redactions by the DOJ and the FBI. And you can see that there's very little to be taken out of context here. That pretty much all of this, except for Obama not liking the guy redacted, and he talked, interrupted to say I thought he meant the leader of Jordan and an incident in Jordan. He agreed and said redacted had told him, again, that would be the leader of Jordan, had told him he wanted to bring the soldier justice quickly. The FBI was in some way asking them to delay. He said, and that part is redacted, and I can't really get a read on that. So there was quite a bit there that Comey dropped out that really wasn't required to be dropped out. And that, my good friends, is the end. That was a 7-hour and 4-minute live stream. And I think we did great. I think we really did great. So the takeaway here is pretty much what we've known all along. That James Comey is an inveterate liar, but that he's too stupid to have come up with this all on his own. He would have had to have had guidance from someone higher up. So definitely Clapper and Brennan were pulling the strings. Rod Rosenstein was somehow brought in as soon as he got the office as a deputy AG when he replaced Bente. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, please excuse me. It looks like Bente to me, so that's what I'm going with. Yeah, so Rosenstein replaces Bente, and they immediately compromise Rosenstein, get him to do whatever they want him to do when it comes to the creation of the special counsel. Every leak was planned to the T. So, yeah, that's it. David, thanks for coming. Thank you for being here. You did a great job. You're welcome, and we'll see you soon, I hope. I don't know when the next thing is going to drop, but we'll be all over it for sure. So good night, good sir. Good night. Yeah, so it was a setup from the beginning. Comey was a pawn, but he thought he knew what he was doing the whole time, was right. And now, hopefully, he will be given pause to reconsider that attitude through hopefully losing his pension and perhaps seeing jail time once the FISA report comes out. I think then we will really be able to hang something on Jimmy Comey's neck, other than just him violating some procedures in handling classified documents. We saw how that worked for Hillary, so why take the chance with Comey when you can absolutely wring him out on the FISA court stuff? I think that's where we're going. Well, it was Brennan and Clapper, Skullcram, all the way. Yeah, it was the NCI people. Uncle Bobby says Comey has a guaranteed job at CNN and MSNBC. Of course he does, because he's the truth teller. He's the guy who has all the insight into the ins and outs of the political process of the FBI and can give them great responses to questions about how, so is Trump still being investigated? Where will the Trump investigation go from here? What will we find out when we get his tax returns? What will we find out when we get his family's tax returns? And his tax returns from New York City? And the subpoenas from all the people who used to work for him and the people who know him. What will we find out then, Mr. Comey? And Comey will just sit back, smile, and bloviate. Because he knows he's got a job. But again, that pension, gone. I predict it. I predict it. Okay, folks, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for being here. Again, it makes my day to see people like you show up to these streams. It really does. I know Picasso Knows enjoys it too. So, as always, so long. God bless. Happy trails. I'll see you soon. Thanks again.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny hope we learned something. I hope we learned something. I hope we learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny